Hey guys, thank you for checking out this crazy EDM boss battle theme. If you'd like
Hello, everybody. And Hideous Lemon, just for you. Daddy. Hey, KBS. Um, camera's all wonky. Okay. Hey, Sweet Myths Music. Hello, Nindreen. Hello, KBS. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Very Knifey Duck. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. And thank you for the compliment. Neuron, hello. I've been seeing you being a good offline chatter. You're looking very mammalian tonight. That is the most sideways way of telling me I have big titties I've ever seen. Thank you. Um, I was I've been like just wearing like workout clothes today. And taking some selfies for the gram, for the Instagram, to see if I can bolster my falling Instagram numbers. I don't know what they did about the Instagram algorithm, but like I don't know, for like the last 2 or 3 years, like my not that long, like 2 years, my follower count has just been steadily decreasing. No idea why. Hey, Paladin Lost. You're welcome, Nindreen. Hello, Mithril Mist. Hello, Hideous Lemon. But for my money, you're the handsomest lemon. Hello, Mint. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hey, Fortunate Fruit. Hello, Ashley. Hello, DB Wolf. Hello, all unvexing thoughts. Hello to you as well. I think that covers everyone who's here. Hey, Spectral Player. Hello. Instagram is weird, is probably why. Yeah, I got up to like 15K followers, and then just over time, I've just slowly slid back down. And I don't know if it's because I suddenly got uglier. I don't think so. Or if something's going on with their algorithm, and I just can't crack it. Got out of the bath right when the notification happened, so I guess I have good timing. Hell yeah. Hideous Lemon, I think I've gotten hotter. I think I got hotter. So there. And sorry again, sorry about the late start today, folks. I just had a personal thing come up right as stream was about to go live, so apologies about that, but thank you for being patient. Um, you're very pretty, and that video is great. Thank you. Finally, someone with good taste. Um, I've never been able to figure out that Instagram stuff. I just spam whatever. Well, like whenever I like look at like, oh, okay, what do I do to appeal to the Instagram algorithm gods now? Uh, they're basically just like I don't know, read tea leaves or some shit every time I open up like a YouTube tutorial or something, you know? Like all of the people telling you how to like do better on Instagram have like the least helpful advice I've ever heard in my life. So like fuck it, post what you want. Instagram is becoming irrelevant anyway, thanks to Facebook and slash Meta. So I don't know. Tick I guess the people are on TikTok. I think I've missed the TikTok boat at this point. I'm not very enthused. I don't like TikTok all that much. Um, do you think it's because fewer people are using it? It might be because the demographics of who is using Instagram have changed, you know? Um so I don't know. My position is I'll hop on board whatever the next social media thing is. I already missed the boat on TikTok. I'll get the next one. Hmm. I like TikTok, the Hobbit variant of it. I just I I don't feel confident making the content on TikTok. Yeah, meh. You get hotter every day. Mithril Mist, thank you. Thank you. Oh yeah, Nindreen, did we get up the Tucker Carlson stuff? The Tucker Carlson vid? Tic Tac. Yeah. By the way, I feel like when you were talking about TikTok and you're gonna call it Tic Tac as like a derisive joke, you gotta pronounce it like you've been smoking like 50 packs of cigarettes a day, you know? Tic Tac. Like you're either a heavy smoker or Gilbert Gottfried. Okay, folks, we have content to get through today. I wanted to do like a fun chill stream, but news just won't stop happening, and so we aren't going to get that fun chill stream today. That will have to be tomorrow, I guess. We can't do Gordo. Gordo episodes are 40 minutes long, and god damn it, I want to do Gordo. And tomorrow's the charity stream. Maybe Thursday. Maybe Thursday I'll do like an all-day stream and we can do call-ins and I can play games and we can watch Gordo. Like between every episode of Gordo, there's like 1 to 2 15-minute long like call-in segments, you know? Maybe we can do something like that. Maybe we can all have our cake and eat it too. Our Gordo cake. It's true. Crowder's wife leaving him does demand our attention, and not only that, we just have Joe Biden announced that he's running for president. We got to talk about that. We got to talk about Steven Crowder. We got to talk about Tucker Carlson. We got to talk about Zoe Zephyr. We got to talk about we got to finally get around to talking about Clarence Thomas, because I've been meaning to talk about Clarence Thomas in depth for like the last couple weeks, and like more Clarence Thomas news is coming out, so we got to talk about that. So I'll finally get you guys up to speed on all of that drama. So you guys know we got a full docket today, folks. We got a lot going on. Also, chat, okay? Are you guys ready for me to change your lives? Are you guys ready for me to change your lives? Just real quick. Okay? I came across this recipe for a 3-ingredient kind of noodle dish. Super easy, okay? Here's what you do, all right? You boil some water. You throw some salt in the water. You put some noodles into the water and you boil them for about 9 minutes. All right? Then, okay, while they're boiling, you take a skillet. In the skillet, you place some Boursin cheese with herbs, okay? And then you put in some spicy tomato sauce. And then you just mix those together. And you put them on the noodles. And it is delightful. I would recommend the Trader Joe's spicy tomato sauce. It's real fucking good. It's some real fucking good shit. You get some spicy, cheesy noodles. There you go. Bada bing, bada boom. And if you want, you can make some meatballs or whatever and put it in there. Or you can just, like, I don't know, put some chicken in there or something. Or go fuck yourself. You know, something like that. What is an herb? Like, have you never heard the term herbs and spices? The only thing more surprising than Crowder's wife leaving him is the fact that there was a woman in this world willing to marry him. Yeah. Plans to... What? No, I know how to cook. I just wanted to... I saw this recipe on Instagram and I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna try it. And you know what? It was fucking delicious. And then I made some mashed potatoes from scratch and also a really bomb-ass chicken rice soup. Okay? Yeah, fine. I will go fuck myself. All right. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready for content? Because once we pop, the fun don't stop unless you want it to, because we believe in consent. You guys ready? I should turn on the, I've been forgetting to turn on these background lights. What's wrong with me? I'm ready? Hell yeah. Basically, to answer your question, Catalina Gearbox, really the only difference between an herb and a spice is that spices can consist of several parts of one plant, like bark or the roots or something, you know, like several things kind of ground up and mixed together from one plant, whereas herbs kind of are like the leaves of a plant or like the stem of a plant. You know, they come from the higher part of the plant. They're basically the same thing. It's kind of just a arbitrary designation. What is an herb? The H is silent. Also, spices can be rocks too. True. But don't ever use a salt from inside of some kind of nuclear facility, okay? The spiciest rocks. Oh, sorry, herb. Do we have any herbs and spices? Shake my damn head. Anyway, time to get to the most important part of the day.
Tucker Carlson and his professional partner, Elena Granyenko.
My name is Tucker Carlson. I'm a journalist. I wrote for magazines and newspapers for about 10 years, and I've been in television news for about 6. There are some unknown number of Israeli forces, in the hundreds, maybe the thousands. When I first got the call about doing this, I thought, oh, they must be calling the wrong guy. My dance experience consists of drinking too much at a couple rehearsal dinners. It's all about the wedding performance.
Tucker Carlson and...
God, who convinced him to wear this fucking shirt and then show his weird hairless chest? Anyway, Tucker Carlson, he's in some deep shit. Deep water, but deep poo water, okay? So, apparently this is part of Abby Grossberg's lawsuit. And this might be one of the things that got him fired, okay? This might be part of what got him fired, chat. Here's a small excerpt. And keep in mind, Abby Grossman Grossberg. Sorry, I said Grossman all day yesterday. My bad. Abby Grossberg has him on audio saying these things, okay? March 2019, an audio clip of Mr. Carlson emerged in which he says, A, arranged marriages between adults and children are not the same thing exactly as pulling a child from a bus stop and sexually assaulting that child. The rapist in this case has made a lifelong commitment to live and take care of the person, so it is a little different. Which, holy shit, dude. B, sex workers are slutty and pathetic, and C, women are extremely primitive. They're basic. They're not that hard to understand. And D, in response to a story about girls at his 14-year-old daughter's boarding school experimenting sexually with each other, Mr. Carlson opined, if it weren't my daughter, I would love that scenario. And just like, the amount of sussiness packed into this one paragraph of the lawsuit, and she has tapes of that, which really, really, really kind of demands the question, what other tapes does she have? Right? What other tapes does she have? Because if Tucker Carlson is going around openly on set talking about how, adults marrying children is actually okay because at least the adult raping the child has a commitment to taking care of that child, which is that is one of the most fucked up things I've ever heard in my life, by the way. Like, this is like essentially saying, well, a father can rape his daughter, and that's okay because he has a lifetime commitment to making sure she is successful. And that's the same argument. It's the same argument right there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Catalina Gearbox, it's in the title of the stream. Yes. Hello, Entrama. And also, when talking about your daughter's 14-year-old friends experimenting with each other, saying, like, I would love that scenario if my daughter wasn't involved, is really fucking gross because you're talking about 14-year-old girls. So, just gotta say, there are so many layers of what the fuck going on here. Just like, what the actual fuck? And on top of that, we do have another contender for why Tucker Carlson was fired beyond this, which is maybe less salacious, but no less weird, perhaps, arguably. And this comes via Vanity Fair, actually, who basically is reporting that Fox Corp chair Rupert Murdoch removed Tucker Carlson over remarks Carlson made during a speech at the Heritage Foundation's 50th anniversary gala on Friday night. Carlson laced his speech with religious overtones that even Murdoch found too extreme. The source, who is briefed on Murdoch's decision-making, said Carlson told the Heritage audience that national politics has become a Manichaean battle between good and evil. Carlson said that people advocating for transgender rights and DEI programs want to destroy America, and they could not be persuaded with facts. We should say that, and stop engaging in these totally fraudulent debates. I've tried, that doesn't work, he said. The answer, Carlson suggested, was prayer. I've concluded that it might be worth taking just 10 minutes out of your busy schedule to say a prayer for the future, and I hope you will, he said. That stuff freaks Rupert out. He doesn't like all the spiritual talk, the source said. Which, if that's true, it's so fucking arbitrary. But you know what? Fine. I'll take the W. Okay, I'm not gonna stick my nose up at that. But like, that's still a weird reason to fire someone. That's still a strange set of decision making right there, you know? So I don't know. I figured maybe we could take a look at this speech. We'll watch it on like 1.5 speed, okay? Because I don't want this to delay us getting to the rest of our content. He might actually talk too fast, unlike Prager, so we might have to go to 1.25.
My appearance, it's amazing to be in a room. This is far more people than live in the town that I live in. I've been in an elevator in 3 years. That's how remote my life has become. So it's very cool, or worn socks for that matter, to be in a room.
Tucker Carlson hasn't been in an elevator in 3 years? Wait, what? I feel like that's not remotely possible. I bet his house has a fucking elevator in it.
room full of nice people. And I want to thank you, Father Scalia, wherever you are. That invocation, for some reason, that really got me. Yeah, it did. And actually, I'll tell you, since it's just us and no one's watching,
Oh, he takes the
it
stairs.
reminded
True.
me that I don't pray enough for the country, and I should. And I'm upset. But the answer is to include the country in your prayer. So thank you for reminding us of that. Anyway, thank you. I just want to start by saying that I'm grateful to be here, and I want to tell you why I am here. There are two specific reasons. The first and most immediate is that during this fall's midterm elections, I got...
Oh, also, maybe. Okay, I have a way to make this a little bit more fun. Okay, I have a way to make this a little bit more fun. I'll be right back. Okay, so, given that Rupert Murdoch is said to have maybe fired Tucker Carlson for how religious he gets in this, maybe, I'm just spitballing here, every time he makes like a religious reference, take a drink. That's what I'm gonna do, okay? That's what I'm gonna do, baby. Here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna have a mixed drink later, but before I get to that, I'm gonna drink some of this excellent crooked water. Wait a second, I'm getting a glass. Hell yeah! So we just raw dog. I have. Look, when I get to the vodka, I'm not an animal. I have some strawberry lemonade. I'm not an animal, guys. Also, while we wait for other people to get their beverages of choice, just remember, folks, supporting this show makes my content possible. So please, please, please consider throwing some subs or donos over on riverboat.gg. 5 subs over there goes such a long way to supporting my stream and supporting my ability to live. And we're making a push. This is actually the end of the first month that we have been fully operational as a website. So let's go. Okay? Let's make this happen. And with that, I am gonna take one drink because he did mention religion already. Ooh. Coconut rum and Pepsi Max? Oh no. All right.
Got almost every single call wrong. I typically don't weigh in on races because, what do I know? I don't actually cover politics. I'm not that interested. But this time I got so spun up and so emotional that I convinced myself there was this wave coming, this political liberation that was going to happen, and I told our viewers that in some great detail, and introduced a series of candidates who subsequently lost as, the new governor of New York or fill in the blank. And it was so humiliating to be that wrong in public, often wrong, not usually.
He doesn't cover politics, he says, to the political think tank he is addressing on their 50th anniversary gala.
In front of other people, that I thought, I've just got to take some time off and think about why I was so unbelievably wrong. So I went pheasant hunting, not that it was the pheasant's fault, but that is kind of a way to clear your head. And I wound up, because bird hunting really is, again, not good for the birds, but very good for you. And I wound up in South Dakota with Kevin, among other people, including a couple of my college roommates. And I was so impressed by him as a person.
And they were roommates.
And really, having spent my life in Washington, I can tell you, if you're not from here, the key question about anybody who runs any institution in Washington is, how false is this person? God sends messages, we can't immediately translate all of them. So I can't tell you what
God
that
sends
clearly is meaning.
messages.
The point is, the man who runs Heritage is not false at all. In fact, my assessment of him was, he's completely real. He's an honest person. He means it. He's not playing a role. And that was so thrilling to me to see that. And by the way, it was confirmed by one of Heritage's security people who was standing backstage with me, and I asked him, because the security guys always know, they're all former cops. They've seen everything. They have seen humanity in various states of drunken undress. Like, you can't shock them. And they know who's real and who's not. And I asked, what do you think? And one of them said to me, to my face, I would go to war for him. And I thought, and these are the kind of people who will tell you the truth. I mean, like, why would he lie to me? I don't even know his name, but he meant it.
Who the fuck is he gonna go to war for? Like, who's gonna go to war for, like, fucking the head of the Heritage Foundation? Who's declaring war on them? Where's the front line in this proposed struggle?
And so to see a real leader at the helm of an institution that matters, that has the kind of throw weight that Heritage does, was absolutely thrilling for me. Because the story of the last decade is the collapse of leadership.
Fortunate fruit,
Not of the population.
huzzah!
People remain noble and decent, so far as I can tell. I still live here, I'm never leaving. We have good people, we have terrible people in charge. And not just of our government, but of the institutions that I grew up in. The Episcopal Church, my high school, I can just go on and on and on. They're all run by weak people. And it's the same in marriage. Weak husband causes angry wife. Weak leaders cause an angry country. That's true. And to see someone who's not a weak leader at the helm of Heritage just thrilled me. So I wanted to come for that reason, just being totally blunt with you. And the second reason is to pay homage and to give some measure of thanks to Ed Fulner for giving me my first job, which changed my life. And to say I was not a promising hire would be an understatement. It's not false modesty. In fact, if anything, I'm underplaying it. But I was leaving college without a degree or a job and attempting to marry my girlfriend, which I subsequently did, and ran into this giant roadblock in the form of her Episcopal priest father who said, no, job first. And not only did I not have a job, I had no idea what I wanted to do. And so I applied to a couple of different places, the CIA, if you can even imagine, some boarding school in Rabat.
He said, church,
thought,
I'm sorry.
Lower standards, maybe they'll hire me, no. And I wound up at Heritage, as you heard, as a fact checker, copy editor at Policy Review, the quarterly magazine of the Heritage Foundation. And that job absolutely changed my life. I was paid $14,000 a year plus a $100 bill for Christmas, which Dr. Fulner gave out personally to the entire staff. At least half of whom went downstairs and bought liquor with it at the liquor store, which I think is now part of the intern housing. But it was a long time ago. It was so long ago I smoked in my office. That's how long ago it was. That's like riding a mule to work, just to put it in the context of American history. Smoke in your office? Yeah, I did. In fact, Matt Spalding told me to stop one day, and I thought, wow, this modernization program is moving too fast for me. I can't deal with
Christmas
it.
doesn't
I've always been
count.
conservative in the truest sense. But Matt, you were right, and I quit. And anyway, but yes, it was a long time ago. And in the course
Does
of that
heritage
job, though I
count?
didn't get rich,
No.
to be honest with you. I did learn what I wanted to do with the rest of my life, which was become a journalist. And that was really under the guidance of a man called Adam Myerson,
Christ
who ran it,
mass.
who was, that was 32 years ago. And to this day, he really is the kindest person I've ever worked for. Just kind and patient and exactly, he thought I was completely nuts. He thought I was a lunatic. And I could tell he thought that. But he was patient with me through my entire year and a half there, helped me get my next job at a newspaper in Arkansas because no one else would hire me, but he set me up with this job. He walked into my cubicle and said, "Do you want to move to Arkansas?"
Go back? What?
Just kind and patient and exactly, he thought I was completely nuts. He thought I was a lunatic. And I could tell he thought that. But he was
Wait, what?
thought I was completely nuts. He thought I was a lunatic.
He thought I was completely Nazi. Good catch, chat. Good catch.
And I could tell he thought that. But he was patient with me through my entire year and a half there, helped me get my next job at a newspaper in Arkansas because no one else would hire me, but he set me up with this job. He walked into my cubicle and said, "Do you want to move to Arkansas?" And so I called my bride, who was a religion teacher at the local Episcopal school, and I said, "Do you want to move to Arkansas?" And what a wonderful woman she's turned out to be. And she said, "Of course. Is that near Colorado?" Quote. But she was willing to go there. very much a Northeasterner at heart, but, and we did and we loved it, but I got there because Adam Meyerson felt that it was his job to help me get my next job, because his job was to train up reasonable people and put them in journalism, even if it meant sending them to Arkansas. And I was thinking about Heritage this morning in the shower, not a place I think about it, but I did today.
No. Okay, it has to be like him mentioning that his wife is like no, that doesn't count.
And what makes it great, and one of the best things about Heritage over time, longitudinally, 50 years say, is that Heritage has always hired a lot of people. And that is an underrated thing. It really is. Giving people a job, even if it's 14 grand a year plus a $100 bill for liquor, you change someone's life. You put them on a trajectory. At least that's true for me. I mean, I had not succeeded in school, to put it mildly. And I did not feel, I always felt like I was smart. Not one other person felt that way. Until I got to Heritage. I'm not sure they were super impressed, but they treated me like an adult. Because they had high intellectual
Man, I don't know that speaks very well of Heritage Foundation.
standards. They were standards of honesty. And the idea at Heritage when I worked there wasn't just that we're fighting this war against the other side, of course, but it did not logically follow from that at Heritage that you could say whatever you wanted. Just because the other side was rotten didn't mean you could be rotten. They really hewed to the highest standards of factual accuracy, intellectual honesty. They really meant it. They did. And even if you didn't agree with them, they were very serious about it. They were intellectually serious people, every single person I worked with. The receptionist in the office at Policy Review was going to school at night to learn Russian. And then the week I started at Policy Review, the Soviet Union collapsed, which was an amazing thing. The coup against Gorbachev in the third week of August 1991 was the week I started at Heritage. And in retrospect, of course, you never appreciate the significance of things as they happen to you. You can't really know what the movie's about until it ends. But at the time, we didn't really appreciate how, well, two things. One, our entire political orientation was based on this war between the United States and the Soviet Union, this Cold War, but very much a war. And every part of our politics, as you well remember, those of you my age and older, remember, every part of our politics.
Yeah, like, that's the thing that galls me the most, Paladin, right? That's the thing that galls me the most. Tucker Carlson trying to frame himself as like this, this man of the land, this working class guy who just lived the American dream and scrambled to the top on just hard work and ruthlessness. When the reality is he's the heir to the Swanson fortune. Like Swanson Meats, the frozen food company. Like, yeah, he's the heir to that fortune. I'm sorry, like, even if you weren't getting paid a lot, people knew your fucking name because of who you were related to.
Politics revolved around that central conflict. We were in conflict with a country that was both anti-markets and anti-Christian. And that put in stark relief our own beliefs.
Anti-Christian.
And what would happen when that ended? When there wasn't that clear contrast? That's the first thing. And of course, the second thing is we could never have known
it's good whiskey.
The third week of August 1991, as we saw totalitarianism die, that it would ever come here. We just couldn't imagine that. We believe that victories were permanent. They're not, of course. That's the first lesson of history. Nothing is permanent except our own demise and God. But we didn't kind of get that.
Damn, that's kind of a crazy thing to think. Nothing's permanent, says prominent conservative pundit.
If you told me then that this week the Department of Justice would have indicted a group of people I don't agree with, by the way, on a lot of different issues, black nationalist socialists from Florida, okay, kind of not my demographic, but would have indicted them for criticizing the U.S. position, the Biden administration's position on the war in Ukraine, and charged them with felonies for which they're each facing 10 years in prison. If you told me that could happen here, I would have laughed at you. No, we have a First Amendment. That can't happen here, but it has. That and a lot of other things, which are gravely unsettling, actually, in people who were rooted in the Cold War story and the reality of it.
God damn it. TB Wolf. You just trying to get me tipsy.
Cold War, again, my age, 53, kind of know where that goes. So the purpose of my talk, which I, by the way, will keep brief, I'm an inveterate talker, I can literally talk forever. You can't even imagine my capacity for loquaciousness. I mean, it has no end, it's a bottomless well. If you dropped a quarter.
When did this happen? This happened on Friday. This was like the last public appearance he had.
Deck of the Empire State Building. How long would it take to hit the side?
Look, if chat gets me drunk, all I'm saying is that you guys need to make some donos and subs, okay?
That was always what we talked about when we were kids. You would never hear it, in my case. I can literally go on first. I will stop.
Is Tucker Carlson purposely wearing, like, ANCAP colors? Or is this, like, showing his support for Ukraine? What's going on with this tie?
And Kevin and I are going to have a conversation, so they'd be much more edifying. But I would just say two things about the present moment. because I think about them all the time. And I brood on this constantly. And then I take every afternoon, because fundamentally I'm Swedish, I take a sauna every day. As a rest, I do, I'm not kidding, every single day, never miss it. And my whole family does. It's like our one cultural contribution. Oh, we're Swedish, ooh, it's a very deep ethnicity. Oh yeah, it's a lot of Swedish traditions. You should hear our comedy, it's hilarious. But the one thing I do is
But I'm broke. Maybe someone will gift you a sub.
take a sauna to kind of get out of my head and get away from all this stuff, and I never can, and I just use my time in the sauna to brood more. But here are two conclusions I've come to, which I think are slightly less depressing than the most obvious, which is the country's really going at high speed in the wrong direction. Yeah, no kidding. Like in ways that are just unfathomable. And for people my father's age, for example, who's 82 and such a decent man, and I can go on forever about my dad, who I saw this morning, was just born in an orphanage called the Home for Little Wanderers in Boston and became a success and the head of a federal agency and served in the Marine Corps and sort of lived the America that you imagine is possible for people who are smart and try hard and all that. For people of that age, it's too much, actually. The change is too abrupt. They can't metabolize it, really. It's too horrifying. But for those of us who are still engaged in trying to figure out what this means and not just repelled by it, I would say two things that I think we're thinking about. The first is you look around and you see so many people break under the strain, under the downward pressure of whatever this is that we're going through. And you look with disdain and sadness as you see people you know become quislings, you see them revealed as cowards, you see them going along with a new thing, which is clearly a poisonous thing, a silly thing, saying things they don't believe because they want to keep their jobs. If there's a single person in this room who hasn't seen that through George Floyd and COVID and the Ukraine war, raise your hand. Oh, nobody? Right, you all know what I'm talking about. And you're so disappointed in people. You are, and you realize that the herd instinct is maybe the strongest instinct. I mean, it may be stronger than the hunger and sex instincts, actually. The instinct, which again is inherent to be like everybody else and not to be cast out of the group, not to be shunned, that's a very strong impulse in all of us from birth. And it takes over, unfortunately, in moments like this, and it's harnessed, in fact, by bad people in moments like this, to produce uniformity. And you see people going along with this, and you lose respect for them. And that certainly happened to me at scale over the past 3 years. I'm not mad at people, I'm just sad, I'm disappointed. How could you go along with this? You know it's not true, but you're saying it anyway? Really, you're putting your pronouns in your email? You're ridiculous. But no one else thinks it's ridiculous. Oh no, there's your pronouns in the email. What does that even mean?
What does it even mean? It's just letting you know which pronouns to use. I don't know, if somebody has a name like, what's a good androgynous name? Like Aaron or Chris. Yeah, if someone has a name like Chris and you've never seen a picture of them, yeah, it can be kind of helpful to have pronouns in bio, actually.
What does that even mean? You're saying things you can't define.
Jamie, Robin,
LGBTQIA+? Who's
Sean.
the plus? The plus is invited to my show anytime. Find a plus and I'll interview him. What's it like to be a plus? Am I a plus?
If you had any interest in actually interviewing, my man, all you gotta do is go on Twitter and search like hashtag neopronouns or something. You can find some pluses, I guarantee it.
I'm serious. I feel like I'm an addition. Does that make me a plus? No one even knows what it is. And the whole society, LGBTQIA+. All right, what's the plus? Oh, shut up, racist. Okay. So you reach that place and you feel, and this is one of the reasons, Father Scalia, I was actually overcome a little bit with emotion as you prayed, because I realized that I was so upset by the behavior of some people I love, frankly, in a country I revere and always have, that I wasn't praying for the country. That's on me, and we all should be. But back to my point. So you see the sadness happening, but
he did mention praying.
there is, as there always is, this is a fact of nature and theology and of observable reality, there is a countervailing force at work always. There's a counterbalance to the badness. It's called goodness, and you see it in people. So for every 10 people who are putting he and him in their election.
I was wondering, is your name just Jack, or is it short for something like Jacqueline asking for a friend? No, my name is just Jack. I'm a lady named Jack, and I figured it was okay because there were other ladies named Jack in media, like Jack from Mass Effect 2, one of my favorite games. I think there's a girl Jack in the Alien franchise. And so yeah, I just figured, you know what? I'll just own it. Yeah, I'll be one of those cool girls with like a unique name that like other girls don't have, But instead of going for like, I don't know, some obscure Mesopotamian goddess or something, I'll go with Jack,
Electronic JP Morgan email signatures. There's one person who's like, no, I'm not doing that. Sorry, I don't want to fight, but like, I'm not doing that. It's a betrayal of what I think is true. It's a betrayal of my conscience, of my faith, of my sense of myself, of my dignity as a human being, of my autonomy. I am not a slave. I am a free citizen, and I'm not doing that.
Hey,
non-binary
superpowers.
And I hope it won't come to that.
Hey, Rad Little Razzie.
But if it does come to that, here I am. Here I am. It's Paul on trial. Here I am. And you see that in people, and it's a completely unexpected assortment of people. I'm really interested in cause and effect, and as I noted at the outset of my remarks, and my ability to predict the future, working on that. But because I'm sort of
all
paid to
right,
predict things, I
fine.
try and think a lot about, what connects certain outcomes that I should have seen before they occurred. And in this case, there is no thread that I can find that connects all of the people who've popped up in my life to be that lone brave person in the crowd who says, no, thank you. You could not have known who these people are. They don't fit a common profile. Some are people like me. Some of them don't look like me at all. Some of them are people I despised on political grounds just a few years ago. I could name their names, but you may not even know about their transformations. I don't want to wreck your dinner by telling you
That
who they
bottle's
are.
not going to last. That's why I have this.
But there's in one case someone who I made fun of on television, and certainly in my private life in vulgar ways, who was really the embodiment of everything I found repulsive, who in the middle of COVID decided, no, I'm not going along with this. And once you say one true thing and stick with it, all kinds of other true things occur to you. The truth is contagious. Lying is, but the truth is as well. And the second you decide to tell the truth about something, you are filled with this, I don't want to get supernatural on you, but you are filled with this power from somewhere else. Try it. Tell the truth about something. You feel it every day. The more you tell the truth, the stronger you become. That's completely real. It's measurable in the way that you feel. And of course, the opposite is also true. The more you lie, the weaker and more terrified you become. We all know that feeling. You lie about something, and all of a sudden you're a prisoner of that lie. You are diminished by it. You are weak and afraid. Drug and alcohol use is the same way. It makes you weak and afraid. But you look around and you see these people, and some of them really have paid a heavy price for telling the truth. And they are cast out of their groups, whatever those groups are, but they do it anyway. And I look on at those people.
We are halfway through. We are actually almost exactly halfway through.
With the deepest possible admiration.
So far, this isn't as bad as I thought it would be, actually. This isn't as bad as I thought it would be. I will hydrate when we get to the end of this, okay?
I am paid to do that. I face no penalty. Someone comes up to me, you're so brave. Really? I'm a talk show host.
It's okay, Thoyson.
That's my job. That's what
I think so far, if this is indicative of what this entire speech is like, I think so far Vanity Fair's reporting that Rupert Murdoch got uncomfortable about this and fired him is not accurate. Okay? I think so far this story is not accurate because, frankly, 8 references to, like, religion over an 18, almost 19-minute period, not that much, okay? Not that much for a conservative. Let me clarify, okay? Yeah, this is mild so far. Unless there's more damning stuff, but in the second half, I'm gonna call bullshit on that Vanity Fair reporting. Also, chat, make sure you're showing the love. You got to support the show, otherwise I die. That's how this works. This is the arrangement, okay?
they pay me. It's not brave to tell the truth on a cable news show, and if you're not doing that, you're really an idiot. You're really craven. You're lying on television. Why would you do that? You're literally making a living to say what you think, and you can't even do that? Please. But how about if you're a senior vice president at Citibank? I'm serious. At Citibank. And you're making, $4 million a year. And you've got 3 kids in Bedford and 2 are in boarding school and 1 starting at Wesleyan next year. And you need this job, honestly. And your whole sector's—
Yeah, you need this job. Otherwise your kids might have to go to GASP public school. The horror. The horror. What if your kids went to a free school and instead of spending the equivalent of a year's salary for someone on sending your kid to school, you just didn't spend that? God. These people are so terrified of sending their kids to a normal school. They're wealthy enough where they could just send their kids to a normal school and then give them a free ride through college and they'd be totally fine. But instead they're no, we are the elitist of the elite. What would the Snodgrasses say if we didn't send our kid to Wesleyan? The Wesleyan pre-K program is the most prestigious in the entire world. If we don't send them, the Snodgrasses will think that we are impoverished. They'll think we're only the 3rd richest family in the neighborhood instead of the 2nd. I'm gonna become that, aren't I? Entrama, look, I have an escape valve for you, okay? If you ever feel you're becoming that, you can just make a massive dono to my channel, okay? That's how you will escape that fate. Also, Catalina Gearbox, it is not my birthday. People thought it was my birthday because I mentioned how old I was on Twitter. It's not actually my birthday. I was just responding to a tweet about how trans girls in their 30s are hot. And so I was telling people how old I am so that you get it.
It's kind of collapsing, and you know that.
Also, I lied to you, chat. It is my birthday, and if you don't dono, you're transphobic.
There is no incentive whatsoever for you to tell the truth about anything. You just go into little re-education meetings and you're like, yeah, diversity is our strength. That's exactly right. We need equity in the capital markets. Okay, all right. So if you're the one guy who refuses to say that, you are a hero, in my opinion. And I know some of them. In fact, my job is to interview them. And I sit back and I look at these people and I give them more credit than I do people who display physical courage, which is often impulsive, by the way. And I'm not denigrating physical courage, which I deeply admire, but you interview people who do amazing things, who rush into the proverbial burning building. And like every man is kind of trained from birth to fantasize about what he would do when the building catches fire and you hear a baby crying, and so you run inside.
DB Wolf, don't you squint at me, okay? I haven't made any money on this stream yet.
No one is trained to stand up in the middle of a DEI meeting at Citibank and say, this is nonsense. And the people who do that...
Aw. Thoisum, thank you for the $10 dono. And thank you for the prestigious honor of being... you have the prestigious honor. Sorry, the alcohol's hitting. You have the prestigious honor of being the first person to financially support stream today. Thank you so goddamn much, Thoisum. You are a hero and a heroine hero. A hero of nondescript gender. Thank you so goddamn much. I really, really appreciate it.
They have my deepest admiration. And so their example really gives me hope. It thrills me. I talk to them all day long, people like that. That's the first thing. We should, in the sad moment of profound and widespread destruction of the institutions that people who share our views built, by the way.
Heroin, hell yeah.
Agree substantially with every person in this room. They built those and now they're being destroyed. And oh, that's so depressing. But we can also see rising in the distance new things, new institutions led by new people who are every bit as brave as the people who came before us. Amen. Here's the second thing I'd like to say before I get to the conversation with Dr. Roberts.
Oh, he said amen.
It might be time to start to reassess the terms we use to describe what we're watching. So when I started Heritage, the presumption was, and this is a very Anglo-American assumption, that the debates we're having are kind of rational debates about the way to get to mutually agreed upon outcomes. Right? So like we all want the country to be more prosperous and free and people to be less oppressed or whatever. And so we're gonna argue about tax rates, and I think higher tax gets us there. I'm like Keynesian, and you disagree, or an Austrian, or whatever. But the objective is the same.
I'm just trying to push people towards the riverboat.gg site so that like I can keep making this show. Like let me put it this way. My repeated requests for donos is a reflection of my my nervousness about this jump over to the website. I think it's been relatively successful, but I'm still nervous about it. And I still got bills to pay. And I won't know if it's successful until like a month from now, you know? Anyway, that's why I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm projecting my nervousness out onto all of you, okay? I'm sorry.
And so we write our papers and they write their papers and may the best papers win. I don't think that's what we're watching now at all. I don't think we're watching a debate over how to get to the best outcome.
Aw, Spectral Pyre. Thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. Transphobia be gone spell. That's my favorite spell from Harry Potter. The Transphobia be gone spell. It's like Expecto Patronus, except with more jiggly bits. Hellscape Wanderer, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Don't forget to like the stream on YouTube so it's pushed more to other people. True Hellscape Wanderer. And that's how you can tell a true riverboater. They're looking out, not just financially, thank you, but also looking out for the algorithm. Hideous Lemon, thank you for the $5 dono. Happy to drink with my favorite streamer. Hey, cheers. Also, again, I cannot recommend this particular whiskey enough. If you guys are ever looking for a nice whiskey, Crooked Water, it's distilled locally in Minnesota, and it's Crooked Water Spirits of the North. And this particular one is called Old Hell Rising. And it is delightful. Highly recommend it. It has a really cool logo and bear on it, too. Anyway. Good thing it's not straight water. My body would reject that. Anyway. Yes, sub on YouTube and comment. Also watch the videos all the way through. Yeah. Yeah, just hit play on the videos and mute them, I guess. Also, yeah, by the way, chat, everyone, clap for Nindreen, okay? Because Nindreen has been editing a lot of the more recent videos. And we've been seeing a nice spike in engagement and subs and like some real good moves on the YouTube channel between streaming on YouTube and also posting videos there. So it's been really good. We're moving in a positive direction. And if we keep going at the rate we're going, and with your help, hitting the like buttons and like subscribing and such over on YouTube, again, youtube.com/riverboatjack, we'll be hitting like numbers where we actually get payouts from YouTube, which would be very exciting. Oh, mute the tab, don't mute the videos. Very good advice, Nindream. All right. Yes, we got some hyperclaps. Anyway.
I think that's completely wrong. And I've come to this conclusion, and I should say at the outset, I'm an Episcopalian, so don't take any theological advice from me, because I don't have any.
Okay, theological advice.
I grew up in the shallowest faith tradition that's ever been invented. It's not even a Christian religion at this point. I say with shame. But I'm just saying this as an observer of what's going on. There is no way to assess, say, the transgenderist movement.
Oh, God.
With that mindset. Policy papers don't account for it.
We can't get through one conservative video these days without them bringing up transgenders.
For it at all. If you have people who are saying, I have an idea, let's castrate the next generation. Let's sexually mutilate children. I'm sorry, that's not a political debate. What? It has nothing to do with politics. What's the outcome we're desiring here? An androgynous population? Is that really what we arguing for that? I don't think anyone could like defend that as a positive outcome. But the weight.
Entrama, I'll listen to you if you make a dono.
Government and a lot of corporate interests are behind that. Well, what is that? Well, it's irrational. If you say, well, I think abortion is always bad. Well, I think sometimes it's necessary. That's something I'm familiar with. But if you're telling me that abortion is a positive good, what are you saying? Well, you're arguing for child sacrifice, obviously. It's not about like, oh, a teen girl gets pregnant.
That's fucking like again, I just need you all to take a step back. I know that we're really used to saying that conservatives are fucking crazy, but comparing like the state forcing women to give birth to child sacrifice is real fucking weird. There's no ethical world in which you have to use your body. I mean, maybe you could think of an ethical framework for that, I suppose, but like, for the most part, I would argue most people's ethical systems like preclude things like being forced to be hooked up to another human being to save their life. If you do not want your body to be used in a certain way, it shouldn't be used in that way. Otherwise, we live under like some of the most totalitarian times of all time, you know? We're all too drunk to have this discussion. Not yet.
Pregnant, and what do we do about that? And
after they lose the trans panic, are they going to shit on the furries next? They always shit on the furries. But they already do that. But I think I gotta be honest with you guys. I think trans people are like the last acceptable minority for conservatives to shit on. I mean, David Bowie made good music. Even though I'm a cis guy, I wouldn't exactly be against people being increasingly more androgynous. True. David Bowie was a very fine man. A very sexy man. Okay, fine. Now drink some water, you fuck. I may or may not have stolen vegan eggs and guac from a Whole Foods on Sunday anyway, so I'm passing along the savings. Why did you steal vegan eggs? Why? Is the vegan egg market, like, also inflating along with normal eggs? Self-checkout, pilfering? Okay, I'll hydrate. Heh.
Victims of rape, I get it. Of course I understand that, and I have compassion for everyone involved. But when the Treasury Secretary stands up and says, you know what you can do to help the economy, get an abortion. Well, that's like an Aztec principle, actually.
Okay, did the Treasury Secretary actually say that, chat? Do you want to play a game? Let's play a game. It's called Did the Treasury Secretary Actually Say That? Yo, Thoysome! Oh my god, thank you for the 20 gifted tier 1 subs! Holy moly, thank you so goddamn much! What are you looking for on Steam, DB Wolf? And you said, please be careful with drinking, but besides that, OMG drunk stream hype. Don't worry, I will be careful with drinking. Also, look, maybe I don't look it, but I can actually hold my alcohol fairly well. Okay? None of the gifts were me. That's right, your time is running out. Sorry. So I can actually hold my liquor fairly well. Like, last time I was drinking, this whiskey, I think I had, like, maybe a third, two-thirds of this bottle. So I can do okay, you know? It's true. I will be careful drinking. Also, I will only drink water if you pay me. True! You know what? Maybe that's a good way of extorting money from you guys. I mean, getting donos. Sweet, refreshing water. Thank you so much, Entrama. Oh, DB Wolf. Oh, no. Oh, I like you a lot, DB Wolf. I'm glad you're back in chat. I missed you. There we go. Yes, I will only drink water when you guys don't know, okay? Good girl. When I'm a bit tipsy, other people have to be the good girls. Anyway, okay, sub. You can think what you like, Entrama. I called to make an appointment for the endocrinologist tomorrow. Good for you, Catalina Gearbox. Also, you tagged Riverboat Bot. You know, asking me if I would like my rotting crop implies that I need a riding crop. I wasn't doing a praise kink thing? Alright, anyway, moving on. This is why you guys like it when I get tipsy.
There's not a society in history that didn't practice human sacrifice. Not one, I checked. Even the Scandinavians, I'm ashamed to say. It wasn't just the Mesoamericans, it was everybody. So, like, that's what that is.
That's just not true, by the way. every society on Earth did not practice human sacrifice. That is just not true. Signed, someone who studied those time periods.
What's the point of child sacrifice? Well, there's no policy goal entwined with that. No, that's a theological phenomenon. And that's kind of the point I'm making.
Oh.
None of this makes sense in conventional political terms.
Theology.
When people or crowds of people, or the largest crowd of people at all, which is the federal government, the largest human organization in human history, decide that the goal is to destroy things, destruction for its own sake. Hey, let's tear it down. What you're watching is not a political movement, it's evil. So if you want to assess, and I'll put it in and I'll stop with this, I'll put it in non-political, or non-specific theological terms, and just say, if you want to know what's evil and what's good, what are the characteristics of those? And by the way, I think the Athenians would agree with this. This is not necessarily just a Christian notion. This is kind of a, I would say, widely agreed upon understanding of good and evil. What are its products? What do these two conditions produce? Well, I mean, good is characterized by order, calmness, tranquility, peace, whatever you want to call it, lack of conflict, cleanliness.
By the way, this is not true at all. like he's basically just pulling a lot of shit out of his ass right now. And the people in the Heritage Foundation dinner are just eating it up.
Cleanliness is next to godliness. It's true, it is. And evil is characterized by their opposites: violence, hate, disorder, division, disorganization, and filth. So if you are all in on the things that produce the latter basket of outcomes, what you're really advocating for is evil. That's just true. I'm not calling for a religious war, far from it. I'm merely calling...
What the fuck? You know, if you have to clarify your point by saying, now, I'm not calling for a religious war. Now, don't you mistake me. I'm not calling for another crusade, you silly billies. Did he really just say cleanliness is next to godliness as if it was a serious thing? Yeah. Yeah, he did.
Calling for an acknowledgement of what we're...
Man, I'm glad this guy is I'm glad this motherfucker is unemployed. Also, Thoism, again, thank you so goddamn much for the 20 tier 1 subs. Based as hell. Thank you so goddamn much.
Watching, which is not one, and I'm certainly not backing the Republican Party. I mean, look, I'm not making a partisan point at all. I'm just noting what's super obvious. Like, those of us who are in our mid-50s are caught in the past in the way that we think about this. One side's like, no, I've got this idea, and we've got this idea, and let's have a debate about our ideas. They don't want a debate. Those ideas won't produce outcomes that any rational person would want under any circumstances. Those are manifestations of some larger force acting upon us. It's just so obvious. It's completely obvious.
Larger force acting upon us sounds religious.
And I think two things. One, we should say that and stop engaging in these totally fraudulent debates where we are using the terms that we used in 1991 when I started Heritage as if maybe, I could just win the debate if I marshaled more facts. I've tried that, doesn't work. And two, maybe we should all take just like 10 minutes a day to say a prayer about it. I'm serious.
God.
Like, why not? And I'm saying that to you, not as some kind of evangelist. I'm literally saying that to you as an Episcopalian. The Samaritans of our time. I'm coming to you.
Wait, what are you talking about? Episcopalians do evangelism. What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck are you talking about? You ignorant motherfucker. Didn't he sign with Kick? What? Diamond Dynamo, thank you very much for subscribing. It's true, everyone go use riverboat.gg. What the fuck are you still doing over on YouTube all by your lonesome? Or over on Twitch, over keeping the lights on. Though I will say, if you are on Twitch, if you guys... Here's another way you guys can help me if you are over on riverboat.gg. If you wanted to open Twitch in another tab and have the stream going and just like mute that tab, that would probably also help me a lot on Twitch via analytics. So if you guys wanted to do that, that's another way you could help out. I watch you in Twitch but use the GG chat. Hell yeah. Hell yeah! Now, KBS, if you want me to hydrate, we got a dono, okay? We need donos to hydrate. Twitch is accessible. It is a Hassan app. Yeah, it is a Hassan app, isn't it? Helping out and trying to prevent your hangover. Well, KBS, the good news is, even if I'm not hydrating right now, I hydrate after stream to make sure that I am not hungover. Yo, Fiddlin' Nero, thank you for making the leap over to riverboat.gg. I appreciate it. Hell yeah. I have you casted to my TV via YouTube tonight. Oh my god. Diamond Dynamo, thank you. And chat from my phone. You got... Man, Diamond Dynamo living in, like, the year 3200 over here. Also, the association of Samaritans with good deeds is a misappropriation of a single biblical verse. The Samaritans were actually not really good or bad in the Bible. Yeah, weren't the Samaritans just kind of like doing their own thing? Ah, Fiddlin' Nero, it's okay. It's okay. I knew it was going to be a process to get you folks over here, but in the long run, it's worth it. Pew, 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 pew. Finger guns, because we're all homies. All right, here we go.
From the most humble and lowly theological position you can. I'm literally an Episcopalian, okay? And even I have concluded it might be worth taking just 10 minutes out of your busy schedule to say a prayer for the future. And I hope
Entrama, I gotta say, I have had a lot of alcohol in a very short amount of time. I am thoroughly spiffed right now. Somehow, given how much I drink on a night out, I've never been hungover. FYI, it takes a lot to get me drunk, but most nights I have to get fucking hammered. True. Very relatable. I also have to get hammered most nights. But, Jack is definitely tipsy as fuck. I am definitely tipsy as fuck. My fingers feel tingly. Take another drink, by the way? Okay. I'll finish my drink. But I would recommend someone doing a dono so that I drink some water. Gay Aaron, 13. Thank you for the $20 dono. This is for the hydration fund. Perfect timing, my friend. You are a shining beacon of everything a chatter should be. But you know, we are 27 minutes into this. We only have 11, like, religious references, really. I don't think that Rupert Murdoch, even if he's, like, has his jimmies rustled by religious talk, I don't think he would have fired Tucker Carlson for this. At least not yet, you know? Gay Aaron, you did time this perfectly. You're a very good chatter. Yeah, Diamond Dynamo. Usually I can't tell if I'm drunk or not. But I can tell right now. I'm talking very loudly.
you will.
Job.
Thank you.
Wait, is he done? What is this? Wait, what is this? What? Wait, what is happening? What?
Oh man, the chance to interview Tucker Carlson. Do I have some questions? But,
There's a
because you made
Q&A
your first point
section?
7 times, we only have a few minutes.
Well, that's kind of a signature move for me.
Yeah, must be the elitist in you.
Well, there's a lot of that still.
We've got time for 2 questions.
Great.
But all seriousness, Tucker, thank you.
Last man to interview Tucker Carlson right here. He's never been seen again.
What a great message.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yep.
It was heartfelt.
Things go south at Fox News, there's always a job for you at Heritage.
Well, you've saved me.
Oh my fuck! Oh my fuck! This man sees the future! sees the fucking future. Oh, fuck, man. Call this man Cassandra because, man, he spoke the future and no one listened.
Before. So,
We do that for a lot of people very happily. We're not called America's Outpost for nothing. Yeah, think about that. First question, all kidding and sarcasm aside.
When was this? Objectively a cat. This was Tucker Carlson's last public appearance on Friday night. So this is the last time he was seen before he was fired from Fox News.
What do you think over the last 10 or 20 years, whatever timeline you think is appropriate, has changed the most? That is, and I mean that socially and culturally, I don't mean that politically, although you can go there if you want, that has affected
It's okay, Hideous Lemon. I'll pull it together.
everyday Americans' lives.
the lack of information. Oh, this is so name droppy, but I can't resist because
It's the elitist in you.
No, I know it must be. No, I was actually interviewed Elon Musk this week, and
There you go.
I know. I was talking to Elon Musk. Elon and I smoking a cigar on his G4, and he turns to me and says, "You know, Tuck," he calls me Tuck. No, no, I interviewed him for work, obviously, and he had such a wonderful line, and he said, "The most likely outcome is the most ironic outcome." And I thought, boy, that's actually I would argue that's a Christian precept, actually. You know, it's kind of the Beatitudes, the first shall be last. And the opposite of what you think is gonna happen happens. And so often, and
Elon is making the most ironic outcome happen. Elon's not doing shit, okay? Saying that Elon Musk is making things happen gives Elon Musk way too much credit, okay?
so the internet, the core promise of the internet was as much information as we've ever had at your fingertips, and the result has been a centralization of information. It's deliberate, needless to say, but unnoticed by most people, that results in more controlled information than we could even have imagined 20 years ago. So a lot of
Fuck. Snuggle Kitten. Covering that story last night made me feel so uncomfortable. And it still makes me uncomfortable to talk about it today. For those of you who don't know, not Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk has been impersonating his 2-year-old son on Twitter to make weirdly sexual comments on, like, the pictures of, like, underage girls. It's really fucking weird, it's really uncomfortable, and I can't believe this is not front page news. Oh, yeah. Okay. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about here, give me 1 second to pull it up, okay? Give me a second, I'll pull it up. Yeah, here we go. So, I don't know if the serfs broke this story specifically, but Elon Musk has allegedly revealed a secret alt account where he pretends to be a child version of himself, posting a lot of bizarre sexual content. Yeah, so basically Elon Musk posted a tweet the other day where it shows his account where he was trying to talk about how much money he makes off of, like, Twitter Blue. Okay? You can go to his account. I believe the tweet is still up for a higher res screenshot. But on the screenshot he posted, okay, he shows that his account on his phone controls another account. Okay? So when you have another profile picture right here, what that indicates is that you control another account. And if you go to his screenshot, the tweet he posted, and look at the higher resolution image of that, you will see that it is actually this image. And the account that he controls is called Elon Test. at Erman Musk, which is a picture of his 2-year-old son. And he goes around posting weird fucking comments on underage girls' pictures and other accounts. So, like, on this one, this very sussy person is saying, bro had a net worth of $16 billion and risked it all for this. The grippy must have been unfathomable. And Elon Test says, I love librarians. In another post, Satoshi had the right idea. Do you like Japanese girls? Another post. I feel like it feels like we're in a nightclub and the lights just turned on. What nightclub were you at? I wish I was old enough to go to nightclubs. They sound so fun. And unfortunately, there are also other posts where Elon responds to himself. Is this a real peon video? Tee-hee. I will finally turn 3 on May 4th. And wouldn't you know it, Elon Musk's child turns 3 on May 4th. He literally has an alt account to like send sussy shit about other children. It's fucking weird and disgusting and makes me feel so goddamn uncomfortable. Yeah, like, that's kind of where the story is right now, Spectral Pyre. There's no real conclusion to this. It's just real fucking weird. And it would be real fucking weird even without the sexual content that this account is posting. But, like, man, I don't know what to say about that one. I don't know what to say about this one. Musk family is weird as fuck. They're creepy shit. Oh, 110%. 110% creepy shit. Excuse me, sir. I need to rent a U-Haul and buy some fertilizer for my numerous crops. For context, that girl is Sam Bankman-Fried's girlfriend. I don't think she's underage, but still weird. Are we sure that she is not underage? But even if she's not, this is still a very fucking weird thing to post. When you are posing as a 3-year-old, when you're posing as a fucking 2-year-old on the internet. That's a fucking weird thing to post. Do I want to know what grippy means? Bockel, grippy refers to the strength of the vagina grip. She's 28 years old? Man, I feel bad for her. But, like, even if you eliminate all the weird sexual comments that he makes, he's impersonating a 2-year-old. Are we getting back to vagina vacuum? Please no. She does not look 28. I mean, like, there are some people who don't look their age, you know? Wait, a 2-year-old can type? No, that's Elon Musk. Elon Musk is impersonating a 2-year-old. So that he can say weird fucking shit to people. Hey, Zoop. He always kind of cosplays an 11-year-old. Well, that's the weird thing, right? Like, I commented on one of his costumes that is very clearly like a leather costume, like a leather armor costume set from like a website. I think it's called like Veritas or something like that. Verilis. It costs like maybe like $500. I don't know. Elon Musk, if he wanted to do an actual costume, could like, I don't know, pay like 10 grand for like a really good leather costume. I don't know. It's weird. You know? Elon Musk could build like a real world version of the Iron Man suit. And instead he chooses to like dress as like a fucking vagabond. Oh, no, GD Reaper. I covered it yesterday. People just didn't know what I was talking about. Anyway.
A lot of information just is not available. I mean, because it's digital and it's controlled by a small number of companies, the polling suggests that a lot of Americans, I don't mean like hundreds, I mean hundreds of millions of Americans.
Hideous Lemon, please don't call vaginas penis vacuums in my chat. Please, no. I know this comment is weird, but there was literally a guy who said on Twitter that vaginas sucked up penises like air. That's true. We covered that yesterday.
Have no idea what's going on. They don't know the facts about certain things. And it's not just because they're dumb or they're distracted on their iPhones. The whole point of the iPhone was to inform you, and the net effect has been to make people completely ignorant of the core, of the actual facts, like the non-disputed facts about a lot of different things. And you saw
Oh, fuck, man. Bread into toast. The Hog Hoover? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck, man. I'm cackling, bro.
this certainly during COVID. So that challenges the idea of democracy, which rests on the notion of an informed voting public, of a citizenry. And we don't have that. And that really, I never would have.
Bro, you're literally the most watched political commentator in the entire country, and you're complaining about how we don't have an informed citizenry? That's kind of on you, guy.
Expected that at all. And last thing I'll say is don't throw away your hard copy books, because they are the repository, the enduring repository that cannot be, and I'm dead serious, and I don't mean to, I'm not going to tell you to buy golden ammo, though obviously you should think about it.
Why you pausing? Why you doing this to me?
But definitely don't throw away your books, because they can't be disappeared, because they exist physically. And I would say a corollary to that is don't throw away your relationships with other people, because they can't be disappeared either. The material, the physical thing.
Fucking Donger Tyson. Oh, fuck, man.
Things that you can smell, those are the things that you can trust. Your spouse, your dogs, your children, especially your dogs, but your actual friendships, your college roommates, people in person. As the world becomes more digitized and people live in this kind of, this realm that's disconnected from physical.
True Nindrian W, former most watched political commentator. Fuck you, asshole, you gone.
Physical reality, I think the only way to stay.
Very Knifey Duck, you win. You win the naming awards, okay? The Dick Devil is obviously the one that we are gonna go with to brand our vacuum-sucking dick machine.
Is to cling more tightly to the things that you can smell. And I've really gotten to the point where if I can't smell it, I'm not dealing with it. And I mean that.
I've gotten to the point where if I can't smell it, I'm not dealing with it. Man, his wife and that stanky dick are just stuck together. Oh God, his wife begging him every night, please Tucker, wash your dick, for the love of God. And he just looks at her and says, no, I can't smell it yet. This is so fucking gross.
And that includes books. Anyway, that's what's changed.
Books, relationships, and ammo. Tucker Carlson's Guide to the Universe.
Yes.
That is awesome. Well, we've got 46 seconds.
Okay.
And it's tight because we have two real treats, even after you.
Yeah, that's going to be J.K. Rowling's next book, Tucker Carlson and the Krusty Pecker. Oh, fuck, man.
Much, and my apologies.
No, don't apologize. All great. I knew you were going to talk more than you said you would.
Every time, ask my wife.
And now we're down to 28 seconds. So when everyone
Jesus.
wakes up tomorrow.
What the fuck? Wait, I need to listen to that again.
For you.
I talk too much, and my apologies.
No, don't apologize. All great. I knew you were going to talk more than you said you would.
Every time, ask my wife.
And now we're down to 28 seconds. So when everyone wakes up tomorrow, whether they're staying here or they're able to go home, what should be top of mind for them to do in their local community?
Oh, well, the very first thing you should do every single day is tell all the people you love that you love them for 2 reasons. Because you do, and affirming things out loud makes them real. Words are the most important and most powerful thing that we have. And of course, I have an interest in saying that. If I sold Chryslers, I'd be like, cars are the most important thing. But words are, in the beginning was the word, and so articulate it.
Tucker Carlson and the Curse of the Deathly Swamp Ass.
And that is also simultaneously an acknowledgement of a truth that we don't face, which is we don't know what's going to happen today. And we could die. That's the one thing that unites every person, is the certainty of death. And reminding yourself of that every single day will bring you, paradoxically, joy. I love you. That's the most important thing.
What a wonderful response. In a lot of ways, that's a fitting way, not for just you and me to conclude our brief conversation.
Sorry.
You're never going to live that one.
Yeah, well.
But in a lot of ways, also a good way for us to conclude this gathering before some additional entertainment. And so I will ask all of you to join me in thanking Tucker Carlson for being here tonight and for what you do.
Thank you.
God bless you. Thank you. You bet.
Thank you.
Hey, Chris Huggy.
But we're not
Oh,
done
I'm
yet. Thanks
sorry,
again,
Chris
Tucker.
Huggy.
So in a few moments, just a few moments, my friend and colleague Genevieve Wood will be here and tell you a little bit more about what we're going to do, but I wanted to leave you with one thought. Of course, I've told you it's sort of 2 thoughts. I'll be abusive like Tucker was. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for those of you who've been here for the last few days, but I'll cut to the chase in the interest of time because we have so much in store for you for the next little while. And that is every single time that Americans' backs have been at the wall. 1763, French and Indian War. 1776, you know that one. 1781, the first few hours of the Battle of Yorktown, if you know, weren't really a given. The War of 1812, I mean, right where we're sitting, basically, the British were here and the future of this young country was undetermined. Civil War, obviously, both world wars, the wars of more recent times, plus the political cataclysms that happen in a republic. Every single time, no exceptions. People thought it could never be worse. People despaired. People were despondent because of human nature. And yet there's something about the American spirit, represented best by that flag, that ought to tonight and every night, instill in us a hopefulness about the future. Not just a perseverance, not just the great cardinal virtue of fortitude, which is kind of quintessentially American, but a hopefulness that as we fight, as we charge hills, as we bear the burdens we have, that we always know for the United States of America, bestowed with so many virtues as a society by our Creator, there's always more.
Hell
Thank
yeah,
you for
Nindrine.
celebrating
Thank
50
you.
years with the Heritage Foundation, and don't you ever doubt that when the chips are down, we're going to be there charging the hill with you. God bless you.
Also, just to include at the tail end of this, fuck the Heritage Foundation, fuck this conservative think tank, fuck these conservative ghouls who have literally done everything within their power to make your individual lives, if you are watching this, a living hell. They have done everything that they can to make sure that healthcare plans are more expensive for you. They have done everything in their power to make sure that any type of like subsidized public program is made inaccessible to you. Okay? Fuck them. And fuck the people who accept their money. Anyway. Having now watched that entire thing, I think there is a 0% chance that Rupert Murdoch fired Tucker Carlson over any of that, okay? Rupert Murdoch might be, like, uncomfortable about religious stuff, but, like, I don't think any of that was actually why he got fired. I don't believe that. Unless there comes out, unless a smoking gun comes out in the reporting on this, I don't believe that Tucker Carlson got fired because of that speech that he gave or the subsequent Q&A. I don't believe that. We've gone over what I believe it is. And frankly, I believe it's either like a depraved sex thing that we don't know about yet, or it's something else. And that's something else I talked about a little bit earlier, but I'm gonna circle back around to it. The lawsuit being filed against Tucker Carlson by Abby Grossberg, who I referred to as Abby Grossman yesterday, erroneously, I apologize. Abby Grossberg has audio recordings of Tucker Carlson talking about how arranged marriages between adults and children are not the same thing exactly as pulling a child from a bus stop and sexually assaulting that child. The rapist in this case has made a lifelong commitment to live and take care of the person, so it's a little different. He also called sex workers slutty and pathetic, also said that women are extremely primitive, they're basic, they're not that hard to understand, and then also talked about 14-year-olds experimenting sexually at his daughter's boarding school. And he responded by saying, if it weren't my daughter, I would love that scenario. So I think that it is more likely the Abby Grossberg scenario, where she has actual recordings of him saying this shit, than it is anything he said in his speech. Okay? Yeah, I like, this is far more likely. Like, having the audio of him saying this shit, far more likely the reason he got fired. But also, yeah, like, exactly, Bracht. That was normal right-wing gibberish. We've watched enough of it on this channel to, like, know that, like, that's generally what Tucker Carlson was talking about was within the bounds of what, like, conservative mouthpieces would say. You know? Countdown until Tucker gets his computers confiscated? I don't know. He's wealthy enough to maybe avoid that fate. Oh, Lady Leopard. So words matter, but what are pronouns? Yeah, exactly. Words matter, but Tucker Carlson mysteriously forgets what pronouns are as soon as he gets asked, you know? Tucker is just the second coming of Rush Limbaugh? I mean, maybe? Maybe? Heard rumor that Tucker made passes at Grace or Chloe Murdoch, two of Rupert's daughters, and they're both around 20. Yo, if he did that, that takes a level of cojones that I cannot imagine. Like, if you are Tucker Carlson in your, like, 40, like, is he in his 50s, actually? Is Tucker Carlson in his 50s? How old is Tucker Carlson? Yeah, he's 53 years old. If he's making passes at 20-year-old daughters of Rupert Murdoch, he's kind of fucked, man. Yeah, like, the sure way of getting fired. Also, chat, just as an FYI, we are like if someone gifts subs or makes a dono on riverboat.gg, we can take a break to do a fun little dance break. We can embark on the Meg Lev enjoyment ride, okay? What is it called? The Excitement Maglev. Let's go. Oh, God. Love is in Space. Yes. The website. Indeed, the website. Like, there are just so many rumors swirling around what led to Tucker Carlson's firing that I don't know exactly what to believe, but all I'm gonna say is that, generally speaking, my money is either on the Grossberg suit having audio of him saying something that we are unaware of so far, or there's some heinous sex shit that we don't know about yet, or there is some kind of evidence directly linking him and making Fox culpable for the $2.7 billion Smartmatic suit that is currently working its way down the legal pipeline. It's one of those three things. But I don't think it is what Vanity Fair reported on, you know? Paladin Lost, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. You magnificent son of a bitch. Thank you so goddamn much. And you're not a son of a bitch. You're the son of a wonderful lady. Very based Paladin. The Excitement Maglev will disembark from Paladin Station with embark points at Crimson Raiment Station and Cumberbund Central. And you know what? It's true. We are embarking on the Excitement Maglev, and there's nothing any of you can do to stop it. Dorothy Mantooth was a saint. Lady Leopard, welcome to Riverboat.gg. Chat, you got 4 minutes left. High five and a million stars. Two minutes, 30 seconds left. Let's go. 5 subs or 5 $5 donos. Equivalent. Let's go. Also, if I get to level 1, I will take some hydration in the form of water. Yo, Love is in Space. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. That brings us to level 2 of the Excitement Maglev. Find a way. Hey, we got Diamond Dynamo Water Fund contribution. Let's go. God, what a goddamn Chad of a song. What a Chad of a song, I say. A Chad of a song. Diamond Dynamo, thank you very much for the $5 dono for this delicious water. I just saw how fast that fucking Necrophil. Thank you for the $20 dono. You goddamn wonderful, wonderful, wonderful human. Also, I need to fix how fast Dankies works. It goes so fast. Oh my god. I've never seen a Danky that fast. I was not prepared. Oh, fuck. Oh god. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, it's been fixed. I love you all so much. Fuck. A lot of apples, happy birthday! Thank you so goddamn much. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Alright. Alright. Restarted the count. Let's go, baby. Also, if Lotta Apples wants me to drink water, I'll drink some water. Well, a lot of apples, you get to decide whether or not I have more alcohol or whether or not I drink water. Drink both? I can do that. I have the hiccups. Alcohol is just healthy water. Alcohol is a solution. Koopa Shell, you know! You get it. You get it. Chat, we have a minute 30 left. We have a minute 30 left. If you like my nice big gulps, you better make some donos for the excitement, Maglav. Seconds left. 10, sorry, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Back to content we go. For the content mines. Sweet Myths Music, thank you for the $5 dono. Not quite enough to get us over the line, but thank you so goddamn much. Chat yearns for the content mines, true. That was so much fun. I really love when you guys pop the excitement maglev. It's one of the funnest things that we do on stream. Bakul, welcome over to riverboat.gg. Thank you for coming on over. So, this is the power of Ultra Instinct. I never would have thought. Does this mean my training? How will I ever surpass him? Ugh. The power of Ultra Instinct. A lot of apples. Thank you for gifting Bakul a tier 1 sub. No white names. Indeed, we are too sophisticated to allow the white name scourge to flourish here. It's true. Happy New Year, Bakul, indeed. Happy New Year to us all. Hideous Lemon, call back to Tucker. Sex workers aren't inherently slutty, for fuck's sake. Not saying there's anything wrong with being slutty, just addressing his connotation. People who go into sex work, not including porn, overwhelmingly do it out of necessity. I mean, most people that I know, to be honest, including myself, are some level of slutty, but none of us are sex workers. You need to stop being so demonized. As someone who has done sex work, I agree with you. Girl, I went to work and came back home and you still on here? You sleeping? I've only been streaming for 2 hours. Pick up. Are you okay? Are you being abused by your workplace? If so, call People and Sons today. Call 1-800-People and Sons today. We'll get you the justice you deserve. Oh, God. Honestly, I regret nothing about getting drunk early in stream, okay? I regret nothing. And you all can't do anything about it. You cannot make me regret. Nah, I thought I saw you streaming on YouTube hours ago. Nah. If anything, that was like a glitch of like, YouTube sometimes is like, hey, this person is streaming even though I haven't been online for like 5 hours. Okay, I really need to pee, guys. So I will BRB. Okay? I'll be right back, and then we will cover more news stories because we haven't even gotten to Biden inauguration yet. Not inauguration. Biden announcement about future inauguration. Here we go. And by that, I mean BRB. Hello! Sorry! It looks like the music stopped. And I feel real bad. You guys have just been sitting here in silence. Holy shit. I'm sorry. No, I'm okay. The alcohol did not get to me too much. Ooh, you've been sharing drink recipes. And drinking heavily, yeah. Yo, Turbo Kid is underappreciated. Hello, Hapsley, I am back. Hello. Hello, my lovely, lovely viewers. Hello. Hello, Forlorn. Hi, how are you doing? You sleepy? Get unsleepy, you son of a bitch. We're going hard. Goddamn. Let's go. Eating chicken nuggies. Wait, are they chicken nuggies or just like undeterminate nuggies? I don't know which is better. You scared the crap out of me when you came back fully relaxed. I'm sorry. Good night, Ashley. Sorry about the dead air. Oh, I'm sorry, Forlorn. Should I have just stayed silent? I'm currently drinking vanilla vodka, coconut rum, and Pepsi Max from a pint glass. I still don't understand how that is a good combination. The Pepsi Max seems to be the thing in the equation that I don't get. Okay. So, folks, I have an unfortunate announcement to make. Okay? I have an unfortunate announcement to make. I will check that movie out, Diamond Dynamo. But I have an unfortunate announcement to make. Joe Biden has announced that he is running for president. And god damn it, I was really hoping he wasn't going to do that. I was really hoping he wasn't going to announce. Because if Joe Biden didn't announce that he was running for president, like Bernie Sanders could have run. Or any number of other progressive candidates could have run. And instead, Joe Biden has to run for president. And I know that we all knew he was going to run, but it's still disappointing because I was hoping he wasn't. So anyway, let's take a look at his video announcement that released today.
Freedom. Personal freedom is fundamental to who we are as
Jesus
Americans.
Christ.
There's nothing more important, nothing more sacred.
That's been the work of my first term, to fight for our democracy,
This shouldn't be a red or blue issue.
to protect our rights, to make sure that everyone in this country is treated equally and that everyone is given a fair shot at making it. But you know, around the country, MAGA extremists are lining up to take on those bedrock freedoms, cutting Social Security that you paid for your entire life while cutting taxes for the very wealthy, dictating what health care decisions women can make, banning books, and telling people who they can love, all while making it more difficult for you to be able to vote. When I ran for president 4 years ago, I said we're in a battle for the soul of America, and we still are. The question we're facing is whether in the years ahead we have more freedom or less freedom, more rights or fewer. I know what I want the answer to be, and I think you do too. This is not a time to be complacent. That's why I'm running for re-election.
God damn it. I feel like... I gotta be honest with you guys. I feel like Joe Biden is the complacent choice. But we don't have any primary opponents that are really viable in this election. We've got Marianne Williamson. Marianne Williamson is all kinds of based, okay? Like, she's a good egg. But I cannot recommend actually voting for her. I don't think she would win in the general. Frankly. But, like, I don't know that I can pretend that Joe Biden has done a lot. For me, personally. Why do you keep looking at us? Because I'm staring into your fucking souls!
Because I know America. I know we're good and decent people. I know we're still a country that believes in honesty and respect and treating each other with dignity. That we're a nation where we give hate no safe harbor. We believe that everyone is equal, that everyone should be given a fair shot to succeed in this country.
Thank you for choosing us.
Honestly, it's incredibly baffling that he is sticking with Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is one of the least popular, like, politicians of our times. Like, Joe Biden has some of the lowest, like, approval ratings as a president, but, like, Kamala Harris is even lower, which is ridiculous considering the fact that she's, like, one of the least popular politicians of all time.
Every generation of Americans has faced a moment when they have to.
And yeah, Bakul, I'm also fine with Biden, considering the alternative is, like, a fascist, like, authoritarian leader. You know, like, given the choice between a milquetoast neolib and a fascist authoritarian, I'll take the milquetoast neolib every time, but I can't pretend that I'm gonna be happy about it, you know? My main tells when it comes to being drunk are tipsy, or my face, feeling kind of tickling, or hearing my being slightly impaired. Both are currently going on. Yeah, my face was kind of tingly a little bit ago, but I'm doing a little better now.
To defend democracy. Stand up for our personal freedom. Stand up for the right to vote and our civil rights. And this is our moment.
We, the people, will not decide.
So if you're with me, go to joebiden.com and sign up. Let's finish this job. I know we can. Because this is the United States of America. There's no
God, he's so fucking old. He's so fucking old, and he sounds old in this. Like, this is good editing. This is good. Like, this is a good ad. All I'm gonna say is that, like, listen to him talk here.
Let's finish this job. I know we can.
Let's finish this job. I know we can. Like, that's not inspiring tone or rhetoric. Finish what job? What have you been doing?
Because this is the United States of America. There's nothing, simply nothing we cannot do if we do it together.
God, I fucking hate that I'm gonna have to, like, consolidate behind this clown. Like, he's like the worst choice. He is the worst choice for President of the United States, but unfortunately, he's the fucking guy we got. And we don't have a whole lot of options here. Man, for fuck's sake.
Chief, please. Building trades, and thank you, President and my friend Sean McGarvey. You've been a friend of mine.
Here's his announcement. But he's electable. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of important when you're talking about, like, a race between, like, a neolib and a fascist, but, like, god damn it. I'm not gonna be happy voting for this fucking guy.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I think I'll stop right there. Take a seat if you have one. Hello, building trades, and thank you, President and my friend Sean McGarvey. You've been a friend of mine for a long time, as many of you have. I wouldn't be standing here. I wouldn't have been elected to the United States Senate in the state that was a right-to-work state initially, were it not for American union labor. You know, I learned a long time ago, there's labor and there's unions. Unions. And I want to congratulate my former Secretary of Labor, Marty Walsh. You guys know Marty. I tell you what, if you have to be in a foxhole, you want Marty next to you. You want Marty with you.
Yeah, wouldn't be, like, that's kind of the unfortunate vice that we've been stuck in, you know? Like, we have to choose between neoliberalism and fascism, and, like, yeah, neoliberalism is the choice to make in that situation, but, like, it's not good. Like, Joe Biden is fine, but, like, Joe Biden hasn't meaningfully done anything to improve my quality of life outside of not being a fascist, and that is a very, very, very low bar. You know, like, I don't know. If he passed, like, rights for trans people, maybe I could change my tune. If he had kept, like, COVID payments going, maybe that'd be a different thing. Like, but nothing in my life has been made better by Joe Biden. The only thing that Joe Biden has done to improve my life is by not being a fascist, which is not great.
He's a man of his word. And the problem is he knows more than you do. More
Yeah, college debt stuff would have been really fucking amazing.
than I do. But, you know, Lifetime Achievement Award. But you got a whole other lifetime to work out here, Marty. And you may be carrying a hockey stick these days, but I'm still coming.
Wait, I'm telling the truth, Genetic Bomb. He hasn't done anything for me. My personal life has not been improved by Joe Biden outside of seeing some tweets about him supporting trans people without any actual, like, actionable legislation behind it, you know?
Coming for you, man. Thank you all for your continued support of Julie Su. She worked hand in hand with Marty, and she's going to be a great Secretary of Labor.
I mean, I'll fucking vote for him again, but I'm like not gonna pretend to be happy about it.
So good to see you guys. This feels like coming home, you know? Well, you know, I'm here because there's no better place to talk about the progress we made together.
Sorry
Couldn't
for
have
the
made
loud
without
noise.
you, and that's not hyperbole, that's a fact. Our economic plan is working. We now have to finish the job, but there's more to do. And you're leading the way. Shovels in the ground, cranes in the air, factories opening, all those jobs, meaning created the IBW jobs, iron
All
workers,
those
Boilermakers,
jobs.
Teamsters, laborers, bricklayers, masons, plumbers, and pipe.
Yep, it could be worse. We could be ruled by a fascist. This is true. But man, if the bar is like Joe Biden is not a fascist, like that's a fucking low bar, and it's not one that I'm necessarily going to create a lot of like personal endorsements for, you know? Is Dark Souls a trans person's game? Yes.
Pipe fitters, painters, plasterers, roofers, operating engineers, steel and metal workers. My economic plan, as McGarvey said, is blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America, and that's what we're doing, rebuilding America. I make no apologies. I make no apologies for being labeled the most pro-union president in American history. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it. I really am. I really am. Folks, I really mean it. Folks, look, I tell business leaders all the time, I mean it sincerely, including the Business Roundtable, those folks. Union workers are their saviors. They're the best, not a joke. They're the best workers in the world, not a joke.
Best workers in the world, folks.
Invest in the United States.
Best workers.
Ask him why, the CEO. He said, because you got the best workers in the world. You're the best workers in the world. That's not hyperbole.
No, it
You know,
is.
It can take you 4 years to train to be as an apprentice. I wish we talked more about that because people don't understand that. They don't understand in order to become a full-blown member, you got to go through an apprentice process. It's like going back to college. You're spending
Why
years
can't we
doing
have
it.
Bernie?
You get
Because
the
he
best
pledged
job
to
done on
support Joe
time,
Biden.
long term, and it costs less in the process. And I've said many times, Wall Street didn't build America. The middle class built America,
Whoa,
and
buddy.
unions built the middle class. They did. That's the God's truth. And folks, and the good news is, even some of our corporate friends are figuring this out. That you built the middle class, and folks, we've created more than 12 million new jobs, more jobs in 2 years than any president created in a 4-year term.
More
Because of
jobs.
you. Because of you.
But are they
Unemployment
livable
rate is
jobs, Joe?
3.5%, near a 50-year low. An all-time record for construction jobs. Nearly 800,000 manufacturing jobs, the fastest growth in 40
Are they
years.
livable jobs?
Because we're buying American. Where is it written that America can't lead the world again in manufacturing? I ran for president to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class, grow the economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. Because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up and the wealthy still do very well. You don't have to worry about them. We all do well. But that's a clear contrast to the other side.
What?
They believe the best way to grow the economy is from the top down, and then to watch the benefits trickle down to the rest of us. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Like many of you, not much trickled down on my dad's kitchen table. For decades, trickle-down economics hollowed out the middle class. Hollowed it out. We rewarded work, wealth, not work. Companies move jobs overseas. How many of you come from towns that you grew up in?
Why are the companies moving jobs overseas, Joe?
Now it's gone. Why? Because they went overseas for cheaper labor.
Yep.
Not just in one administration, but a series of administrations preceding this. And as those jobs.
So how are you going to make the labor cheaper, Joe, to make it to like bring the jobs back? How are you going to do that?
Are lost. Something else was lost as well that matters a lot to folks where I come from. A sense of pride, the notion of who you are, a sense of self-worth. earning our way. As my dad used to say, I'd give him my word, and what he'd say, he said, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your self-worth. It's about your sense of who you are. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. It's about your dignity. I think a lot of folks have forgotten that. Folks, trickle-down economics doesn't work. We have a very different plan for the economy. We, you and I, together, we're turning things around, and we're doing it in a big way.
So, Snuggle Kitten asks, hasn't outsourcing stopped since automation began to take off? And the answer is actually no, not particularly. And that's because automation is expensive. Like, it has a higher upfront cost than just hiring workers. Which means, like, if you're a wealthy corporation, sure, you can afford it. But, like, if you're not that wealthy company, you can't afford it, actually. Ariana Jasmine, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We are currently doing a bit of a tipsy stream and playing Dark Souls 2. We covered a Vanity Fair piece earlier tonight about how Rupert Murdoch may have fired Tucker Carlson because he mentioned religion too much in his speech to the Heritage Foundation on Friday. So I took a shot every single time Tucker Carlson mentioned religion in that speech, and I'm right and well spiffed. So welcome. I am very drunk right now. But I appreciate all of you being here quite a bit, and I hope that you enjoy my stream. I hope you all had a good time on Ariana Jasmine's stream. Very based content creator. Big fan. Let's watch it again and redo it. I would die of alcohol poisoning, but you know what? I appreciate that you got spirit. Okay, I like that you got spirit. You got a lot of things going on in your brain and psyche. You know. You got spunk, kid. All kinds of spunk, but not the sexy kind. More shots? Look, you guys gotta make some donos, okay? If you guys want me to do more shots, you gotta come over to riverboat.gg and make some donos. I will take a shot for every 5 subs you donate on riverboat.gg, okay? So, get on it, I guess. You got spunk, kid. Also, the Trumu, thank you very much for the follow. Sniffin' J, thank you for the follow as well. And also, if you're watching over on riverboat.gg or over on YouTube, you better be hitting that subscribe button and that like button, because god damn it, you need to help these algorithms, okay? Fuck's sake. As one of my professors once said, alcohol poisoning isn't the worst way to go. You're pretty numb through most of it, and that's true. I can't feel my fucking face. As of about 30 minutes ago, I can feel my face right now just fine. But I haven't filled it up with vodka yet, or the strawberry lemonade that I have to mix with it. So I need to pee really quick. I'll be right back. Thank you, folks. I love you. I'll be right back. And tell the other chatters here about Ariana Jasmine's stream and why it's based and cool, and you should all go watch it. BRB. All right, I am back, nerds.
One of the first things I did as president was sign the American Rescue Plan, which helped save the nation from the pandemic, vaccinated millions of people. And through the Butch-Lewis Act, Protect Your Pension, got relief needed. We got relief to folks who needed it most to get the country back on track.
A lot of apples.
They didn't think we could do it. It worked. And not a single Republican voted for it. Then I signed the bipartisan infrastructure law. Because to have the strongest economy in the world, we need the best infrastructure in the world.
Yay!
Again, that's no joke. We need the best infrastructure in the world. Roads, bridges, airports, water systems, high-speed internet, and so much more. Can you believe we used to have the best infrastructure in the world? We were rated number 1. Global number 13. International rating.
God damn it.
Under my predecessor, Infrastructure Week became a punchline. On my watch, infrastructure has become a decade headline. A decade.
This is not like
And that's where you all come in.
a particularly moving argument.
Really? That's where you all come in. We've already announced over 25,000 infrastructure projects in 4,500 towns across America. And we're just getting started, not even close. Union workers will build roads, bridges, lay internet cable, install 500,000 electric vehicle chargers throughout America. And union workers are going to transform America. And union workers are going to finish the job. And as we rebuild America, we're going to continue to buy America. Buy America.
No, we're not. Why the fuck you lying, though?
If you might notice, I've been criticized by other countries, by our partners, and even by our Republican friends for buying America. You know, I've announced a new standard. All construction materials used in construction projects have to be made in America. Lumber, glass, drywall, fiber optic cable, and so much more. As president, I get to pick projects. I get to fund projects. The money that I get from the Congress. Every federal project is going to be built by American workers, using American products, creating American jobs. What most people didn't know, I didn't know it, to be honest with you, 8 years ago. That's been the law since the 30s. But no one's had the nerve to insist on it. Used to say, if you can't get the product, you can't get the workers, you can go somewhere else. Look for it. Guess what? I changed that law. It used to be if you got, if you did 40%, it was okay, and so on. No, not anymore. I'm insisting on it. We're going to spend American tax dollars. Americans are paying the money, and we're going to buy American when we do it.
We're gonna buy American, baby.
By the way, under international trade agreements, it's all legit. It's all legit. It's been there since the 30s. Decades ago, the United States used to invest 2% of our gross domestic product, everything in America, 2% in research and development, allowing us to lead the world in major fundamental changes in research. Today, it's 0.7, less than 1%. We used to rank number 1 in the world in research and development. Now we rank number 9. China.
Damn, that's crazy, bro.
Was number 8 decades ago. Now China's number 2.
Boo, China, boo!
It's not about good or bad.
What? Okay.
That's why, with your help, I designed and signed.
Boo, China! China's bad!
When the United States invest, and I really did, not a joke. I asked them, Marty remembers, I asked them, when the United States invests considerable resources in the new enterprise, in the new business, are they much more likely or much less likely to get in the game? And the answer is overwhelmingly yes, it matters. They get in the game when the United States of America makes a judgment of what they're going to invest in. That's how we're bringing key parts of our supply chain back to America, like semiconductors. Folks, look. Think how many people had no idea what the
China's bad.
No, I'm serious. You said 2.5 years ago, well, the supply chain, people look at, I mean, really bright people. Look at
Boo! China!
When factories shut down in Asia, they had no idea they were supplying essential materials. Shut down around the world. No, these small computer chips, the size of a fingertip.
Lemon, hideous
everything
lemon,
in our
I'm
lives.
speaking directly to your
Our cell
ear holes.
phones, automobiles, refrigerators.
Along with
sophisticated
Joseph
weapon
Robinette
systems, everything.
Biden.
America invented these chips. We made them smaller, faster, and more powerful. But over time, we went from producing 40% of the world's chips down to producing just 10% of them, despite leading the world in research and design. We saw what happened during the pandemic. When the global economy came to a halt. Overseas factories that made these chips shut down, driving up the cost for everyone around the world, but particularly American families. A lot of you know this, but every new car built needs at least as many as 3,000 of these chips. During the pandemic, that's the reason car prices skyrocketed. In some cases, new car production shut down because the chips were in short supply. But now, the private sector, at home and abroad, are investing over $400 billion in advanced manufacturing and clean energy here in America.
Whoa, America, yay!
It's not an exaggeration to say that's on a scale never seen before in this nation. Never seen before. It's transformative.
Well, thanks, you hideous lemon.
One of the private companies
Thank
is
you.
investing is Intel. I visited what I call the Field of Dreams, about 1,000 acres outside of Columbus, Ohio, where Intel has committed $20 billion to build two new chip factories. They call them fabs. They're the size of football fields. There'll be a total of 10,000 jobs, 7,000 construction jobs, prevailing wage, and 3,000.
Okay, the real solution to the chip shortage is not having less cars, because frankly, let's be real, that's not gonna happen. Okay, like, we're not gonna have less cars in America. What's gonna happen is just like, hey, the real solution is having less shitty electric cars. That's the real solution. Like, let's make better electric cars, and we can make all of the other shit happen too. You know, like, we're not going to be going back on, like, the chip shortages, mostly because, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, okay? But mostly because when we talk about chip shortages, we don't really reckon with the fact that, like, literally all of our products have chips in them right now. You know, like, when we talk about like microwaves, when we talk about ovens, when we talk about all the products, you know, that we typically don't really associate with microchips, all of them are made with microchips now. Can we have nuclear-powered cars as a stopgap? I would say yes, but unfortunately a lot of people are afraid of nuclear energy, which I think, frankly, is silly. But I would say no nuclear energy, no nuclear, like, battery propulsion, I suppose. But like, yeah, nuclear has to be our approach to, like, frankly, like, energy production, period. The real trick is, what do we use to ensure that we are essentially being able to store the energy we produce via nuclear fission? And not the cars from Fallout? Yeah, not the cars from Fallout. Gotta be honest with you, not a huge fan of the Fallout cars. Nuclear energy, like the kind in bombs that kill all the people? Oh my god! Oh, I can feel the fission in my lungs already. The only issue I struggle with for nuclear is waste disposal, but even then I'm pretty sure it's just because I'm not informed enough. Yeah, honestly, when it comes to waste disposal for, like, nuclear energy, we solved that problem literally like 50 years ago. Okay? Like, when it comes to waste disposal for nuclear energy, we know how to do that. Like, there are methods that were developed, again, like 50 years ago to essentially, like, glass nuclear waste. And it takes a lot of energy, for sure. But at the end of the day, what ends up happening is that you have the ability to store nuclear waste safely for tens of thousands of years. And it just seems to me like the main impediment of actually having nuclear energy is just making sure that the waste disposal and the mining is overseen very, very closely by the government. That's mostly the big hurdle we have. Now, why can't I go back to... Oh, goodness. How about stuff like geothermal? I'd be okay with geothermal. We recently had a major breakthrough with geothermal that would allow us to drill for geothermal energy basically anywhere on the surface of the planet, which is a huge, huge, huge stepping stone. But it remains to be seen if it can be harnessed on a commercial, like on a large scale, commercial scale, as it were. Like through Bedrock? Yeah, yeah. They have developed a kind of drilling that uses a laser to superheat the rock underneath a drill to basically ensure that you can go over 20 miles down at any point on the Earth's surface, which is enough to puncture through the mantle or the crust of the Earth. How did I miss that? Here, we'll cover it real quick. Where is it?
This video is brought to you by Surfshark. Geothermal energy has the potential to be an always-on power source for countries around the world. However, it hasn't been the hottest renewable energy option because drilling deep enough into the Earth to reach sufficiently high temperatures is difficult and costly. Yet a startup has recently unearthed a solution that might solve this problem: a heat ray to melt rocks. Well, sort of. Now, I know it sounds like a Star Wars remake, but we're not talking about the Death Star here. This is actually a well-established nuclear fusion technology being reapplied to geothermal energy. Could it unlock the true potential of geothermal energy and make it better than solar and wind? Let's see if we can come to a decision on this. And spoiler, it's pretty cool. Or should I say hot. I'm Matt Farrell. Welcome to Undecided. I'm currently in the process of building a new net zero home, and I'm scoping out getting a geothermal heating and cooling system installed for it. The idea of tapping into the Earth as a stable heat source for a heat pump system is really enticing for homes. But we can also tap deeper into the Earth for a consistent super hot heat source to power turbines to generate electricity for our cities and towns. Unlike solar and wind, geothermal energy could provide a more stable supply of clean power while taking up barely any land. On the other hand, current drilling techniques can't affordably reach the hottest spots of the Earth to unlock that potential. In fact, penetrating deep into the hard rock is tricky and expensive. Along with exploration, digging wells accounts for about 40% of the total upfront cost of a geothermal plant. That's why scientists are turning to a death ray. Again, not really. I'll get to this killer technology in a minute, but first let's have a brief recap of geothermal energy. This source of power has been on our planet forever. Well, actually inside of it. The Earth's inner core is about as hot as the sun, which is why it's often nicknamed the sun beneath our feet. Good news is that it will take billions of years for the Earth to cool down. Fueled by residual heat from our planet's creation and the decay of radioactive elements, this underground sun gave rise to the natural hydrothermal reservoirs. Basically, the Earth's nucleus heat pushes water up through the permeable rocks until it hits a wall, also known as impermeable cap rock. Now, trapped, the water pressure rises and can sometimes break through. Think of Roman baths relying on hot springs, or perhaps Icelanders toasting bread over geysers. Aside from enabling carbon-free hot baths and outdoor barbecues, we can use subsurface hot steam to drive a turbine and produce electricity. And to do that, you have different plant configurations.
Good night, sweet mint
Out of all the options, binary cycle power plants are the newest and most sustainable ones. Unlike other designs, binary plants don't use the underground hot water to generate steam directly. To be more specific, after extracting it and further heating it up to about 400 degrees Fahrenheit or 204 degrees Celsius, they run it through a heat exchanger. Here, the geothermal water transfers its heat to a secondary liquid with a much lower boiling point. This then generates the steam that will spin the turbine. The plant includes a condenser to convert the steam back into a liquid and reuse it. Leveraging this closed-loop binary system, the water won't boil off the geothermal fluids, which, other than water vapor, contain carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, and other toxic compounds. You can probably see why this is a greener and preferred alternative to dry and flash steam plants. The overall geothermal potential is huge. According to Ultrarock Energy, harvesting only 0.1% of the planet's heat could satisfy the world's energy hunger for 2 million years. Now, given how cool that is, or hot, why did geothermal energy account for only 0.55% of our global electricity generation as of 2018? Mainly because the accessible part of that is heat scattered across the Earth's crust. In fact, most hydrothermal reservoirs, such as volcanoes, springs, and geysers, are only found along tectonic plates. In addition, the water-filling shallow geothermal pockets isn't hot enough to make energy harvesting cost-effective. Not to mention the technical and economic hurdles of reaching hotter spots using current drilling techniques. Yet, thanks to fusion-inspired drilling technology, the true potential of geothermal power could be closer than ever. This innovation could get us below 10 kilometers or about 6 miles in a much more cost-effective fashion. Down there, geothermal sources have much higher temperatures and are more widespread. While being cost-effective, the potential of solar and wind farms is undermined by their intermittency. Instead, a 24/7 green energy source like geothermal could give us an extra powerful weapon against global warming. And speaking of weapons, let's dig in deeper into how death rays, again, not a death ray, could push geothermal energy to a new level. But before I get to that, I'd like to thank today's sponsor, Surfshark. I always recommend using a VPN when using public Wi-Fi, but VPNs can be extra powerful even when you're at home. A lot of online services use some pretty sophisticated commercial tracking and machine learning to apply very targeted advertising. A VPN can protect you from some of that. Now, Surfshark's Clean Web does a great job blocking ads, trackers, and malicious websites, making it safer to use the internet even at home. And you can even make it look like your IP address is coming from a completely different country. This can come in handy if you want to stream a video that's only available from a specific location, guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. Link in the description below, and thanks to Surfshark and to all of you for supporting the channel. Now back to the fusion tech that could push geothermal energy to a new level. It all began with the work of Paul Waskoff, a senior research engineer at MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center. In 2012, he demonstrated the application of a gyrotron to vaporize rock instead of grinding it. This high-powered vacuum tube generates a beam of millimeter-long radio frequency waves, which have been used to heat up plasma and control its temperature in fusion reactors for the last 50 years. Hijacking this fusion tech, Waskoff envisioned drilling ultra-deep geothermal boreholes. So how does it actually work? You would have a metallic tube embedding the gyrotron, blasting high-frequency electromagnetic waves to fuse the underground rock. The system injects a gas for cleaning up the post-vaporization mess. To be more specific, the gas cools down the hot vapors, which condense into nanoparticles. These are then flushed out of the well by the high-pressure stream, but you wouldn't use this sophisticated drilling for the entire process. I reached out to Quase's CEO, Carlos Araque, for the on-the-ground, or perhaps underground, arm of this geothermal revolution, who filled me in on that.
So in geology, you have the sedimentary rock, and then below it you have the basement. Sedimentary rock, it's unconsolidated. It's easy to drill through, and it's what mechanical drilling systems are very good at doing. So you drill that first portion conventionally. No difference there. But the second portion is very, very hard to do. So that second portion, we use these ideas from millimeter wave drilling. We basically put in the hole, we put a pipe, a metallic pipe. It looks like oil and gas pipe. And inside that pipe, we put the beam, and we put the gas, and that's it.
Based on his experimental results, Waskoff figured out that millimetric waves make the drilling process more cost efficient. First, you wouldn't be limited by temperature and rock hardness. On top of that, there's no need to have downhole mechanical equipment that could get damaged. And thanks to a wavelength about 1,000 times longer than that of a typical infrared laser, the millimetric waves sputtered by the gyrotron go through incoming rock nanoparticles without experiencing significant scattering, which means the beam doesn't lose much energy before reaching the target surface. Also, the hot molten rock takes up way more energy when irradiated by a gyrotron compared to when hit by a standard laser. Overall, gyrotrons are up to 5 times more energy efficient than the best lower wavelength laser that you can get. But what about costs? Paul Waskoff had some thoughts on that too.
I did look at the cost of electricity to vaporize a volume of rock. That's the main consumable in directed energy drilling. And I made estimates that for an 8-inch diameter hole and about 10 kilometers deep, it would cost something like $500,000 of electricity to vaporize an equivalent volume of granite of that size and depth.
It's so cool, Chad.
When you look at those depths, the total cost of a mechanical drill well is somewhere in the order of $30 million.
That's kind of crazy, right? If that proves out, we're talking about saving tens of millions of dollars. But there's another key economic benefit when using heat rays. When relying on mechanical processes such as rotary technology, you need a high-density fluid, which is called a drilling mud, to counter the surrounding pressure of the well, to prevent it from collapsing in on itself. In contrast, millimetric waves don't require drilling mud, but how would a gyrotron-drilled hole bear thousands of atmospheres worth of pressure without failing? When coming out of the gyrotron, some of the waves will hit the hole walls, which creates a glassy coating. Apart from sealing any wall cracks, the heating process...
Completely unrelated, but do you think a VPN would help with people who need gender-affirming care in a state where there might be bills against it so they could go out of state? So, yes-ish. The main problem with gender-affirming care isn't so much the ability to track it, per se, as so much as the cost. A lot of the systems in the United States rely on people having insurance, and if you don't have insurance, you're basically kind of fucked in the US. Essentially, even if you had a VPN, you would effectively be barred from actually using insurance coverage to try and pay for that. So I'm not entirely sure how much use it would be. I like where your head's at, though. I really like where your head's at. Keep thinking about that, because part of the problem is just that, like, on top of being able to be tracked, it just kind of winds up being unobtainable for a lot of people, and it breaks my heart to say it, but like that's kind of where we're at, you know? If you live in a state where it's banned, your best bet is to order it from India. True! Your best bet is honestly to just use some kind of sketchy websites. I'm cis and in the UK, but it's just in case there are any trans people in chat who are in states that are passing bills banning or limiting the ability to go to gender-affirming care. Or undergo gender-affirming care. And that's true, but like the primary, like, while there are a lot of states that are banning it, it remains true that one of the biggest barriers is simply the cost of actually going to the doctor. Like in the United States, most people don't even bother with going to the doctor because it's too expensive. Because they can't afford insurance. The problem is that distributors won't ship to addresses in that state. Yeah, and that's kind of the other problem. If your state has banned the sale of that drug, a lot of reputable distributors aren't going to actually send the drug to your state. So you need to, like, you essentially need, like, an underground, like, black market postal service to enable, like, the drugs to get to where those people are. It's really not good. I haven't been to the dentist in like 4 years. Yeah, a lot of people in the same boat there. Currently fighting my insurance to try and get them to cover Wegovy, and it's like $1,300 a month for 2 fucking weeks without them. Yeah, no, like, oh god, I've been trying to get coverage for Wegovy for a bit, and it just hasn't worked. Like, I'm trying to get it so that I can maybe donate a kidney to my mom, but like, it's something where like I need additional protection for my kidneys in order to donate my kidney, and my insurance company basically just says, "Lol, no," every time I request it. So it's not great. Not great. American healthcare fucking sucks.
Process will increase the internal pressure, which balances the outer force. As a result, it will be possible to burrow deeper yet more stable boreholes without adding any drilling mud, which is another aspect that could make the whole process more profitable.
You're making a glass-lined hole, and that glass is very strong, and so in effect we are casing at the same time that we're drilling the hole, which is another big expense savings for making a hole.
When factoring in all those extra costs, Waskoff's brainchild turns out to be way more cost effective.
So I estimate that could be maybe 10 times cheaper than a similarly deep mechanical drill wall.
Aside from being costly, drilling mud doesn't work at temperatures like 500 degrees Celsius or 932 degrees Fahrenheit, which is where geothermal energy's production is most efficient. Paul had some really nice insights on that.
Drilling muds don't function at those temperatures very well. The weight of the column begins to run out, and the deeper you go, because the density of the mud is never close enough to the rock density, so eventually you can't have enough drilling mud column to balance the pressure. However, with directed energy drilling at high temperature, we are always overpressured no matter what depth.
To be more specific, this mud-free drilling system could profitably withstand pressure-related stresses below 10 kilometers, which is where geothermal access becomes universal. According to the U.S. Department...
Well, my friend, you were using Reddit. That's kind of the first mistake there.
Of Energy's GeoVision report, leveraging these untapped subterranean heat sources could increase geothermal-based electricity 26-fold by 2050. In addition to a wider availability, when you go below 10 kilometers or about the 6-mile mark, you'll find the so-called super hot rock, or SHR. Those geothermal resources have temperatures about 375 degrees Celsius or 707 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, under these conditions, a geothermal plant can tap into supercritical water, which is more energy dense than non-supercritical counterparts. A well plunged into an SHR could yield up to 10 times more energy than a conventional enhanced geothermal system. Now, based on the technological and economic feasibility studies conducted by Altarock Energy on the Newberry volcano site, SHR would reduce geothermal's levelized cost of electricity, or LCOE, by 50%. On top of that, the company estimated that SHR-based geothermal could have a lower LCOE than onshore wind and even solar. Now clearly, Waffscoff's design holds promise for bringing our geothermal power supply to a higher level, or lower one, I guess, which means our energy grid would become much less reliant on fossil fuels. His fusion-inspired drilling tech is not just confined to the lab space. Last February, an MIT spin-off, Quaise, raised $40 million to develop this groundbreaking tech. They graduated from using a 10-kilowatt gyrotron to drill a 10-centimeter deep hole in palm-sized stone to using Oak Ridge Labs' megawatt-sized gyrotron. The company bore 3-foot deep holes into much larger rocks. Quaise is partnering with UltraRock to create their first pilot project where they're aiming to drill a 3,300-foot deep hole near the Newberry volcano, which was chosen as an ideal testing site. In fact, UltraRock believes this crater could be one of the largest unused geothermal resources in North America. The presence of a shallow magma body makes the rock down there much hotter than other places, which is why UltraRock could reach super hot temperatures above 400.
Well, manufacturing content, chat on Twitch is quiet, largely because most of the chatters are over on riverboat.gg. If you go over to riverboat.gg, you have an ad-free experience, and you get to chat with all the other cool chatters who are currently on stream right above me. That chat is bumping. It's the true. It is the cool chat. It is known as the cool chat. So you can come on over to riverboat.gg. If you need a link, you can just type !site in the Twitch chat. Blackjack Sass. Hello. There you go. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Riverboat Jack. I am not a blackjack. I am a drunken tipsy Jack. Welcome. We're playing Dark Souls 2 and learning about geothermal energy before we return to Joe Biden announcing that he is running for president of the United States, to the joy of all. Of course. How could anyone experience anything else other than joy at hearing that Joe Biden's running for president again? Who can even imagine feeling such an emotion? I can't. Anyway, here we go.
400 degrees Celsius or 750 degrees Fahrenheit, at a quarter of the depth that you would need to dig down in other places.
Blackjack Sass.
So it's a good testing ground. Now looking ahead, Quaise is planning to build its first full-scale hybrid drilling rig in 2024. Based on this setup, Quaise would first use a conventional rotary drilling to go down to the basement rock, which is where they would activate their gyrotron-powered rock vaporizing system to reach 20 kilometers or about 12 miles, to reach temperatures as high as 500 degrees Celsius or 930 degrees Fahrenheit. The company touts that they could get down to that depth in 100 days using a 1 megawatt gyrotron. And just to give you a sense of scale, the Kola Super Deep borehole, the deepest hole ever dug on Earth, went down to 40,230 feet or about 12.2 kilometers and took 20 years to complete. Now I can hear you already. Is 100 days even possible? Carlos shed some light on this.
When you're 5 kilometers down, in a 10-day window, you may spend 30 hours drilling. That's the life of the drill bit before it needs replacement. 10 days is 240 hours, so 30 hours, an eighth of the time drilling, and the other 7/8 of the time running the pipe in and out of the hole to replace that drill bit. 10 days is $1 million of rig time. So we don't talk about drilling 100 meters per hour. We talk about drilling a very consistent 5 meter per hour rig. It just goes because there's nothing to replace it. If we can hit drilling cost of $1,000 per meter regardless of depth, your LCOEs are in the 1 to 3 cents per kilowatt hour. So cost parity with wind and solar, but firm and always on.
So in theory, it sounds like...
Now, Blackjack Sass, you don't know this. I've been making people pay in order to hydrate me on tonight's stream, but I've had a lot of alcohol. So maybe it's time to flip things, and maybe it's time to make you pay to make me drink alcohol. I think that might be a good plan here. Yum.
like Quaise has got some chances to achieve their goal. In practice, we should wait for the real-world tests in the field.
Thoysome, thank you for the $5 dono. Wait, is that... I need to clarify, is that for alcohol or is that for water? I do need to clarify. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. Yes, it's for both? Well, okay. Here we go, baby.
And nevertheless, the company has a clear and clever long-term vision. They aim to retrofit existing fossil fuel plants, which will eventually be decommissioned during the low-carbon transition. Making the most out of the ready-to-use infrastructure, they could simply swap a coal or natural gas-generated steam plant with round-the-clock underground hot vapor to spin the turbines.
The steam can come from the ground. So that idea gets a lot of traction with power project developers because they have these power plants.
Thank you very much, Thoysome. I appreciate
their social license to operate, and they're increasingly less in the money. So there's very few alternatives for these power plants to continue to operate. So those are the people that are most interested in what we're trying to propose and trying a pilot with them.
A pilot plant sounds exciting, but looks like it'll still take some time for it to pick up steam.
We're still more than 3-4 years away because we still need to do the technology demonstration before we
baby.
Along the geothermal drilling path, Quaise may encounter some other issues. The deeper you dig, the more energy that you lose. As it stands, making up for this power loss means stealing electricity from the grid or running diesel generators. On the other hand, Quaise's CEO claims that the fossil fuels consumed by their drilling system would be less than 1% of the renewable energy generated by the well over its lifetime. But their system needs to account for their gas pressure losses too. That's because of the friction between the gas and the pipe walls. The further down the gas travels, the higher its pressure drop. The bigger the pump you would need to circulate it in and out of the well. That's one of the reasons why Quaise's estimated 20 kilometers may be the lowest depth that they can get. Another drawback of ultra-deep digging might be earthquakes. Pretty wells could destabilize geological layers, which could trigger seismic activity. This has cooled down some geothermal enthusiasts in different countries after power plants were forced to close. Carlos had a different take on this.
When you drill for geothermal today, you're mostly drilling near tectonic boundaries because that's where the heat is closest to the surface. So you're very intentionally drilling near problematic zones.
Hey, it's
with
a
very
row,
young geology and very unstable geology.
It's going all right. We just
when you
started.
have the luxury to go deeper without an exponential increase in cost, you move away from those instabilities. I would even argue that maybe 95% of the business case for our drilling is away from tectonic boundaries. We're actually trying to make geothermal available no matter where you are, and most of the world is actually not on a tectonic boundary.
Earthquakes aside, Quaise will need to keep an eye on the budget. As reported by the International Renewable Energy Agency, in 2019, setting up a geothermal plant would cost nearly $4,000 per kilowatt, which is roughly 4 times more than what you would need to spend for installing a solar farm. However, as mentioned by Carlos and Paul earlier, gyrotron-powered drilling could save money compared to a mechanical process. Now, I don't know if Quaise's geothermal approach is the panacea for our energy transition, but it should definitely be thrown into the mix. Relying on multiple clean energy sources is a sustainable way forward. Now, Carlos's view seems to align with mine on this.
When I think of renewables, they're trying to do more with much, much more, so I don't think that's sustainable. And I think everybody forgets that, right? I'm not saying we shouldn't do renewables, I think we should, but we should not forget that things like these and things like fusion, they need work because they are the ones that can actually get us to where we need to be as a species.
True,
I'm really excited
baby.
by the potential of this. It's also really cool to see a technology from fusion research getting reapplied in such a unique way. The development of fusion-inspired drilling would let us tap into plenty of superhot fluids by overcoming geographical and geological limitations. It could also unleash a perpetual spring of geothermal power for a zero-carbon energy-independent world.
That'd be
However,
so
although
cool.
heat rays are based on solid tech, there are still economic barriers and testing to go through before reaching an industrial scale. So are you still undecided? Do you think this could make geothermal energy the future of our energy grid? Jump in the comments and let me know. If you like this video, be sure to check out one of the ones over here. And thanks to all my patrons for your continued support, and thanks to all of you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. This video is brought to you by Factor.
Okay, we're good on science. Let's go back to the main event.
full-time workers in those fabs. You know what the average salary in those fabs is going to be? $130,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree.
Oh my God!
You don't need a college degree. It's about time.
You know, I have college degrees, and my ability to make income is still not
We see the
great.
same story not only in Ohio, but in New York and Texas, Arizona, Idaho, and so many more places to come. This is real progress.
Oh God,
Like we haven't
coughing
never
and
seen
hiccuping at the
before.
same time is terrible.
Don't take my word for it. Then read a couple of headlines from left-wing Democratic papers, the Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal writes, quote, America is back in the factory business.
Are these
Fortune
jobs going to be
magazine,
unionized? Oh, sweet summer
Biden's
child.
manufacturing push is working. Financial Times, transformational change. Biden's industrial policy begins to bear fruit.
Try a hiccup burp?
The recent column in the New York Times.
How would that even work?
Make manufacture greater again was the title of the article. It goes on to say, President Biden appears to be presiding over the kind of manufacturing served that Trump had promised. Folks, we're not making this stuff up. This is real. It's time to finish the job. Finish the job.
Time to finish the fight.
But also,
Who the fuck is a Joe Biden stan?
thank you.
I genuinely want to know.
Folks, we've got a lot more work to do, though. I know folks are also struggling with inflation. I grew up in a house when the price of gas went up at the gas station. It was talked about. You felt it in our house, for real. Many of you did as well. But it's not just the United States' problem. It's a global problem. The first pandemic disrupted the supply chain, causing prices to rise across the board.
Hyperlibs? I
Putin's
don't know,
war in
man.
Ukraine disrupted energy supplies and food supply. There's millions of tons of grain in Ukraine. They blocked its access to the rest of the world. Through our policies,
Oh no, he is absolutely trying to prove his leftist credentials, you know? Like that's 110% what he's doing here, and it's ludicrous considering like his actual policy positions, but you know, he's still gonna do that because, well, libs gotta lib, you know? You gotta make a living. Haha! Jokes! Nailed it. Don't look at me like that, Winby. Don't look at me like that with judgment in your eye. Like every parent I've ever seen in my life.
the pace of inflation has been coming down now for 9 months.
Looking at Joe,
There's more
okay.
to go. It's slowed by 45%, but we have more to do. The way I think about it is the way my dad used to talk about it around the table. I mean it sincerely. Is how much is left at the end of the month in the total income you have to pay after you pay all your bills of every kind. How much is left? Is there any breathing room left?
No.
Well, we brought down inflation, but there's other prices to bring down that aren't categorized that way. That's why I signed and wrote the Inflation Reduction Act, because there's more than one way to bring down costs of families. For example, Americans, this is not hyperbole, this is a fact, Americans pay more for prescription drugs than any advanced country on earth.
True.
Any advanced
We
country.
do.
For the same
What did you
exact
do
drug,
for that?
Drug made in America, sold in England, France, Canada, is cheaper than the drug sold here, made here.
And what did you do, Joe?
I've been fighting pharma, big pharma, to allow Medicare to be able to negotiate prices for a long time.
Uh-huh.
These pharmaceutical companies. Well, we finally beat big pharma.
Bullshit.
They're still going to do very well. But we got it done, to my surprise, without a single Republican vote. I don't know where the hell these guys live. No, I really mean it. It surprised me. I've had more than half a dozen Republicans I used to serve in the Senate come up to me, and I gave my word I'd never say the word, I never will. Joe, we agree with you, but if I do this, I'll lose the primary. Not a profile of courage, but an acknowledgement. Look, it's going to have a profound impact on people's cost of living. How many of you know someone with diabetes? Raise your hand.
I do. I know too.
Millions of these diabetes.
Be inebriated pedant. You're the same as me.
Insulin has been around for 100 years. The guy who invented it wouldn't put a patent on it because he wanted to be made available to everybody. It costs drug companies $10 a vial to make. And you count in packaging and shipping and everything, it's probably $12. They've been charging hundreds of dollars, $300, $400, $500, $600 a month for the same exact product. Those who know somebody's on it, you know that's true. They've been making record profits, but not anymore. Folks, the law we passed capped the cost of insulin $35 a month. Seniors on Medicare. Now guess what? That is 300 and some % increase in what it cost them to do it. It's not like they're being cheated. $35 is something that cost you 10 to make.
God damn it.
And at the time I did it, I also included everybody, not just folks on Medicare. But we didn't get the vote. We lost a couple of Democratic votes. We didn't get it for everybody. Only seniors. Well, I'm coming back to make sure every single American who needs it is only have to pay $35. Everyone. Look, you folks are. I'm not trying to.
God damn it.
Just like you know, there's well over $1 trillion for the whole infrastructure law. It takes a while to get it out, to get it started, to get the projects moving. It takes time. Well, the same way with dealing with the drug law. Folks, the law that's the law now.
God damn it.
Republicans want to get rid of it. The new Speaker of the House thinks it's not necessary. By the way. By the way, the fact is that this law, prescription drugs, saves the government $168 billion. It doesn't cost the government, it saves it. Instead of having to pay out for the drug in Medicare, they don't have to pay that price. They pay the rational price. It's saving the taxpayers' money. It's saving lives. Next year, law I pass is going to cap out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors and Medicare. By the way, a lot of you know people,
God damn it.
I did in my family too, who need cancer drugs and drugs for serious illness. That can be $10,000, $12,000, $14,000, $16,000 a year. Well, next year.
God damn it.
Next year, the law we already passed doesn't kick in until next year, next January. The most they ever have to pay, no matter what their costs are, is $3,500 a year. And by the way, the following year,
there we
the
go.
law requires to be capped at $2,000.
That was a close one.
So even expensive cancer drugs that literally cost up to $13,000, $14,000, $15,000 a year can't be charged more than $2,000 total. It's going to be a game changer. It's going to save people's lives. And think of a lot of you, like me, have lost families to cancer. Children, mothers, fathers. Well, you know what what it's going to do?
Average day in Australian simulator? Yeah, true.
How many of you know?
True,
your mom and
baby.
dad didn't want to tell you what they needed. Didn't want to tell you how much it's going to cost. Didn't want to tell you if in order to do it, they're going to have to sell the house. Didn't want to say anything. It goes back to, maybe it's the Irish of it, but it's all about dignity. It really is about people's dignity. Inflation Reduction Act also makes the most significant investment in dealing with climate change, not only here in America, but anywhere in the world.
Oh, I'm sorry, manufacturing
It's
content.
tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. It offers working families.
One thing to be aware of is that website chat does have two different types of chat. There's a legacy chat that I use, and then there's a Whitefire chat that is kind of like the newfangled chat. But
yours. I only hope it brings you what you.
Yeah. Anyway.
$1,000 a year in savings.
Shitty old phones, I'll blame that. Okay. Deal. Do it. You won't.
It offers tax credits for heat pumps, roof solar, new and used electric vehicles. Speaking of jobs, as I said earlier, guess who's going to install those 500?
Okay, but also counterpoint, Hideous Lemon. Scotland should be independent. Is that why? Wait, is that why your on-screen chat doesn't have pronoun indicators? Well, the on-screen chat doesn't have pronoun indicators, but the chat that I look at does have pronoun indicators. So the on-screen one does not, but when I mouse over your names on the one that I look at, I get to see your pronouns. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. How is one of my favorite chatters? How are you doing, lovely? Not on you, I promise. Well, I promise that I'm always going to be doing better. Metal Kitty Mom, I am deeply inebriated tonight. Welcome. You are in for a rare treat from me. I got inebriated watching Tucker Carlson content, which honestly, most people should be. Highly recommend that method if you need to watch Tucker Carlson content. Also, I really need to pee, and I also really need to get water because I'm all out of it. So I will be right back. And you guys keep being rad, okay? Here you
Scottish people invent stuff. It's the kind of thing we're constantly told growing up. It's the kind of thing we tell other people, usually when we're trying to sell them tea towels. But it did get me thinking, just how much have we contributed?
I use Suave Moroccan oil conditioner and shampoo.
Ladies and gentlemen,
that's it.
For your consideration, the fridge, the toaster, marmalade with bits in, the electric clock, universal standard time, vacuum flasks, adhesive stamps, the SAS, the ATM, the BBC, abbreviations, not really, fingerprinting, the decimal point, logarithms, yeah, I've no idea.
It's very
either.
nice.
The tractor beam, really? TV.
Did you invent the tractor beam? I need to know.
The US Navy, the Bank of England, whiskey. Cheers.
Nice.
Gin and tonic.
I do appreciate the invention of whiskey.
Iron brew. Vodka and iron brew. Cheers. The flushing toilet. Radar. Military intelligence. Cheers. The art of glorious failure.
It's so loud.
Raincoats.
Oh my
Colour
god.
photography. The telephone. Iron-hulled ships. The fundamentals of aircraft design. The steam engine. Tubular steel. The bicycle. Tarmac. Pneumatic tires. Oil refining. Tartan. Tartan tat. Tea towel? Chicken tikka masala. Haggis. Deep fried Mars bars.
Scotland invented
Deep-fried
chicken
pizza.
tikka masala?
Deep fried
Okay.
haggis.
That's pretty cool.
You're welcome. Golf. The shot put. Hammer throwing. Ice hockey. Rugby sevens. Aussie rules. Anything really that leaves you with a high chance of being damaged. X-rays, MRIs, hypnotherapy, anesthetic, the saline drip, penicillin, the hypodermic syringe.
Damn,
I suppose what I'm
penicillin?
trying to say
That's
is,
pretty cool.
when the food and the sports inevitably try to kill you, we have ways of rebuilding you. Unless you're too far gone, in which case, there's always another option. The place where I'm walking right now is Roslyn Glen. As well as being home to that chapel, where they supposedly keep the secrets of the Holy Grail, it's also home to the world-famous Roslyn Institute, where they created Dolly the sheep, the world's first cloned mammal that we know of. So, what has Scotland done for the world? Quite a lot. In fact, after that little lot, I think I need to lie down. So, without further ado, I'll hand you over to my two very capable associates. See you next time.
Smash that subscribe button.
Well, that's real fucking cute. Thank you for sharing, Hideous Lemon.
1,000 sergeant chases. The IBEW. And by the way, when you do, think about it this way. My grandpa, who I never met, died in the same hospital I was born in.
I'm sorry, Neuron.
My grandpa was from, as they say in Maryland, from Baltimore. And he worked for the American Oil Company. And his job was to open up new gas stations around the country. back in the late 20s and 30s. And guess what? People didn't want those gas stations because they didn't want all those, how many thousand gallons of oil or gasoline are sitting below the surface in my neighborhood? They were worried about it. And once the gas station is built, what happens? You end up having a drugstore. You end up having a coffee shop. You end up having, it generates growth. Well, you know, you're going to be building the roads and the highways and the bridges that get to these places. Laborers, ironworkers, operating engineers, steel metal workers, women and men right here in this room. And by the way, almost all our investments requires employers to pay prevailing wage and use registered apprentices.
Prevailing wage.
Folks, again, this is truly to my surprise.
You're welcome, Hideous Lemon. I love Scotland. Scotland deserves better, and Scotland deserves freedom.
Including the clean energy jobs and the union jobs. You think if you didn't think, if it weren't so prevalent around in the news, you'd probably be making it up. It's hard to make up. We've made all this progress while being fiscally responsible. Let me be clear. In my administration, no one earning less than $400,000 a year will see their taxes go up a single solitary penny, nor
I heard 75% of voters don't want Joe Biden to run in this election. It's not quite 75%, but it's something along the lines of like 66%. It's like, it's real up there. Oh, Jesus. Jesus Christ. Why? Why? Fuck you. Fuck you, video game. Fuck you. Yes, almost 69, dude. I know, right? Cool. I love Dark Souls.
Will be. No one. Because I don't want any excuses. As a matter of fact, my first 2 years in office, I've lowered the deficit by a record $1.7 trillion. Lowered the deficit. The debt. A simple reason for that. We thought maybe people should start paying their fair share. The Inflation Reduction Act is going to bring down hundreds of billions more in decades ahead, bring the cost down. We're doing all this by making the biggest corporations just begin to pay part of their fair share. Just pay their fair share. Pay at least something. No. True. Let me ask you this. Anyone in this room think the existing tax system is fair? No. You got it, man. You got tired of hearing me talk about it, but in 2020, 55 of the Fortune 500 companies paid zero in taxes with income profit of $40 billion. Paid zero. And people thought I was either exaggerating or they just didn't think it's true. But it's wrong to have that occur. So I instituted a horrible tax on these guys. 15%. That's less than y'all pay. And guess what? I've also proposed. We've gone from 700 billionaires since the pandemic to about 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax is? EIGHT, 8%. So I think there should be a minimum tax for billionaires. No billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a construction worker, a school teacher, a firefighter, a cop, a nurse.
True.
I mean it. It's wrong. It's simply wrong.
True.
lived through this, you'd think I was making it up. Meanwhile...
I mean, what has to be done is simply, like, ideally not running Joe Biden, right? Like, Joe Biden running is terrible. Like, ideally, Joe Biden would not be running again, and we would be getting, like, a primary full of, like, interesting candidates. And, like, that's kind of where we'd be at. You know? But, unfortunately, Joe Biden is running, which means we have to take into account exactly what everyone else is doing. And the reality is that everyone else has kind of been banking on the fact that Joe Biden was going to run. So we're not going to get Bernie Sanders as a candidate. We're not going to get, like, any kind of, like, actual leftist running as a candidate. Instead, we are just going to have Joe Biden. And we once again have to run with one of the shittiest candidates imaginable for President of the United States. And, like, we have to pretend like he's gonna actually do something because we need people to vote for him. Because if people don't vote for him, instead we get a fascist. That's kind of the situation we have ourselves in. It's not the situation I would choose for any of us. But we have to take into account that, like, Joe Biden is what we got. He's our guy, unfortunately. And that fucking sucks, dude. It sucks so hard. Right, okay, that's fine. I expected that after the past few years. What do we do now, though? Well, what do we do now is that we organize for Joe Biden. Like, that's what we gotta do. Unfortunately, that's the reality we have to contend with, which means that's what we wind up having to actually, you know, embrace. So, we will run Joe Biden, and we will do our best to win despite the reality of having to run Joe Biden. So, that's where we're at. I'm gonna fight this boss, and I'm gonna kill it the first try, okay? Oh, I'm gonna get stabbed. Fuck! Damn it! I almost killed it first try. And, you know, I'll be organizing for Joe Biden. I'll be making sure you guys get out to vote. But, like, it's gonna fucking suck, okay? It's not gonna be, like, fun, happy-dory, like... I don't get to pretend like this is the thing that, like, brings me joy. But you know what, guys? I do have to admit, it does bring me joy to elect someone for the presidency who is not a fascist, okay? That is a good thing, unequivocally, full stop, and I will support that every single goddamn time. You know? You know, I don't need to enjoy it in order to appreciate the fact that, like, having a non-fascist in charge of the United States is a good thing.
Guess what my mega Republican friends in Congress are up to? The Speaker of the House went to Wall Street last week.
That's obvious, I guess. So I guess what I mean is, how can the left push Joe to more to actually do something now that we're in the same position we were 4 years ago and there's no real avenue for change? Well, the real avenue for change right now is on the state and local level. That's kind of the reality we have to deal with, you know? By participating in politics on the state and local level, we are able to better God damn, 1 second. Gotta make sure I don't die here. Fuck. I really do hate this particular dungeon a lot. It's not fun.
We went through a lot together. Take this as a token. Don't
Thanks.
be shy. They were meant for you.
Agreed, fascism is bad. Lesser of two evils is not a win. We have to formulate some way forward. Well, lesser of two evils is in fact a win if the greater evil would have otherwise won. You know, that it is a win for Sauron not to take over Middle Earth and instead to have what's his face in Gondor. Okay, that is in fact a win, even if it doesn't feel like it. I will say, however, that the path forward is organizing at the local and national level, and getting actual power. But we can't really do that until Republicans are crushed, right? Like, the main thing I'm trying to get at here is that we are currently in a holding pattern, and we need to get to a point where we can, like, safely, like... I don't know how to phrase this. We need to get to a point where we can, where there are actually better candidates in the primary, you know?
I don't quite have the... Well, I don't...
There needs to be, like, an actual, like, achievable primary goal. And that's just not actually a thing yet. Unfortunately, like, we don't have that. We're not going to have that. It's not. No, I'm tired of hearing that. When the opposition gets to pick both sides, it's not a win that we get the lesser shittiness. Well, then my question is, what is your alternative, right? Because that's kind of the situation we're in, right? We are in the situation of all shitty options. There's no realistic option where we get to, like, you know, skip off into happy dappy Fruity Tooty dreamland. You know, we don't have that option. We don't get the everyone's satisfied ending here. So the question is, what do we do with the pieces we've got? And we don't have the pieces that get us the good ending of this story, unfortunately. So that's kind of the thing. We don't have a path forward to getting all of the things that we want and frankly need. So the best that we can do right now is getting the option where, like, you know, we at the very least don't fall to fascism. Because if we fall to fascism, gotta be honest with you, people like me fucking die. And so I'm not really in favor of the accelerationist mindset that is essentially, yeah, fuck it, the fuck it, the conservatives win, and you know, trans people can fuck off, I guess. You know, like, I'm not in favor of that option, so you gotta make a really compelling argument to me why I should fucking die in order to spite the Democratic Party, because that's not really a particularly compelling argument to me. I don't have one, that's why that's what I'm on about. The pieces that give us the good ending exist, but they're being withheld from us. How do we get them back? Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. We don't get them back. You know, like, it's all fine and good to, like, hope that we do. And, like, I genuinely hope that we do at some point. But we have to deal with the actual reality that we live in right now. And the reality that we live in right now does not have positive, like, does not have all of the pieces we need in order to win. You know? So, that being the case, like, we need to vote for Joe Biden. Because there is no other reality. And, like, if we look at, like, the other candidates, like, sure, you can vote for other candidates in the primary, fine. That is totally acceptable. But when we get to the general election, withholding votes does not actually change any of the internal party calculus, does not change any of the general outcome, and, like, generally just fucking doesn't do much. So we need to make sure that at the very least, when it comes to the general election, the fucking fascist doesn't win the election. Because we've had 4 years of that, and frankly, like, it killed people. It killed people like me. And I'm not very keen on just being like, well, Joe Biden's not good enough, therefore we shouldn't actually vote for him in the general. You know? That's not an idea I'm particularly keen on, and I haven't seen a lot of arguments about why I should be keen on the argument of allowing Joe Biden to lose to a fascist. I think most people are accelerationists, are thinking that they would rather die than actually physically fighting the fascists rather than in the camps. I don't know if I agree, but I kind of get it. That's fucking stupid to me. Like, not gonna pull that punch. That just seems stupid. Seems stupid as hell. I'm biased, so obviously LGBTQ, but it's so fucked that trans people's existence in so many states is so black and white. One party is usually at least somewhat pro-trans, and the other is literally pro-trans genocide. I just hope that people in red states are okay. Yeah, and that's the thing. Frankly, they're not okay, and they're not going to be okay until we get a federal guarantee of their rights. You know, like, that's... The reality is that. No, accelerationism is just throwing a temper tantrum and handing power to the fascists on a platter. Well, that's generally how I view it, but I know that, like, you know, accelerationists don't necessarily view it that way. But I don't know how else one would actually view that situation. I think it's still the opportunity to critique Biden, even though we'll still vote for him. Well, Neuron, exactly. You know, you got to take advantage of this to make a stink on social media, because believe it or not, Joe Biden and his ilk actually do pay attention to social media, you know? You know what? We're gonna use a lightning bug. I don't think we've used one of those in this game yet. We're gonna use that. Oh, can I not use a lightning bug? Why? Okay, whatever. I'm not advocating other candidates. I agree Biden is the best possible candidate right now. But while that is good to prevent other further damage from the right, there is no headway being made from a leftist point of view. What is to be done about this? How do we really push Biden from the left in a way that actually impacts policy? Well, that's the thing, right? I don't think there is a way to push Biden from the left in, like, on an individual level, right? Like, when we're talking about pushing Biden from the left, what we really mean is that there needs to be a large-scale social movement to push Biden from the left. We're talking about the president of the United States. There's nothing any one person can really do to influence that. So when we're talking about that, we need to be able to have organized on the local and state level, right? By organizing on the local and state level, you can then have the people who are necessary to push Biden to the left en masse. It is that mass of movement that actually pushes politicians one way or the other, you know? And so when we're talking about this, it needs to be said that we need to be rolling up our sleeves and organizing the people around us, whether that's coworkers, whether that is, you know, family members, friends. We need to be organizing with all of those people in your communities in order to make this possible, right? This is why I organize Twitch streamers. This is why I work with political organizations to try and make this possible, and it is to achieve those long-term ends, right? Right, but that's what I'm saying. Where do people organize around? What would be the pivotal subjects that would push normies into pushing from the left with us? Well, part of the step is, like, joining in those political actions, right? Like, throughout the midterms and earlier this year, my community organized around the Wisconsin judicial race, right? We organized around that. We got a bunch of people involved with, like, phone banking and, like, getting involved on the ground. We included a bunch of other streamers' communities. We got them all together to, like, do coordinated action. We did that, too, during the midterms for a lot of different races in the midterms, notably John Fetterman's race, but we also were involved in a number of other races, right? And so, like, when we're talking about getting involved in those races, those are the things that people need to get involved in. Like, getting involved in that is literally what moves you from being just an informed normie into being, like, a politically active person. And by engaging in that political activism, you become familiar with it, and you can then pull other people into political activism. That's how this works, right? So, like, when we're doing these organizing pushes, when we're talking about these issues, when I'm presenting you guys with opportunities to get involved with phone banking, or with on-the-ground organizing, or with on-the-ground just participating in the canvassing, you can start at the ground level to learn what the fuck you're talking about, and then work your way up from there. You know? That's what we've been doing over, like, the last few years now. I've been working with Progressive Victory to try and make that an avenue, not just for me to be politically active, but for you guys to become politically active. You know? So, like, by becoming politically active in those communities, you provide an avenue to radicalize other people and get other people involved. And by radicalizing other people, it doesn't mean, like, rah, 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 they're all in favor of, like the far left unionization, no work subreddit. Like, no, it just means that like fucking give a shit, and like they're willing to actually organize and do political action to get better outcomes, you know? There's also a group that helps organize unions. I'll have to comb Vosh's videos to remember what it's called, though. Yeah, I mean, like, there are a lot of organizations that organize unions, you know? And, like, I know that that's a very unsatisfying answer. You know, I know that, like, well, get involved in, like, organizing communities is a very unsatisfying answer. But the reality that we have to deal with is that the unsatisfying answer is actually the most effective way to spur change. That's unfortunately the reality that we're stuck with. There, as of yet, no one has discovered how to eat cotton candy and also, like, organize people politically by eating cotton candy. The IWW, I don't know a whole lot about the IWW. I don't know how effective they are at political organizing. I haven't necessarily heard of them doing any large scale or meaningful organizing in recent memory, but you know, that is not an impugnment against them, just pointing out that I'm not aware of it. What is the IWW? International Workers of the World, I believe. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, obviously. Gotta prepare for this boss fight. Give me 1 second while I prepare. Gotta prepare for this boss fight. Gotta put a healing item here. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, da-da-da-da-da-da. Cross-chat messages, true. It just seems so hopeless no matter how you cut it. Sorry to keep pushing it at this angle, but I know I'm not the only one that feels like this. Is all so much bullshit, and it's hard to see where that could possibly end in our favor. Well, here's what I would say to that, right? The struggle for a better socialistic world has been one that has been waged for literally hundreds of years. There have been people who have worked their entire lives and not seen come about a single element of the change that they wish to see in the world. And the point being, we're several hundred years on into this movement, and we are currently seeing that victories have been made. And so our goal as a movement is to fucking fight, even though it seems hopeless, to try our best to win at every single juncture, and to try and eke out some kind of lasting change that will benefit our children and our children's children. How many more hundreds will we work? Seriously, that is my question. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that in the grand history of the world, we literally had thousands of years of like feudal rule. We had thousands of years of divine right of kings. We had thousands of years where people believed that because of your bloodline, you had the right to rule over them, and by right and virtue of someone's bloodline, they had the right to own you. And we have come out of that into a better world where capitalism exists. And that is an improvement over the bloodline right to own individual humans. That is an improvement. But we are now several hundred years into that, and we are now fighting for an improvement upon that previous improvement. And I do not know how long we will have to fight for a better world, but all I know is that we have the duty to fight for that world. You know? I don't know how long we'll fight. I don't know if we will win in the short term. But frankly, I see it as my personal duty. I can't tell you what you think your duty should be. I see it as my personal duty to try and bring about that better world for the people who come after me, for my children, for my children's children, and for every generation that comes after that. And so I'm going to do my best with whatever strength and whatever ability that I have to bring that world about. And it might very well be that I fail 99% of the time. That is a very real possibility. But that 1% of the time that I succeed will be in building something that will last far, far, far beyond my death. I agree wholeheartedly, but I'm just so dejected and depressed about how to do that. If I'm going to be 100% frank, manufacturing content, the way to fight against that is to get involved. By doing something, it channels that despair into something productive. You know? It's about what do we do? There are so many of us. Yeah, and that's why we get into organizing, right? Because you and I, right, are in the unique position of being aware of our position, which is already so much more ahead of what anyone else in our society is, right? By being aware of where we are politically, that automatically puts us in an organizing role because so many people have yet to reach that level of awareness. And by working with others in those, how do we use that though? We get involved in organizing efforts. We get involved in canvassing. We get involved in the political power structure. Or if you don't want to get involved in the pre-existing political power structure, you build one of your own. You know, you gotta make do with what you got. And like, by building up something new or by co-opting something that already exists, we can then organize more effectively, more people, and on a broader level, right? By using your awareness to get involved in canvassing, by using your awareness to get involved in, phone banking, you can then rise to be like the person who's in charge of phone banking, the person who's in charge of canvassing. And by doing that, you can then move on to being someone who's in charge of like local or state level political campaigns. And that is a way that you can then wield ever more influence and move up and actually make a difference. And by doing that, you actually are able to defeat the forces of doomerism inside your own mind and heart. Because there are a lot of forces in our world that are aligned explicitly towards the purpose of making you despair into inaction. And I'm trying to tell you that those are lies. And that you are more powerful than you know. Baby steps, it's just so hard to see any difference in any of it for me. The doomer is so strong. Well, that's why I mentioned doing local and state level politics. Because on the local level, if you get like yourself and like 15 other people involved, you can like change a local election. Like easy. Easy. Okay? One thing I know about like working with Progressive Victory and organizing is that 25 dedicated people can like change the landscape of a state level election. With 15 people, yeah, you can fucking decimate local election. And if you are feeling burned out, Sentient Waffle makes a really good point. It is okay to take a break. Even on the local level, it seems entirely money-based. You say 15 people, but those people better have some money. No. I'm not talking about people who have money. I'm talking about people who have time. Okay? 15 people who are able to donate their time to go door knocking, who are able to donate their time to phone bank, they can make the difference in a local election. It is not a matter of how much money those 15 people have. It is a matter of how they donate their time. The illusion that is being, that you were coming up against, Chatter, is, I think, that money can buy people's time. But the reality is there are always going to be far more people who are willing to donate their time because they believe in the better world that you are organizing for. It literally can in this society. The point, did you not just hear the point I made? People can have tons of money. That's fine. But that was always going to be stacked against us. You are never, like, if you are looking at, like, the equation here and you're like, well, the other side has a lot more money than we do, so I guess we better give up. Well, then why the fuck are you politically active? The money has always been aligned against us. That's where the saying comes from. They have money, we have people power. Because people power beats out money. It is very hard to buy as much people power as, like, people can donate in a given community. If you have a compelling argument, if you have a compelling movement, you can get people to donate their time and energy and effort far easier and far cheaper than it is to get people to buy, like, find people to buy off for this. I debate against that. Just ask Apple. Well, then, if you debate against that, I would recommend that you, I don't know, sink back into apathy. Like, if your argument is just that, well, people with money are always going to win, like, what the fuck are you doing here, you know? Like, if your argument is that Jeff Bezos has billions of dollars, so there's no point in opposing him, well, I don't know what your point is here. One of the, I would argue, like, almost the axiomatic values of this community is that you can indeed beat money power with people power. Because otherwise, there's no point in opposing billionaires. They've already won, right? Why the fuck are you involved in politics at all? I'm not even American. I think a lot of these issues transcend just nationalistic agendas. Why does it matter what you think? Genuine question. Why do you think why do you think your opinion matters if you are of the opinion that billionaires own you? See, I disagree with that premise. But if you think that money speaks louder than, like, volunteering efforts, than like working class people, they already own you, my friend. Unfortunately, my vote matters the same as someone with your viewpoints. Well, what are your viewpoints, my friend? That's the question, I guess. Because it seems like your viewpoints are just that Jeff Bezos has $1 billion, so no one else's opinion matters. And I would argue that your counterpoint here, that one vote matters as much as another is kind of a point in my favor, no? Snuggle Kitten, money is power, but not absolute. We always have mechanisms we can exploit to resist. True, Snuggle Kitten. That's where I'm at, honestly. The billionaires had to have one, while my faith is with the working class. Power is power, and money is power. When people have the power, that power you can let, but accept, but they can accomplish what that wealth can. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you were trying to write. My point being that, like, those billionaires do not get any wealth without working people. I think billionaires can certainly lobby and leverage that wealth to manipulate political agendas. Absolutely. That is absolutely true. The point I'm trying to make is that worker power will always beat out that billionaire power. Or at the very least, not always beat out that billionaire power, but, like, if you are organizing around the concept of, like, say, workers having health care, that concept will beat out billionaires wanting to strip workers of that right, you know? We've been through this. We went through like a century in the 1800s of workers fighting against monopolistic power that was greater than we see today. You know, workers in the 1800s were literally living and dying at the whim of oil barons. And I just do not agree with the fact that people who protested under those conditions, who fucking fought and died on Blair Mountain, I don't agree that, like, well, you know, we have it worse today somehow. No, I don't agree with that. I don't fundamentally agree that we have it as bad as people did in the 1800s when they lived in company towns. How can you stand behind that archaic industrial age ideology? We live in the age of self-checkouts, skip the dishes, less human interaction than ever before in the workforce. I think it's naive to think we are moving to automated stores, like the automated Amazon grocery store. People are still going to have to make that ship, bro. People are going to have to make the robots. Even if you have robots that make the robots that make the robots, you're still at the end of the day going to have to have someone who makes the robots. Seems like the power of capital will always outdo the power of workers. The worker of the 20th century had far more power than we do now, where robots can do what we do. I'm sorry, you're wrong. Then why the fuck are you here? Why the fuck are you trying to come into this community and argue? You've already given up. There's the door. Get the fuck out. For fuck's sake. You are so fucking depressed, so doomer-pilled, that you are willing to try and not just drag yourself down into depression and hopelessness. You are not content with that. You have to drag everybody else down with you. That's a fucking selfish ideology, my friend. That is a fucking, not just a loser ideology, a destructive ideology. You are like the ideological equivalent of a suicide bomber. You've strapped on your vest. You've run out into this organizing atmosphere, and your goal is not to build anything. Your goal is to make sure everyone else despairs with you as we are crushed under the heels of capital. I don't have time for that shit. I don't have time for that shit. And if that is your goal, there's no point in continuing this conversation. So either get your ass into some kind of silent mode and reflect on yourself and reflect on your ideology, Or you can, or just give the fuck up. I have no patience for that shit. Because guess what? I was where you were. I've been where you are. And you know what I did instead of just like fucking be like, oh, well, Jeff Bezos is richer than I am, so I'm just gonna give up and like, you know, fucking cry about it and like make sure no one else tries to do. Instead, I rolled up my sleeves and I actually started working. And yeah, it's fucking hard. It's fucking hard. And to me, where I am now, I look at you and instead of seeing someone who is doomering, I see someone who is cowardly, who has given up, and instead of trying to change their circumstance, has accepted it and is trying to pull everyone else down. And I don't have time for that shit. I don't have time for that shit. Okay? Sorry. It doesn't feel like anything is being built other than systems of oppression. I'm sorry. That's because you are in your doomer bubble. You are in your doomer bubble, and that doomer bubble is created by your own inaction. You are putting yourself in that position, my friend. There are plenty of people out there working together to try and change those circumstances. There are plenty of organizations out there working together to try and change those circumstances. And you have looked at all of them and said, nah, that's too much work. Instead, I'll just, you know, be sad about it, I guess. And I don't believe in that. Sorry, I don't believe in that. I have no intention of pulling everyone else down. That has been your entire argument the entire time you've been talking here. That is not what I'm saying at all. Then what are you saying, my friend? What are you saying? I'm going to give you an opportunity to restate your point. Having a different opinion makes you a coward. Nelms, no. Having this person's opinion makes you a coward. That is what I would argue. Yes. If you are just looking at the power differential between a single billionaire and hundreds of millions of people, and you're saying, well, there's no way we could possibly overcome this, so there's no hope, and I'm ensconced in despair and doom about it. Yeah, I'm gonna say you are being a coward. So you can have I will give you the opportunity to clarify manufacturing content, but yeah. I haven't read Nothing Can Be Done About This in the dialogue, though. Where is that coming from? Hey, Nelms, I don't care about your position on this other person. What's your position? Yes, exactly, the all-seeing dude. I would argue that doomering to the point of inaction does in fact make you a coward. Yes. If you have given up to the extent that you are not doing anything, yes, you are a coward. It would have been preferable if Bernie had been chosen. Not only would shit be exponentially worse with Trump, but it'd also mean that with someone that even a little bit Libby can also maybe buy some time for an actual progressive candidate. Yeah, Hideous Lemon, I 100% agree with you. Bernie would have been a much better candidate, but we don't live in that better world. We got to live with what we got. And we gotta make sure we roll up our sleeves with what we got, you know? For real solution to doomering is seeking therapy and getting help. True. Honestly, we need a one-world government, and we need global unity to advance past the capitalistic ideologies. The population has grown vastly past the level of functioning capitalistic society. Malthusianism is fucking stupid, so I disagree with you there. And I don't necessarily see the necessity of a one-world government, per se, but I'm an anti-statist, so, you know, at the end of the day, I would prefer no states exist. I guess I'm a coward then. I think you're saying that to make me an example, and that's fine. No, I'm saying it because for the reasons other chatters have said, you know? Doomering to the point of inaction makes you a coward. And the point of me pointing that out is not to say, oh, you're a coward, oh, fuck you, you're a coward. My point is to try and galvanize you to a point of action. That's the point. I would much rather you be someone who is low on hope and trying to do something about it than to be someone who is sitting around being like, oh, there's no point in doing anything because we're already all fucked. So, you know, guess I'll die. You know, I would rather you be like someone who's doing something than the guess I'll die meme is at the end of the day. And right now you are putting out the guess I'll die vibes. I don't know if that's a one-to-one accurate recreation of your ideology, but that's what you're putting out there. That's what I have received from the words and phrasing you have used. I know I'm not the only one that feels this way, and it's important to make people who are dejected from this shittiness also see the light. Doomers can be cowards, but do you let that excuse your own dejection of them and their expression of the situation? No! Part of the entire point of organizing is to make doomers believe that they can be doers. And that's the point. So I'm trying to suss out whether or not you are someone who is capable of doing something, or whether you are just here to talk about how hopeless the situation is. Because I know which I am, and that is in the camp of doing things. And I want to foster that same sense of doing things in my community. People who are just here to talk about how nothing will work and we're all fucked are not useful for the type of content I'm trying to put out. What do you do that changes people's realities? I organize! I talked about that! I organized this community and several other online communities for the midterms, for different political objectives, for opposing anti-trans legislation on the state level. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? If you're doing something, share it with us. Kind of off topic, do you consider yourself an anarchist? Thoism, in an abstract sense, yes. Mostly because I think in, like, a very, very long-term, from a very, very long-term perspective, I think like, some form of, like, ANCOM society would be, like, very preferable. But I don't think that that's going to be achieved at any point in our lifetimes. So I don't really talk about anarchy or anarchism all that much. Because I just don't think it's a viable reality in the short term. How do people be useful? What is organizing? How can we do that? We want to be, at least I do. Well, so when I talk about organizing, right, we did a lot of pushes for getting people on the ground in Wisconsin, right? Wisconsin had a very pivotal election recently where they elected basically the swing vote of their state Supreme Court, right? And that's a really unique opportunity because most states don't elect members of their Supreme Court. And so we reached out to the community, or I reached out to the community and was like, hey guys, we need people to go out to Wisconsin and volunteer on the ground to canvass. If you can't do that, And even if you are not in the United States, you can join this Discord to organize for call-in campaigns, for phone banking, so that you can call people in Wisconsin and remind them that, hey, this election day is coming up. Talk to them about like what Judge Protasewicz's ideals are. You can do that. And we also had people come on stream who were volunteers on previous campaigns during the midterms that we also did stuff like this for. And we had people come on stream to talk about their experiences both canvassing on the ground and also phone banking. And we had some people come on stream who like had started as just on the ground phone bankers, who were just like showing up, you know, doing their humdrum phone banking stuff, and had actually like progressed to being like the head of phone banking for like local or state level campaigns. And by participating, they were able to gain experience and then help other people get involved. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. It's not going to be a kind of situation where you alone are able to recruit 400,000 people. And goddamn, if you can, that's amazing. But like, generally speaking, if you are able as like a volunteer canvasser or a volunteer phone banker to reach like, I don't know, 200 homes, well, that might translate into 200 votes. But also, we know that statistically, if you reach a household, you are also very likely to change the other votes in that household. So reaching 200 different people can actually translate into possibly like 700 people changing their votes. And when we look at different races, especially on a state or local level, you have elections that are decided by like less than 100 votes. So the point being here is that by getting involved, you are able to affect change on state and local levels. Because it's not a one-to-one thing. You as a lone person are capable of contacting over 100 people. If you are dedicating a lot of time to it, hundreds of people. And that in turn changes elections. Can I ask you a genuine question? What do you view as anti-trans? Does it include anyone who believes that there are only male and female? I'm asking from a neutral perspective. I would say that if you believe that there's only male and female and you want to legislate around that opinion, yeah, I would say that makes you anti-trans. Yeah. If you believe there's only male and female and that's just your personal belief, that's fine. But your right to believe that ends with like enforcing that on other people. I'm not attacking anything you've done. I'm just asking. I didn't read it as an attack. I'm just very passionate about this subject. Sorry, just trying to understand. I feel like a lot of people I have talked to believe that being trans is a thing within the mind that should be rejected because they say it's from Satan to protect who God created someone as. So I'm just trying to get good perspectives from different people and trying to decide what I think. Well, I can't say I necessarily like understand because I don't believe in Satan. I was raised in a very fundamentally Christian household. And I only learned later in life that Satan is a mistranslation of the Hebrew Hasatan, which is essentially Hebrew for, or Greek, perhaps? It's either Hebrew or Greek, for the adversary, but in Hebrew, I believe. Hasatan in Hebrew is not like the enemy. It is more like the adversary, as in like the opposing lawyer in a courtroom. So, when we talk about like Satan, I don't know. I kind of lose the plot a little bit because I just think about that. I think about the mistranslation issue and how like most of modern Christianity that references Satan is actually just a mistranslation of like one story in the Bible that talks about like God having like essentially a lawyer. Hassan is the devil? True, Neuron. Also, chat, I've been streaming for over 5 hours now. If you're enjoying this content, I'd very much appreciate any subs or donos that you would like to make, because without your assistance, I would literally die. Cross Crescent Creed, you're God's cutest lawyer. One could also say that if you believe in God, then wouldn't God know that you were born with gender dysphoria? So who's to say? What if denying yourself is actually just going against his plan? Yeah, like Marco Dassoon, like exactly. There are a lot of different arguments one could make on those grounds, right? But like, yeah, it just seems to me like, I don't know. We have medicine and medical ways to like fix people's broken legs, right? We have medical ways to like fix like brain cancer, right? So like I don't understand why it's such a leap to think like we have medical ways to fix gender dysphoria. I don't understand that. Like, if God created you just the way you are, then surely God wants you to have a broken leg if you break your leg. Surely medical intervention there is wrong in some way. Like, if medical intervention is wrong to help trans people live better lives, happier, healthier lives, then surely it's also wrong to, like, properly set a broken leg because God wants you to have a broken leg. I don't... It doesn't follow for me exactly. Is streaming your full-time job? It is indeed, Nelms. Thank you for responding and taking the time to answer me. You really did help me understand what I was trying to do. Thank you. You're welcome, manufacturing content. I'm sorry I yelled at you. It's just something... I get really passionate about getting out of apathy. Because I feel like more often than, like, outright hostility, my primary enemy when it comes to political organizing is apathy. So I apologize if I went a little overboard, okay? I was suffocating from pneumonia, and these people prayed for me. We're saying Jesus, and it all went away instantly. It was terrifying, but in a way where I felt like I was being helped. And that's cool. But also just keep in mind you have survivor's bias, right? There are people who have been prayed for and it didn't help and they died, you know? You can look at any number of like the cases where like is it Jehovah's Witnesses? Yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses can't have like blood transfusions. They pray to God all the time, and like if one of their children gets like injured or sick and needs like a blood transfusion, like that child ain't getting a blood transfusion. And they fucking die large amount of the time, you know? I don't actually... Oh, my glasses are right here. Nice. But, like, how can I come to a realistic, logical conclusion from that? Well, my advice would be that the realistic, logical conclusion is that the medical care you received played a much bigger role in your recovery than the prayers, you know? I didn't have medical care? Wait, you didn't have medical... Why didn't you have medical care? And yeah, also just some people get lucky, you know? Like, not everyone dies from pneumonia. Not everyone dies from cancer either. Sometimes it just goes into remission without any kind of treatment. Yeah, my mom said she won't get a blood transfusion unless it's artificial. Wait, Cross Crescent Creed, is artificial blood a real thing? Because they said we can't do anything except give medication, but it wasn't working and I couldn't stay in the hospital because of the prices. Doodleburb, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. And wowee, you got 76 people with you? Hello. Hello, lovelies. We're just talking about political efficacy and also whether or not miracles can exist, I guess. Welcome, raiders. My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics, and also sometimes I get drunk and tipsy on stream. But if anyone tells you that, they're lying. Probably, maybe, sometimes. I appreciate y'all. I hope you had a lovely stream, Doodleburb. What'd you all talk about / draw about? It was instantly, like, I don't know how to explain it anyway else, and I totally get that no one should believe it because I thought I was going insane. I'm not sure how widely available artificial blood is or how effective it is compared to real blood. That's so cool. Aw, thank you, manufacturing content. Found this artificial blood article. What is this? Huh. Artificial blood is a product made to act as a substitute for red blood cells. While true blood serves many different functions, artificial blood is designed for the sole purpose of transporting oxygen and carbon dioxide throughout the body. That's so fucking cool. They had this in 2008? Wait, development of the first blood substitutes dates back to the early 1600s. Oh shit. Early 1600s? I'm not getting a blood substitute. Oh god. That is really, really cool. Huh. That's cool. I'm a read up more about that off stream. Hey, Hideous Lemon. We just talking with the Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Also, folks, if you want to get over onto the on-screen chat, you can just head over to riverboat.gg. It's our fancy new website. You look really cute tonight, like most nights. Thank you, Skyanon. Also, we've been going for about 5.5 hours. If any of you would like to support my content and make sure that I don't die in a gutter and make sure that you're not personally transphobic, consider gifting some subs or donos over on riverboat.gg, preferably, because that all helps me not die in a gutter, alone and unloved. Hello, Vox and Socks. Also, if you go over to riverboat.gg, there are no ads. Yeah, Nicoloisius, I guess my response would just be that, like, yeah, sometimes people just get better. You know? And sometimes people prayed over don't get better. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. There's really no way to put it down to divine intervention. Personally, dying in a gutter is one of my life fantasies. Well, you know, I would prefer not to live out one of your life fantasies. It's a Roro. No ads, you say, but how can that be? What's that? She streams on YouTube? Gee willikers! True, also confirmation bias plays a big role. Yes, we have white names in chat. It is truly a miracle. Oh, also, I'm going to be an absolute Chad and defeat a boss in Dark Souls 2. Sorry, I'm poor until next week, so I got to be transphobic for a little bit. Oh, no! Oh, also, we were watching Joe Biden's announcement speech, which is, as expected, boring as fuck.
Cuts in important programs, cut all discretionary spending by 22%, including ones I've just named. Programs millions of working and middle-class Americans count on. At the same time, he and his MAGA Republican colleagues are pushing some tax giveaways for the wealthiest Americans and biggest corporations.
I also forgot about Joe Biden.
They'd rather see kids and seniors struggle to eat what they need. People on Medicaid lose their health care. Veterans lose access to doctor's visits. And that's part of it, by the way, not a joke. Then cut subsidies to big oil that made $200 billion, and big pharma and the wealthiest corporations. We're not even talking about raising the tax. We just stop the subsidies. The same old trickle down dressed up in MAGA clothing. Only worse. Because this time, they're saying if they get their way, they will if they don't get their way, if Biden doesn't agree with them and agree to all the cuts and these tax increases for others, working people, they're going to let the country default on its debt. This is debt took over 200.
Hey, we beat boss. How about that, Mapples?
The last administration alone increased the debt by nearly 40%.
She ain't got no head.
In 4 years.
Hey, her head game is great. Don't you be mean.
They passed the debt ceiling without any question. Default would be totally irresponsible. I mean, it would mean cuts in Social Security, Medicare, higher interest rates for your credit cards, car loans, mortgages. The entire economy would be put at risk. Moody's, you know, that economic operation that comments on the economy, they said the Republican plan would cost us 780,000 jobs. 780,000 jobs.
I feel like a lot of people are broke right now, which is not a great testament to Joe Biden's thriving economy. Goddamn. You think the rail union thing is gonna have a negative effect? Because I'm worried about that. I gotta be 100% real with you guys, okay? 100% real talk. Unfortunately, liberals do not give a single shit about the rail union thing. And that fucking that sucks, okay? It sucks. But that's the reality. They do not care. They care about like they care about the optics, they care about the money that they get in their own pocket. They care about commerce continuing and not being shut down after a pandemic. And like I wish they also cared about rail unions. I really do. It'd be really wonderful, but unfortunately it is not like a top level issue. In the same way like healthcare is, you know? Healthcare costs are like a top level issue to these folks. I miss my childhood when the worst thing about politics was that it was boring. Probably just remembering it through rose-tinted glasses, though. Yeah, probably. More for the general. Look, I think that if I'm to be honest with you, in the general, the people who are gonna care about the union thing are like the folks who would do like Bernie or busting, you know, like they're people who do not actually care about the outcomes of an election, and who are instead they just want to, you know, kind of exercise some kind of fuck you power. Yeah, Bernie or bust. Yeah. Liberals don't even still care about COVID. Yeah, like the Biden administration fucking ended all of their COVID protections. It's ridiculous. But that's just kind of where we're at, you know? Exactly, GD Reaper. He's pro-extraction of labor. That's a really good way of putting it.
Working and middle-class seniors.
Bernie here, bust.
Paying the price. The Speaker likes to quote President Reagan.
Exactly,
I love these
Marco
guys, how they
DeSoon.
selectively quote people, including
Bernie or
makeup quotes for me.
Bussy?
Well,
Bernie or Bussy. There we go.
President
Nailed it.
Reagan made it clear. We pay our debts. Here's his quote from him. He said, "The United States has a special responsibility to itself and to the world to meet its obligations. It means we have a well-earned reputation for reliability and credibility, two things that set us apart from much of the world." No, I think I'd be quoting Donald Trump, but even Donald Trump said, "I can't imagine anyone ever thinking of using the debt ceiling as a negotiating wedge."
Yeah, this, by the way, this is his audio for, like, announcing that he's running for president. And it's so bad.
These guys are saying, unless I agree to cut all these programs by 22%, which is growing economy, and cut taxes for the super wealthy and corporations. Folks, America's not a deadbeat nation. We pay our bills. Look, let me close with this. I'm taking too much of your time. There are a lot of folks who look at the world and our economy through the eyes of Wall Street. I'm not one of them. I'm not saying anybody in Wall Street bad guys. That's not how I look at the world. I look at the world through the eyes of Scranton and Claymont, Delaware, where I grew up. Not a joke. Through the eyes of the working people I grew up with in this nation, and the eyes of my dad. Through the eyes of people like you who've been able to make it because of your union. The Speaker, the former President, and the MAGA extremists are cut from a different cloth. They treat these folks, and they think they're a threat. They think that somehow we're going to go back. The threat that MAGA Republicans pose is to take us to a place we've never been, and where the last guy tried to take us. And look how hard we had to fight to get prevailing wage, Bush-Lewis, Davis-Bacon, Project Labor Agreement, health care. My God, we had to fight like hell. And folks, we made a lot of progress because of all of you. But there's more to do. So let's finish the job. I've long said it's never been a good bet to bet against America, and I can honestly say, as I stand here today, I've never been more optimistic about it.
I honestly have it turned up about as high as it can go. I can turn it up a little bit higher, but like we only have a minute and a half left.
America's future. We're on the cusp of major change. We're creating jobs again. Manufacturing has come alive again. People can afford a decent health care. Towns that have been forgotten and left behind for dead are coming alive again because of you all and what we're doing. Now we've just got to keep it going. Finish the job. We just have to remember who we are. We are the United States of America. There's nothing
Drop
beyond
a fucking
our capacity.
Joe.
Nothing. If we work together.
We're the United
God bless you
fucking
all.
States
May
of
God
America.
protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Do it, Joe. You know you want to drop an F-bomb. Would have made you the coolest president of all time. Yeah, I'm being really flippant about this, but like, I gotta be honest, like, it's a really big deal. And unfortunately, it's a big deal in a way that indicates that we are not gonna get the things that we want. We're not gonna get, like, we're not gonna get Bernie Sanders running, we're not gonna get AOC running, we're not gonna get, like, any of the major leftist folks running. We might see, oh God, what's his name? From Illinois. What's his name? No, Marianne. Well, yeah. Look, I gotta be honest with you guys. Marianne was never going to like be a prominent person in this election, and that's something that's gonna hit a lot of people real hard. But like the reality is that Marianne Williamson was never going to be like a prominent candidate. And she knew that too. Like, there are so many people who interviewed her and like asked her about that, and like the situation is that even she admits in like in interviews that she is not interested. Well, not necessarily not interested. That's not fair. She does not expect to be able to win this election. She doesn't expect to be able to win the primary. Her main goal is to be able to change the conversation within the Democratic Party, much like Bernie Sanders did in 2016. You know, Bernie Sanders made himself and Medicare for All a household name. And like those are major victories. So that's her goal primarily for this primary season. We'll see what happens. She might get a cabinet position. I don't think so. Joe Biden is not going to give Marianne Williamson a cabinet position unless she feels like there is going. Sorry, not. Unless Joe Biden feels like Marianne Williamson is taking like a sizable portion of his primary electorate, he is not going to offer her shit. You know? Do you think the best leftist candidate that isn't Bernie is Jamal Bowman? Absolutely not. No. Jamal Bowman is not a great candidate for 2028, no. My money would be on AOC, J.B. Pritzker, or Gavin Newsom. Those are like the three candidates that have like the best shots of that we know of so far. But like 2028 is so far away, it's like pointless to even really speculate. But like those are the three I would put my money on. If there was going to be like, and J.B. Pritzker, not as far left as I would like. AOC, not as far left as I would like. Definitely a little bit farther to the left than J.B. Pritzker. And then Gavin Newsom, like not nearly as far to the left as I would like, and kind of like a scum fuck in a suit, to be honest. But like those are the three people who have a realistic chance of being put into the primary process. Isn't Pritzker a billionaire? Yep. He's, again, I don't particularly like J.B. Pritzker, and that's one of the reasons I don't like J.B. Pritzker. But being a billionaire absolutely does help your ability to run for president of the United States. And Gavin Newsom sucks ass, and not in the good way. Is anyone else skeeved out by the Democratic candidate that's been on Fox News? He strikes me as astoundingly as an AstroTurf spoiler candidate. Vox and Sox, I actually have no idea who you're talking about, which is odd. I usually know these things before you guys. Oh, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Yeah, no, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is like a troll candidate. He's not like a real candidate, you know? No, it's not RF. Oh, well, okay. The guy, Vox and Socks, the guy you're talking about is Vivek Ramaswamy, and he is not a Democratic candidate. He is a Republican candidate for the primaries. Yeah, and also, yeah, he's all kinds of weird and awful. God, we had so much content to get through today. Here, we'll do this one. Oh my God, it was so much. This shows you how quiet Joe Biden was.
Thousands are here today in Seoul protesting against what they describe as a growing anti-feminism movement in South Korea. Women fear that their rights are at stake because men are claiming to be victims of reverse discrimination and state that feminism has gone too far.
In South Korea, a battle between men and women is spilling out onto the streets. Gender equality has always been elusive here, but a younger, louder generation of women is demanding that things change. This focus on women's rights was triggered by the global Me Too movement, which began back in 2017. As women across the world shared their stories, women here also stepped forward.
최근 연예인들의 성폭행 문제가 끊이지 않고 있습니다.
옆자리에 앉아서 허리를 감싸 안고
증거는 될 수 없지만 저한테는 있었던 사실이에요.
The allegations implicated politicians and priests. Actors and artists were named and shamed.
정말 부끄럽고 참담합니다.
But as the allegations grew, so did resentment among some men.
이것도 페미니스트 분들이 남성의 성기에 좀 집착을 하는 부분이 있다.
저는 얘네들의 발화 권력이 정말 무서운 부분이라고 봐요.
정말 무소불위의 권력이죠. 그리고 저는 이제 남성성이 거세되면 거세될수록 강간이 많이 일어날 거라 생각해요.
Lee Hyun-jun is 29 and works as a manager at a pet food company. At the height of the Me Too movement, he joined a group that opposes feminism. They call it gender harmony.
사실 그 당시에는 페미니즘이 근데 그 인기에 힘입어 남성들에 대한 매도, 뭐 조롱, 모욕 굉장한 많은 일들이 벌어졌습니다. 그래서 남성들이 화가 나서 여성들을 멀리하기 시작했어요. 그 상태를 보고 있자니 가만히 있을 수가 없었습니다.
How are they being humiliated by women?
뭐 고추가 3cm니 뭐니 거기에다가 남성들은 모두 잠재적 강간 범죄자. 남성들은
I gotta be honest though, it's true. Some men are rapists, and women have to be able to live with that fact. They have to be able to live and navigate a world where some men are very likely to be rapists, and that's troubling in a lot of different ways.
하등 쓸모없는 존재.
What do you think the consequences of the Me Too movement were in South Korea?
네, 남성들이 여성을 믿지 않게 됐습니다. 그래서 미투를 당할 수 있으니까 하이힐을 신은 여자가 계단 아래로 떨어지고 있는데 거기에서 닿으면 미투 운동을 당할 수 있으니까 자리를 피해버리고.
And you mentioned false rape accusations. I mean, do you think that's a significant amount?
지금 많다고 생각합니다. 다른 나라에 비해서 좀 많을 수도 있다고 생각해요.
Okay, we've seen data though from the Supreme Prosecutor's Office that less than 1% of rape cases in South Korea are false.
그러니까 강간 무고가 1%가 안 된다는 말씀이시죠? 실제로 네 피해자의 증언만이 오직 유일한 증거가 되는 경우가 굉장히 많거든요. 사람이 있을 수도 있겠구나라는 생각이 들고 있긴 합니다.
Hyunjin and his group have plenty of supporters. His YouTube channel has more than 61,000 followers. Today
Okay,
they showed
that's
up to
not a
live
lot,
stream the
though.
International Women's Day rally.
여성주의 평화 안보 구축하라!
The blue hairs even reached South
개인적으로
Korea.
되게 뭐랄까, 이런 감정들만 있는 내용들이라고 할까요?
그 예시로 차별금지법을 강력하게 통과를 시켜야 된다라고 얘기를 했었는데 이게 사실은 표현 독재법이죠.
So Hyunjin is trying to find someone to speak to right now.
남자들한테 하실 말씀 많으실 것 같은데 좀 듣고 싶어요. 안 들어주실 거예요? 너무 하시네. 젠장. 자, 그러면 부스를 돌아보겠습니다. 한국 남자들한테 하고 싶은 말이에요.
진짜요? 저 진짜 해도 돼요?
진짜 하세요. 진짜 하세요.
해주셨으면 좋겠어요.
좀 씻고 다녀라. 씻고 다녀라.
그게 이제 성평등을 위해서 남자들은 씻고 다녀야
네,
된다고.
씻고 다녀라. 오줌 싸지 문 닫아라. 시민의식을 높이자는 얘기예요. 화장실 예를 들어 화장실 갔는데 남녀 공용이야.
네네.
갔는데 문 열어놓고 안전했으면 좋겠어요.
안전해야 되고.
여자들이 어떤 고통 겪는지 알아요.
공감해줘야 되고, 그죠?
성통제주의가 좀 많이 있는데 그쪽에서 누르시는 것 같은데. 저한테 막 화내시고 저는 여기 가만히 있는데 얼굴이 여기까지만 나오시잖아요.
아니 약간 아니 프레임이 약간 쉬워졌어. 성통제주의라는 얘기를 난 처음 들어봤어.
So Hyunjin is speaking to some feminists right now, and it's getting a little bit heated. They're having a disagreement.
카메라 고압적으로 하지 마시고요. 위협적으로 하지 마세요. 위협적으로 하지 마세요. 위협적으로 하지 마세요. 폭력적으로 하지 마시고요. 쳐다보시고 와서 대화하세요. 대화하세요. 대화를 못 하시는 남성과
This is
여성의
very
자유를
weird
파괴하고
and would
남성과
make me
여성의
very
평등을
uncomfortable if I were a
점차
woman in that
차단시키는
situation.
그런 모습을 잘 볼 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Was that successful?
네, 맞습니다. 그렇게 뭔가 만족스럽지 못하네요. 성평등에 대해서 정말 생각한 사람이라면 오줌 싸는 거, 샤워하는 거 이런 이야기를 할 수 있을까라는 생각이 듭니다.
But hygiene isn't what women are talking about here.
Damn it. God damn it,
So can
Dennis.
you tell me why you're here today? What are women facing in South Korea?
실제로는 많은 기업에서 성별임금 격차를 이유 없이 지불하고 있고 혹은 노동시장에서 성불평등도 이유 없이 고용차별이 진행되고 있어요.
What do you think is at stake for women in South Korea?
자기 존엄을 보장할 수 없다. 자기 권리를 보장할 수 없다. 계속 여성들은 끊임없이 죽어나가고 강간을 당하고 폭행을 당하고 그래서 자기의 오롯한 생존을 보장받을 수 없는 상태로 지금 서게 되겠죠.
The facts support these concerns. South Korea has the worst gender pay gap among developed democracies. On average, women earn a third less than men. And when it comes to violent crime here, almost 90% of victims are women, compared to around 50% in the US. But despite this, the country's new leader, Yoon Suk-yeol, is planning to get rid of the ministry responsible for promoting gender equality. In fact, he campaigned on it and won the presidency.
공약인데 그러면 뭐 내가 선거 때 국민들한테 거짓말하라는 얘기입니까?
이제 남자가 악이다. 남자는 사라져야 된다. 이런 militant feminist.
Ooh, the Justins might be on a national level in
Pathik Young is a
2028.
lawmaker from the ruling People
That's
Power
interesting.
Party and supports President Yoon's views on feminism. Do you want to get rid of the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family in South Korea?
그렇습니다. 저는 여성가족부의 폐지 대표적인 폐지론자인데 그리고 이제 성 갈등이 심화되면서 대한민국이 세계 최악의 이제 저출산 국가가 된 것도 여성가족부 영향이 좀 크다고 생각합니다.
Do you
As
agree that
gender
some of the
conflict
policies your party has put
intensifies,
forth
it's like a
aligns
war
with
up
what
in here.
anti-feminists want in South Korea?
한국에서 페미니즘 반대한다고 할 때 그게 성차별을 옹호하는 게 아니라 한 젠더에게 특권을 주는 것을 반대한다는 그런 뜻입니다. 한국의 페미니스트들은 이제 남성 역차별론자로 이해되고 있습니다. 그래서 당연히 그런 신종 역차별.
How do you think South Korea fits into the global discussion about gender equality?
그러니까 예를 들어 이란이나 최근에 아프가니스탄 같은 사회를 보면 여성을 학대를 하고 있고 이제 그런 사회 심각한 여성 차별 사회에 대해서 우리가 좀 더 관심을 많이 가져야 된다고 생각을 합니다.
The women aren't privileged in South Korea. Something that activist Park Ji-hyun is reminded of every day.
최근에 한국의 이제 정치 상황을 봤을 때 이제 후퇴하고 있다고 느끼는 건데 정부 주요 인사들을 봐도 대부분이 남성이고 한국 사회에서 여성 국회의원이 지금 19%거든요.
As a student journalist in 2019, Park helped uncover one of South Korea's largest online sex crime rings, which launched her career in politics. But once she was in office, Park became the target of relentless digital abuse. Some of these messages are extremely disturbing. They include threats of assault and genital mutilation.
Hideous Lemon, yo, get that gay attention, bro.
이런 메시지를 보내는 분은 왜 나한테 이런 메시지를 보낼까? 내가 살아있는 사람이라고 생각했을 때 내가 나를 사람으로 생각하지 않는 건가?
Do you think mainstream politicians presenting anti-feminist remarks has made anti-feminism go mainstream within South Korea?
이 백래시가 심해지고 있는 것은 부정할 수 없는 사실인 것 같아요. 네. 일본을 풀 대상이 필요한 거예요. 근데 그 대상이 여성으로 향하는 경우가 많이 있는 것 같고.
But Park faces an uphill battle getting men in South Korea to agree with her. A 2021 poll found that nearly 80% of men in their 20s believe they face serious discrimination. 70% of men in their 30s agreed. Do you think groups like yours that are against feminism have the potential to be spaces where women get harassed unfairly?
충분히 있다 생각합니다. 하지만 저는 개인적으로 이 그룹을 이끌면서 가져가는 어떤 좌우명 같은 게 있다면 페미니스트가 페미니즘을 선택하지 않아도 되는 세상을 만들어보자가 제 지금 좌우명입니다. 여성들이 전체적으로 피해를 보고 있구나라고 생각해서 페미니즘을 선택합니다. 하지만 저는 그러지 않아도 된다라는 걸 좀 얘기를 해주고 싶어요.
Everything you've said to me in this conversation sounds like you are an anti-feminist.
안티페미니즘과는 거리가 다릅니다. 안티페미니즘은 여성을 모욕하는 것도 서슴지 않습니다. 하지만 저희는 여성을 지켜야 된다고 이야기합니다. 저는 남자로서 제가 사랑하는 여성을 지키기 위해 살아요.
Do you consider yourself a hero?
It's just that he doesn't love any women.
저는 영웅을 만들어내는 감독 정도가 아닐까 생각합니다.
So one day in the future you might be a hero.
뭐 언젠가는요.
What a weirdo.
그저께 저희가 모욕적인 일을 당했습니다.
성평등을 위해서 남자들에게 하고 싶은 말이라고 했는데 소변 관리를 잘못하게 하셔가지고 그게 성평등 관련해서
자, 여기 안에 굉장히 이 짧은 영상 안에 정말 수많은 메시지들이 담겨 있는 것 같은데 일단 첫 번째
충분히 성희롱으로 해석될 만한 여지도 있다고 보고.
I want to talk about what happened at the rally. What were you trying to achieve?
하지만 그래서 페미니즘에 대한 이야기를 듣고 거기에 더 나은 어떻게 보면 페미니즘을 발전시켜서 성평화로 이끌려고 하는 시도들을 하기 위해서 정보를 모으기 위해 갔던 거였죠.
Right, but I mean, you showed up with a camera. You were live streaming the whole thing. I mean, and you came at the end of the protest. What were you really trying to do?
네, 정말 저는 대화 그 행사를 방해하고 싶은 생각은 없어요. 저는 페미니즘과는 거리가 있는 사람이니까 그 행사를 방해하고 싶은 생각은 없었어요.
This guy just
그래서
lying.
이야기를 나눌 수 있는 기회가 되었는데 아마
It was a
그
good opportunity
대화를
to exchange views with a
그런
woman
들으지
because I just don't interact with women.
by her reaction, the feminists' reaction? I mean, you showed up in their space, right?
굉장히 놀랐습니다. 믿음을 가지고 갔는데 완전히 배신당한 느낌이었어요.
I felt
You didn't even
completely
introduce yourself,
betrayed.
though, as gender harmony people.
아, 맞. 네, 그랬었네요. 예. 근데 정말 그건 제 실수가 많은 것 같습니다.
And you also referred to the feminist in after that protest on Saturday as someone who was sexually harassing you. Do you think that's a fair description of what she said to you?
그냥 기분에 너가 성적으로 수치심을 느꼈으면 그게 성희롱이거든요. 한국에서는 그렇습니다. 그래서 성희롱이 될 수 있다고 그 충분히 요지가 된다고 생각을 했고.
What are you afraid could happen in South Korea?
가장 두려운 것은 남성과 여성이 스스로의 남성성과 여성성을 모두 잃어버리고 정말 성기만 다른 존재가 되어버리는 게 무섭습니다.
Yeah, get fucked. Get out of here, Dennis. Hey, I'm gender equality in over here. Hey.
I'm Michael Lermont, editor-in-chief of Vice.
All right, cool. All right, now I need to take a break from this game that I'm very good at in order to bring you a very important message, chat, okay? You guys ready? Very important message. Hey, I'm Doc Soulson over here. All right. Oh. Here we go. Whoop. There we go. So, segment time, baby. Folks, you may have been wondering to yourselves over the past couple years now, this Steven Crowder guy, boy howdy, he has some ideas about women, and he has some ideas about marriage, and, well, it just really seems like he has divorced dad energy. You know, he's got divorced dad energy coming out his armpits, coming out his butthole, coming out of his mouth. Just out of all of his orifices, divorced dad energy. And I'm pretty sure I've commented on it in the past. And, well, today Steven Crowder did a show that kind of explains why he has that exact kind of energy.
As well as physical safety of my has increased divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, circulating, it's never fun, but well, I guess let me be clear here. I have been living with a proverbial boot on my neck for going on years now. Since 2021, I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side, and no, this was not my choice.
Okay, guys, I'm not gonna come out and say the full thought that I have in my head. I'm just gonna say like the polite thought I have in my head, and that is, it's deeply weird that the first thing he says about the fact that he's divorced is that there was no physical violence. It's deeply weird and deeply sussy that he's saying there was no physical violence that led to this divorce. As the first... I'm sorry, when I hear somebody got divorced, my brain doesn't go to, oh, clearly one of them was beating the other. Like, no, my brain doesn't go there. My brain just is like, oh yeah, it didn't work out, you know? Yes, boot to the throat action should be consensual. This is true. This is true. All right.
My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore. And in the state of Texas, that is completely permitted. It's been the most heartbreaking experience of my life.
In a lot of other, in a lot, if not most states, no fault divorce is a thing. You can just get divorced if you are deeply unhappy. That's a thing you can do. And yeah, I think that's probably a good thing overall.
What I consider to be my deepest personal failure, and just so you know, my opinions on parenting and families have not changed. I've always believed that children need a mom and a dad, that divorce is horrible, and I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible. But in today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter. In Texas, divorce...
No, Stoudman, he does say that, like he thinks it shouldn't be legal to divorce someone because you're deeply upset about the marriage. He says it like that because he does think that. He does think it should be illegal for women to get divorced if they are unhappy in a marriage. And you know what? I know, look, usually I haven't pre-watched. I pre-watched the fuck out of this, okay? I pre-watched the fuck out of this. And I'm gonna be upfront with you guys. It is not the first time he talks about... it is not the last time he talks about no violence on either side. And it's also not the last time he talks about how he wishes that it wasn't legal in Texas to get divorced via no-fault divorce. So just a heads up, we're gonna get a whole lot more of that.
This is permitted when one party wants it, period. So for well over a year, in the best interest as well as physical safety of my children, we've decided to keep this issue private and to resolve it privately with the appropriate attorneys, what have you, legal jargon. Now in all this, one thing I want to be really clear about is certain. True north here is that my children are blameless, completely without fault, and so we decided to resolve.
I need to point out to you guys that his children are like less than 2 years old. My children are blameless in this. Yeah, no shit, dude. No one was thinking that your 1.5-year-olds were responsible for this. No one thought like some little baby Machiavelli was ending your marriage, okay?
All these issues privately, as it's in their best interests, both emotionally and physically, to do so. Now, the other issue is, and this is something that I've...
You think he wishes he would have taken the Daily Wire deal now? Well, he's been divorced for like 2 years now, chat. What did those little shits do? I don't know. Yeah, little baby Avelli.
Kept private for likely far too long. Many other people knew about this behind the scenes. Some, not all, but some of them in positions of power, influence, leverage, knew of this. They also knew that the safety of my children included keeping it private. So if you're familiar with the idea of extortion, then you know the feeling well.
Okay, so he's talking about the physical safety of his children. Now you gotta be wondering, what is... He's talking about extortion, he's talking about the safety of his children. Okay, it sounds like I don't know, the implications that he's making here are that, like, his little baby Avelian children somehow pissed off the baby mafia and they're coming to break the kids' kneecaps, okay? Or, more realistically, he is, like, fabricating this sense of danger in order to justify, hostilities towards others? It's weird. Anyway, let's go.
Now, some of these threats were so thinly veiled that I'm frankly surprised you didn't all guess immediately.
Stephen has a lot.
That's right, folks! He's picking a fight with Candace Owens. I don't know why. I don't know why he's doing this, but it's very fucking funny. He's claiming that Candace Owens was extorting him based on this clip. Let's go.
Going on, I guess is the best way to say it. He has a lot going on, and that should be clear because people don't do stuff like this if there's not a lot going on in their lives. I would like to implore my audience and everybody that isn't paying attention to this situation not to condemn him, but to pray for him. Sometimes people need a prayer. Sometimes
this was in the aftermath of Steven Crowder's fallout with the Daily Wire, and Daily Wire funds Candace Owens. So Steven Crowder was on the warpath against Daily Wire, and Candace Owens put out this video against Steven Crowder, or responding to Steven Crowder.
people need a scripture. You know, Stephen purports to be a Christian. I am unsure at this moment if it is my place to say more than that. You know, maybe if I feel in further defense, some things should be said, or maybe if I feel that the public has a right to understand certain circumstances.
Well, my children have a right to privacy. Now, some other issues have been, or I should say, inferences have been more pernicious behind the scenes with demands and threats to use this information that they believe would be so publicly embarrassing to me and my wife at a difficult time that it could be used, knowingly putting my children in harm's way. So to those self-styled Christians, conservatives, and allies, well, not in my book. Now, if you find yourself, I don't want to get into details, so this is going to likely be the only time I have to address this or want to address this. If you're asking yourself, hey, did X person or did Y person know? The answer is likely yes, which will be made alarmingly clear as this process of discovery continues. And it also, by the way, makes me that much more appreciative of those who did know about this and, in understanding the best interests of my family, my children, kept their word and used discretion. I can't thank you enough. Sincerely, I appreciate it. Won't forget it. It's pretty simple. I loved a woman so much that I married her. A woman who, despite all of this, I still love as the mother of my children. And she wanted something else for her life. That's not my choice. She simply wanted out, and the law says that that's how it works. Now, of course.
And the law says that's how it works. Again, really heavily implying that the law shouldn't allow women to divorce their husbands. Oh my God.
Of course, look, I get it. There are multiple sides to every story, but one thing that is undeniable in this case is that it's no one's fault but my own in that I picked wrong, and that's...
It's no one's fault but my own. Because I picked wrong. I loved the wrong woman. That deceitful harlot slut. I mean, I love her with my whole heart, but I picked wrong. Oh, God. God damn. He thinks the law should force his wife to be with him against her will. He does think that. Yes, that is true. Hey, Vavova. Stop, I can't cope. I can't get over my only mistake was loving the wrong woman. Like, what? Jesus, the bitterness is unreal.
It's certainly not the fault of my children.
No one thinks it's the fault of your 1.5-year-old children, Stephen. No one thinks that. The party of personal responsibility over here. Can't take personal responsibility for a failed marriage. Yeah.
I will say that what's in the best interest of my children is not internet drama, speculation, certainly not blatant or veiled shakedowns or dragging their father or mother, and I can't be clear on that enough, or their mother through the mud. And to anyone who tries it, I'm no longer going to pacify, capitulate, or sidestep because I love them a whole lot more than I love you. And I will continue to do whatever is necessary to protect my children. Discussing the divorce any further on social media or on this show or in any public space is not what's best for them. I'll be handling this through the proper legal avenues and channels available as a matter of record in which I have more than full confidence.
I do have to say, there's a part of me that feels bad for taking a lot of pleasure in this entire segment, but I do have to reiterate that Steven Crowder's the kind of guy who reenacts people getting murdered by cops to show that actually being murdered by cops isn't that bad, you know? That's the kind of guy he is, and I don't feel bad when bad things happen to him.
So I'd ask that you understand the need for and respect our privacy in what is obviously a pretty tough time. And I hope...
Yeah, no, and to be clear, he is using his children as human shields against internet criticism, and that's pretty scumfuck behavior.
That none of this has to go any further than that. Now, on with the reason you're all actually here.
Oh, we're not watching this. Just to be clear, we're not watching the entire segment here. So Steven Crowder comes out with that segment today, right? Well, Candace Owens has a response, babies, and we're gonna take a look at it real quick.
You know, I don't even have a question of the day for you guys today. I just feel like in the last 24 hours, things have just gone absolutely insane, right? Is it just me, or does it just seem like somebody pressed a button and the world has just gone, bah!
Hey, Holy Beer Dragon.
About Tucker Carlson, we're all shocked. We spoke about that a little bit yesterday. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that today. And then right on the heels, and unfortunately for him, it was after Tucker Carlson,
ex-wife,
we learned
baby.
that Don Lemon is out at CNN. And I definitely want to talk about that because a lot of us are laughing, but we shouldn't be. There's a cautionary tale there.
Okay, I don't want to watch all 30 minutes of this. Let's get to, yeah, here we go.
So we're going to have to respond to that, obviously, because he makes some pretty heavy implications and insinuations in his video that are so patently false that it's shocking to me that a man with his following would be stupid enough to put this onto a platform. So let's first back this up in case you don't know who Steven Crowder is. It's totally plausible. He sort of lives on the internet. Steven Crowder is somebody who has a show called Louder with Crowder, who had something very terrible happen to him at the end of last year. The Daily Wire came to him with a $50 million term sheet. He was offered $50 million. I know, horrible, terrible. He was so upset by this that he then decided to do a video in which he calls out essentially all of the Daily Wire hosts, myself included, for accepting slave-like contracts. These were the very heavy implications of that video, that his followers needed to stop Big Con, talking about how we are all existing and we're kowtowing. And of course, we responded forcefully to this because it's simply not true. The idea that I'm somehow in bed with big tech or that I'm dishonest in what I do simply because we didn't accept, I guess, his counter offer to the $50 million contract is pointedly ridiculous. Now, why are we talking about him again? Well, in closing back in January...
To be clear, Candace Owens is very upset that she did not get offered a $50 million contract.
Where I essentially said that we were no longer going to talk about Steven Crowder, and I instead offered that people should pray for him because obviously When a man does something like that, he is broken. You don't do something like that to your friends unless there is something going on in your personal life. Well, Steven Crowder announced this morning that he is going through a divorce, and I want to show you bits of that video. Take a listen.
But needed to take a moment here to address some issues out there that are circulating. It's
Oh yeah,
never fun.
Candace Owens is
But,
always well dressed. She's just
well, I guess let me be
awful
clear here.
on the inside.
I have been living with a proverbial boot on my neck for going on years now. Since 2021, I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side. And no, this was not my choice.
Okay, so in the open, you get it. Steven Crowder is a victim. Once again, he's always a martyr for his belief. He's always a victim. And this time, it's the proverbial boot on the neck. He's literally George Floyd. So the idea here is you need to feel really bad for Steven Crowder right away because he's got a boot on his neck. Let's see what else he said.
So,
damn! I really thought Candace's editors were going to be throwing up the clip where he reenacted George Floyd's execution.
Familiar with the idea of extortion, then you know the feeling well. Now, some of these threats were so thinly veiled that I'm frankly surprised you didn't.
Holy
all
Beer
guess
Dragon, I
immediately.
do, but I don't think it's going to last long.
Steven has a lot going on, I guess is the best way to say it. He has a lot going on, and that should be clear because people don't do stuff like this if there's not a lot going on in their lives. I would like to implore my audience and everybody that isn't paying attention to this situation not to condemn him, but to pray for him. Sometimes people need a prayer. Sometimes people need a scripture. You know, Stephen
I want the
purports
boot
to
on
be
my
a
neck.
Christian. I am unsure at this moment if it is my place to say more than that. You know, maybe if I feel in further defense, some things should be said, or maybe if I feel that the public has a right to understand certain circumstances.
Well, my children have a right to privacy. Now, some other issues have been, or I should say, inferences.
Okay,
How do you not see
there we
that
go.
he is so obviously acting and that he is a very bad actor? Do you feel bad for him when he says that? When he says, if you're familiar with the idea of extortion, well, if you are familiar with the idea of extortion, you should realize that that video that he just showed of me wasn't that. Nobody threatened him. Nobody made demands behind closed doors. His insinuation that I knew about his divorce before he decided to attack the Daily Wire is a pointed lie. Let me tell you what actually went on behind the scenes.
Do spill.
Steven Crowder on election night was our friend. He was on the backstage with all of us, laughing, having a great time. He even sent me a retrospectively very flirty message thereafter on Instagram about how nice I looked on election night, even though I didn't.
Oh, he was going through a divorce and he was flirting with Candace Owens. Oh shit. Oh shit. And I believe Candace is married to like some fucking English duke or something. Oh God.
Respond to it. Thereafter, obviously, he attacked the Daily Wire. He decided to record his friend, Jeremy Boring, and to release the recording out of context to make it seem like Jeremy Boring.
Show the DMs, Candace. Show the flirtatious message. You got this. Let's go. You got the deets.
Knows that he's employing all of us like we're slaves, right? This is what Steven Crowder did. We had a right to respond forcefully to all of his claims. We all did that on our different platforms. And then I said to myself, just sitting there one day, why is he doing this? It's a very simple question and an obvious question that any person would ask. This is not normal behavior. It's very erratic to go from being friends with somebody, being with them on election night, laughing, having a great time, to suddenly wanting to ruin their entire company and launching Stop Big Con. It's bizarre behavior. I turned to my husband and I said, where's his wife in all of this? Isn't she so supposedly a Christian? I'm just thinking about the way that I talk about everything in my life with my husband. Every night I'm talking to him about what's going on at work. I thought to myself, where is Hillary Crowder in all of this? How did she not tell him not to do something this vicious and this disgusting? And then I said to my husband, I bet they're not even together. I logged on to Instagram and I found Hillary Crowder's Instagram account.
Oh, shit.
And I looked to see, and it turned out that she didn't follow Steven Crowder and that Steven Crowder didn't follow her. She
Oh,
didn't follow
shit.
anybody in her family, and she wasn't following anybody in his family. That was my aha moment. Clearly, there was some sort of a separation. Now, this might sound like crazy CIA stuff, woman stuff. It's exactly what happened. I then spoke to Jeremy at the Daily Wire, and I said, do you think that him and his wife are potentially separated? And he said, no, 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 no. Obviously, it's his friend. He would have known whether or not they were separated, except he didn't. He actually had no idea if they were separated either. Finally, we decided in conclusion, Jeremy advised, that we just stay out of it, that this is actually not our business, but at least it actually felt good to learn that he was going through something privately because it assigned some reason for something that he did that was so horrific and so irrational to his friends. And finally, we said, okay, this is a broken man. This is what I was thinking. This is a broken man who is on some sort of a spiral. It is likely his divorce that led to this moment. He's acting erratic, he's acting panicked, and this at least gives us some sort of an excuse for why he behaved this way. That's it. That's the big scary story. I then went onto my platform and I said, pray for Steven Crowder, honestly, because that's what he needs. He needs a prayer. And apparently, nobody's answering those prayers right now because he's still acting erratic. He's now upping the ante and suggesting that I extorted him. I will not take that lightly, okay? I am not Hillary Crowder. I am not anybody in his family. I am not going to take somebody going onto his platform and alleging that I either harassed, threatened, or did anything that would put his children at risk. That is very serious stuff that he is saying. And so
And then, you know what? Candace Owens has a point here. It is pretty serious to imply that Candace Owens is threatening the physical safety of his children.
I did this morning after this clip was sent to me is I contacted a defamation lawyer, and I am sending Steven Crowder a cease and desist, and I'm going to demand a full-throated retraction to the idea that Candace Owens threatened him or extorted him, and not that I simply did a little math. 1 + 1 = 2. A crazy man doing
legal
these sorts of
action.
things
Let's
to
go,
his
baby.
friends obviously means that something is going on personally. Honestly, this time, I'm not even going to suggest that anybody should pray for him. I am so deeply troubled by the idea that he is trying to insert me into this narrative pertaining to his divorce. I'm frankly angry about this. So I'm going to hope that he does the right thing, okay? That he does another one of his live feeds on the exact same platform and via the exact same medium and offers me an apology and takes back every single word that he says. And, by the way, if you think that that's bad, here's how he decided to end this clip pertaining to his divorce.
It's pretty simple. I loved a woman so much that I married her. A woman who, despite all of this, I still love as the mother of my children. And she wanted something else for her life. That's not my choice. She simply wanted out, and the law says that that's how it works. Now, of course, look, I get it. There are multiple sides to every story.
The law
but
says
one
that's
thing
how
that
it
is
works.
undeniable,
Yep.
in this case, is that it's no one's fault but my own in that I picked wrong.
I picked wrong. Wow. How kind, how loving. You really must have loved this woman, Steven Crowder. Again, I don't know who's buying your act anymore. I certainly haven't bought it from the very beginning. It's very obvious to me exactly what you...
Okay, in Steven Crowder's defense here, I don't think that was an act. I think that was just unadulterated spite that he was unable to contain. Okay? I think that his like teleprompter or script did not include the part where he talked about how he had done nothing wrong except for the crime of loving a woman and picking wrong. You know? Like I think he went a little off script there, and I think he crashed and burned real hard.
You come across to me as a very dishonest individual. It seems to me, Steven, that you really, for whatever reason, want to insert me into this narrative. Like there is just something about me that you are hyper-focused on. And so I want to help you a bit. And really, I want to help your wife because you essentially just used your platform. Millions of people have access to your platform. She doesn't have the same, to insult her. You picked the wrong woman, okay? So here's what I would like to do. I would like to invite Hillary Crowder onto my platform.
Oh,
because she
shit.
doesn't have one. And because her ex-husband apparently just used his to insult her, to say that he picked the wrong woman, I find that to be really despicable. So, Hillary Crowder, if you are watching, you are more than welcome to come on my show and to talk about what's actually going on. Because, as I said, I don't trust a single word that comes out of Stephen's mouth.
Oh, please.
All right, speaking of Hillary Crowder and Mother...
Oh, please. Please let that happen. Please. Please. All I want is for tomorrow to wake up and see that is happening. Oh my god. Yeah, no, Steven Crowder came up and was like posturing to Candace Owens. Candace Owens just turned around, grabbed the steel chair, and smacked his ass. Okay? Like, holy shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus. And chat, that's not even where this all ends. Because, do any of you remember Dave Landau? The weird gremlin man who was always Steven Crowder's, like, hype guy? Do you know who I'm talking about? He was like the weird gremlin who would sometimes host the show and would otherwise just kind of like hype up Steven and like tell bad jokes. He's not on the show anymore, which I was unaware of. I was unaware of this. But yeah, apparently Dave Landau has been fired from Louder with Crowder, or left Louder with Crowder, and he gave an interview with to Michael Malice a few days ago, where he talked about his experience on the Louder with Crowder show, and I think it deserves a listen. Let's hear what he has to say about working with Steven Crowder.
Pill is available now at whitepillbook.com. This episode is brought to you by Patriot Gold.
Come on. Get me into the content,
The
baby.
opposite of Dave Smith, your jokes land. And you've got a lot of good news to talk to us about. You also, I want to talk about your new comedy special, which is called A Prison 10. I can't wait to want to watch it. It's going to be awesome. Now, let's talk about the exciting good news you have. You have a big, and by the way, Dave is the only person, well, not the only, but I trusted Dave to guest host my show, Nightshade, my beloved long lost show, which I miss dearly. So I do have him very much on a pedestal. Dave, can you tell?
For the record, I think Michael Malice is like an ANCAP, like something like that.
Mentally disabled people that are referred to as my audience. You've got some exciting news.
Okay.
I'm sure they're very familiar. I have many mentally disabled fans. I want to say hello and ahoy. Yes, I do have big news.
I don't know where your guardian is.
No, I'm not. Well, he's checking my homework, which you taught me the word. True story. I'm actually going to be having a sketch show coming. Actually, well, that's a lie. But and it's going to be something.
I don't want to. I don't care about any of his new products or projects.
Putz.
Yes.
You don't want to make Alex Stein look bad and someone not to take seriously.
Yes, I mean, he's got pimp on a blimp for a set, and he doesn't want to not look like a newsman. You know, you just want to make sure he's
like the artist in his
go in your underwear. Very funny.
He's a lot of fun.
Yeah, really good dude. Well, right now we're sort of just in the beginning phases because that I put together.
Oh,
from the
he's working with fucking Alex Stein now. Okay.
With my decided to sell it, and they picked it up. I had a few offers from people.
Vibe in the office as well into this direction between Alex and you because you know.
Oh my God, he's He's working with Alex Stein. Oh my god, what a downgrade for him. Going from being Steven Crowder's like little gremlin to like Alex Stein's gremlin. Oh my god. Oh fuck. That might be a case where you just have to seriously consider shuffling off this mortal coil, okay? Like, oh my god. Get into a new line of work, my guy.
Mom is not their mom, and that this is
Mom's burning in hell.
I had some other.
It's an odd thing because I wanted to address it and we had talked about it a little bit. And you made a very good point to me of like I could either bring it up or have my story be told for me.
Yeah.
And I don't. It sucks because I'm never one of those people that wants to go out and kind of. It doesn't feel like narking, you know what I mean? But it's one of those things where after what happened, even when I left Anthony's show, there were so many people that drew their
Anthony
own.
Cumia.
Anthony Cumia's show, for
Yeah.
people that don't know me, I used to be the co-host there. So many conclusions were drawn to what actually happened as opposed to what actually happened. And I don't want people to think that there's things that went on behind the scenes that didn't.
Yeah. So just to fill in the blanks, I think a lot of times, and we've all experienced this on social media. I certainly have. When someone doesn't get their story out and there's gaps, the audiences will fill in those gaps for you and leap to all sorts of conclusions and just kind of create a narrative that doesn't at all comport to reality. So a lot of times a lot of times, I don't always do this, but it's important to be like, all right, here's the tea. This is what really happened, and so on and so forth. Do you want to talk a bit about like, what led up to this decision on your part?
Yeah, I guess the beginning of it was everything was going pretty well at the beginning of the show when
When
first
did you
signed.
join that show? Let's talk about that.
Okay, I joined the show I was first offered February 2001.
Okay, 2001.
No, 2021.
Okay,
I
yeah.
forget.
Oh Jesus.
I'm like, I
It was
forget.
right. We
Boy.
needed to make it.
For a second, I was like, was I unaware of his presence on Steven Crowder's show for like 20 years?
America laughed because they knew something was on the horizon.
Yes, I joined in my 5th year of high school, which is a fact. Yes, I joined shortly before 9/11.
Yes.
Yeah, I joined in February 2021. When Anthony, I thought, was going to be moving to South Carolina.
Yeah.
So Steven had made an offer to come work for him, and I had been guesting on the show fairly regularly, so I
Yep.
took him up on that offer.
Okay. How did you find it? Let's talk about that. You want to talk about the end? You want to talk about the beginning? How do you want to talk about this situation?
The beginning was great for a while, it really was. It was a lot of hanging out, collaborating, putting out sketches, doing the things that I was hired for. It's definitely a grind, but that was part of it. The pot was sweetened, so to speak, is what I was offered. It was not this gigantic payday that everybody seemed to think. It was almost no bump, but
You
it
didn't get
was.
$50 million.
No, I didn't get. I got about $1,000 extra a year, but it's hard to talk about money, but it was. But I knew that it would help on the road, and he wanted me to be there on more Fridays, and that started being a point of tension because I started making money on the road, and I did say I would be there on more Fridays, but every time I would show up, he wouldn't show up,
Okay.
and I just said, all right, well, I'm just going to work or go and see my son. And, he's in Detroit. And I said, as long as everything was working out, there was a possibility that they could move there.
Yeah. They meaning your family.
Yes. So about a year went by and things had gotten more tense. Like things were more restrictive. For example, I had been more censored as things went on where I couldn't, for example, say the word come.
Okay.
Like ejaculate. I forgot when I made the joke that was a.
My freedoms were severely curtailed. there were words I simply wasn't allowed to say. Words that I consider as essential as as proper nouns or verbs even. And one day Stephen came to me and said, "You can't come anymore." You can't come anymore, Dave. And I said, "No, Stephen, no. Please let me come, please." And he said, "No." And it awoke something in me. Oh god.
Offensive or whatever it was
You
about.
could only eat it. You couldn't say it's going to go
Do
in your
not
mouth, not
come.
come out of your mouth.
I could eat it with a spoon, or I could say yummy yum yums when referring to it, but I could never actually say.
I could eat it with a fork. I could eat it on a ship. I can't finish the rhyme, but you get me.
I could refer to. I could go, "Those are nice gutters you have," but I couldn't say that I had the gutters.
They're vascular. I'm
yeah.
very pleased with them these days.
Yeah. Are yours still there?
They're
I hope-
back. Yeah.
Good for you. I
Thank
don't
you.
have cum gutters at all.
Shh, don't say that.
Well, I just don't. I'm sorry.
You're not allowed to use that word in this show.
I forgot about the email you sent me.
No, you're not allowed to use the
Oh,
word gutters. Any reference to manual labor is verboten.
I'm sorry. I don't have the cum. And then, it became a little weird because a light was put in where it was his rant button. And it was basically a Dave Don't Talk button.
Wait, so there's literally a light bulb? What color was the light bulb?
There was 4 lights in a row.
There were
and when
3
it-
lights.
I'm serious.
What?
And when it was hit, I wasn't supposed to talk. And they said,
Was it like a regular colored light bulb or was it like red?
It was like a yellow, a pretty bright yellow, like like yield.
So it's like off camera.
He was literally like a trained fucking monkey. He was literally Steven Crowder's gremlin. I always said that derisively. I didn't think it was actually the case. Oh my god. Oh my god. He wasn't allowed to talk when the light was on.
But in your eyesight.
Yes, and
And
I was.
would he be the one pressing the button, or was there a producer pressing the button?
He would press it.
So like Mr. Burns.
Oh my god, Steven Crowder would literally just be like, "I've had enough of this dude," and like just press the button. Oh my fucking god. Today has been such a good day for news.
Burns, like he had a button under his desk or the table, and when it's Steven's turn to talk and Dave needs to shut the F up, he presses this button.
Yes.
How do I get this to happen? Because frankly, we're at 13 minutes in and you're already on my last nerve. This is with Michael Malice.
Aren't you
not
hitting
with
it
me.
now? Oh, that's just Zoom doing it.
Wow, Michael, you invited him on your show. You invited him on your show, and he's talking about ways his workplace sucked, and you're like, "Yeah, I want you to shut up too. Get the fuck out of here, you weird gremlin." Oh fuck, man.
Yeah, he had that. Well, and then I was told that he's like, "Well, that was always there," and I'm like, "No, I would have noticed the light and been told about it." That's
Folks, you know how ExpressVPN protects your privacy and security online? Well, here's the most one app.
Wow, they
The
really
most-
just shoehorned this in there.
Straight.
was just it's what I the star.
Damn it, I went too far.
Gas.
This is truly the fine Merlot of content you've prepared for us this evening. Indeed it is.
Possible that the bulb was always there. But I mean, it is of no relevance if some light comes on if you're not informed of the fact that the purpose of this light is to silence you. Like,
Correct.
if you're not in a room and a lamp turns on, we're not like, oh crap, Crowder's talking somewhere. Shh, be quiet, be quiet, quiet.
Well, it's almost literal gaslighting, except with electricity. because you're like, that wasn't there, and you're like, no, it was. And you're
That's
like,
the
no, I
reboot.
know it wasn't
The,
there.
the reboot is it's always been electricity. It was never a gas.
Yeah, it's updated for the 50s.
Yes.
So, and you're like, I know it wasn't there, you know. So
Wait, so how were you informed that there is Don't Talk Light, and what was your reaction?
I was pissed a bit because I know my job. I
Right.
know that he talks a lot. I know that he's the star of the show. I know when to throw him what he needs to be thrown. I know when to sit back. It's what I did with Anthony for years. It's what I did next to Artie. It's what it's what I do. I'm not trying to ever steamroll him.
Right.
It was just, hey, don't be funnier. Don't be, and it's that's the truth. I mean, it sounds bitter, but I knew it was true because I was pulled aside and I said it, and it was, hey, make sure if you're doing a rant or like you guys are riffing, he gets the last word.
You were told this explicitly?
Yes.
Well, is it that
Oh
maybe he
my
didn't want
God.
to talk over you so that
Oh my god. Not only is he like, yeah, I was the professional bitch of the show. I'm actually really good at being a bitch. Not only is he saying that, but also he's saying like, and yeah, Steven Crowder was a bigger bitch than I am, and like I was actually funnier than him, which, you know what? I believe it. Dave Landau actually does stand up. I've seen Steven Crowder stand up. He could not make any kind of a career doing that, okay? Not a snowball's chance in hell. Dave Landau, call him a gremlin all you want. At the very least, I don't like his comedy, but like he's able to make a living doing like stand up, and that's real hard stuff to do, okay?
the show is called Louder with Crowder, but not Loudest with Crowder. So
Yes.
he wants to at about a 7, but not at a 10. You can
Yes.
understand that.
Yeah, I think that was it. It was all about the title, and I wasn't respecting it, so there needed to be a light. And I had to make sure that, he got the last thing. So even if I did have a funnier joke, I would just leave it out. It was important for the fans to not hear it. I always felt that my job as a comedian was to leave out the good one.
That's it. I don't know. I've never heard of that, to be honest. I mean, I don't feel like that's a thing, but maybe what do I know? I've never been a co-host.
I've heard it in radio a couple times. Very
Really?
rarely.
Okay.
Yeah, but I have heard of it where it's just the star needs to look like the star. So
Okay.
I guess, it's his show, fine. But I also feel like somebody who's so pro free speech and non-censorship, he was really about censorship. and
Okay.
That involved me. But he was going through, surgery that was a big deal at the time and stuff. I was fairly forgiving of it, And then about a year in, it was February 2022 for the Super Bowl.
Right after the
And
9/11.
It was right after 9/11.
The nation was healing.
None of us could forget. And I was selling flags. I was making just a mint off of
You're
tiny
making
flags.
a killing.
A
Come on, that's
killing.
money on the table. I was
Yes.
making a killing at Ground Zero.
Yes.
Dude, this is why you had the light.
I was I was trying to build a mosque 3 doors down from Ground Zero. And people were very upset, and I didn't understand why. So these are my beliefs. And so I was plotting a big Patriot Day event, and that was a big day. So I forgot where we were. Oh
We're
yeah,
talking about a year after. Yeah, the
he
light.
he
after
wanted
light.
me to film a special.
Okay.
And
What kind of
I
like a
I'm
special
sorry, he
episode?
didn't. I wanted to. I'm
You
sorry.
wanted to film a special. Okay. Yeah.
Stand-up comedy. So I had decided I was going to buy the equipment and film the special in Dallas. And we were selling out this theater. And he decided he wanted to get back into stand-up, which he had done when he was younger.
Okay.
And he
Oh,
had
no.
just been a host since then.
Oh no, it actually comes back around to Steven Crowder thinking he can do stand-up. Oh no. Oh, there's no way this story ends well for Steven. Oh, that poor baby. That poor baby man.
So he said, hey, can I jump on and open it, and I'll help promote it. And you can help me maybe write some of my stuff, get me back into it, and I'll help promote it. And I said, sure, of course. So we ended up selling out 2 shows, obviously, instead of just 1 because he was
Yeah.
helping promote it and he's a draw. So we went there and Matt McClowery was the opener.
He's been on this show as well. People can look back. Yep.
Oh,
Autistic,
brilliant.
literally autistic comedian Matt McClowery. Very funny.
Literally autistic, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the real deal, the real kind of shooter. And
He's trans too?
Candle, yes, you didn't know?
He's really passing as a freak.
Yeah, he does a great job. Born a lady, but total candlelight vigil. And yeah, he
What the fuck, dude?
went up and got a standing ovation after Steven, and Steven kind of saw we were friends. And after that, I pulled Steven aside, and Steven couldn't do the Monday show, and I said, could Matt come in and co-host with me? He said, yeah. So now it's Super Bowl Sunday. The whole special went great. I paid everybody to film it except for one other person, Tim, who was there to film Steven's set. And I was very looking forward to the special coming out. And Sunday had rolled around, and I get a call from the showrunner that said Matt's not allowed to do the show.
How did they tell you? Like literally what they say?
Via text, it was just Matt's not allowed. Matt can. It's been like decided, something like that. Matt, I can find the text,
But the word is allowed. It's not like we don't have time or won't fit the schedule. The word was allowed.
correct. Matt's
Or
not allowed to
permitted
do
or something
that.
like that. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, to do the show on Monday.
Was
And
there
I-
any explanation at all?
No.
Okay.
So I said, that's odd. I already asked Steven, and he said it was okay.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, that's weird. I must have gotten mixed messages. So I just text Steven and said, hey, I just talked to the showrunner. I just want to make sure it's still cool that Matt comes in. And he texted me something back along the lines of, what's done is done.
Oh.
And I said,
what does that mean? It's your show. Wait,
Yes.
maybe he had a light, and when the light went on, decision making ceases. See, you have the yellow light. He's got the red light in his house. It's lights all the way up. You
it's
gotta dig
true.
deep.
Maybe when I asked him, he was seeing a green light.
Yes, you idiot.
Yeah, I know.
This is
I
how
didn't-
show business works. It's
This
yeah.
what's what it is, the business of show, and I
Yes.
am not paying attention to the
How are
light.
you going to show things without lights? You're going to show
Yes.
them in the dark. That makes no sense.
Very little sense. And
Yes.
I'm
Unless it's
really
a movie, I guess. I guess that's showing things in the dark. Well, I guess this is why I'm sitting here in my demon chair instead of in a nice
Yes.
studio.
It's fine. It's fine. Blurring out my background so nobody knows what this hellish life is.
Please stop doing comedy. Please just continue with the story. Please, for the love of God.
Opium Den.
Yeah, it really is. There's sadness behind me. I've
And
asked
it's other people
everybody
around you and
to
inside
flee.
you.
Please.
There's a lot
okay,
of
so that
mothers
must-
going to hell
Please.
behind me.
So he just says, "What's done is done."
Yeah, and I said, "What does that mean? It's your show," which is ironic. That's what you
Yeah.
said. And my phone rings, and I don't want to go greatly into the conversation between us, but it was. He's like, "Do you still want to be on Louder with Crowder?" And I said, "Not at the moment." And he starts going off on me, and now there's a ton of people in my apartment who can hear it.
Wait, he's literally raising his voice?
He's screaming at me.
Okay, so literally raising his voice, not just being stern, like to the point where people, it's audible.
It's audible, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, it's started stern, but then it got into telling me that he owns me, and
In
that's
those
kinda-
words?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. He owns me, and
Oh my God. Steven, you're not that important. You're not even that rich. What? I own you. What are you talking about, bro? You pay this gremlin man like $1,000 a year to do this. Like, what are you talking about? I own you.
And
In
once
all
you say
fairness, you must have been on clearance. I mean, no one.
I was
we
on
can't-
sale, baby.
Neither of us can even reach the top shelf, let alone sit
No.
on it.
No, it's
Like, guys, like they can't even keep together like a coherent like comedy outfit without like screaming at each other about how they like actually own one another. Like, at the end of the day, these people are pathetic and they deserve all of our ridicule and mockery.
I was in a basket with a bunch of balls. He It was in a looted Walmart. Yeah, he it was just it was venomous, and I don't know what he was going through at that point, and I just was like, dude, it was all this projection coming at me,
Wait,
and I
let's
knew
slow
it.
down. Let's slow down because you're a comic, right?
Yes.
So I'm obviously not a comedian, but there have been many moments in my life when things are so surreal
Mhm.
that I could, even if they're disturbing to experience, on some level, I could be like, "This is hilarious." Not hilarious, but like, yeah, no, hilarious. Like this is just in the terms of absurdity. Like if
Yes.
if someone is sitting there screaming at me, "I own you," it's just like there's no Venn diagram in my background between that and reality, other than that brief period when I was a slave in Libya. But we don't talk about that as much
Right.
anymore
Well, sure.
after the Obama administration.
I was
So
once a slave. I made mugs for a talk show. Go on.
what was this the first time he had yelled at you?
In that way, yes, where it had come out where I saw a different person that I had heard rumors about.
Had Anthony Cumia ever yelled at you like that?
Oh no,
Or at
no,
all?
no,
Okay.
no. Anthony and I never even looked at each other in a bad way.
Okay. So
Even when I left the show, I've never said a bad word about him, and likewise.
I mean, I yelled at you, but that was just for my own. I didn't say I owned you. I said I don't want you. It's not the same.
No.
I said I disown you.
I was trying to hug you at the time, and I guess it wasn't the right situation.
Well, we were on a precipice.
I mean, it hurt, but I feel like it was half my fault.
Good.
You know,
you learned.
oh my god, we had like it's a miracle. We had like 3 seconds of like mildly amusing back and forth. Congratulations, we found the funniest conservatives, folks. We did it. We managed to do it.
The gaslighting worked. It's your fault.
Yeah, I've always learned that. Ever since mother taught me as a boy, it's mostly my fault.
This is why mommy and daddy can't live together. It's because you're too dumb and ugly.
That's why.
And neither of us wants you.
Listen, we're leaving, but it's just because of you.
Yeah, we
Yes,
still love each other very much.
Do you see the pictures before you, how we're together? Well, do you see how the ones with you?
Wait, so, but I mean, you must. So let's just live in this moment for a bit because it's just very jarring to me, right? So you're already kind of ticked that your buddy Matt, who had a good audience reaction that Steven was privy to,
Yes.
Steven had said, "Hey, have him on the show." To your face that he's allowed on. So that, and then just to be kind of for Matt to be dismissed summarily has got to suck. Did you have the opportunity to even tell Matt he's pulled before this whole interaction happened?
No, but Matt was very well. One, Matt could hear, and also
Matt was there.
Yeah, Matt was in the room. Yeah.
Oh,
and also he's he's very intelligent. He read the situation immediately and kind of
Sure.
could read it the night before because Matt did very well.
But here's the other thing. Sorry to interrupt you. Matt isn't like, hey, I got this buddy back in Detroit. He should be your show. Steven saw firsthand that Matt is a professional comedian and responded well to Steven's same audience.
I remember in a stream earlier in this month, I asked you if you think I should come out to the, I assume, more conservative side of my family. I've decided that I'm going to come out to them. My thinking is that if they don't accept me, then fuck them. Thanks for helping me decide. This will be my first time wearing a kilt since 2013. I'm excited. Hideous Lemon, best of luck to you, okay? I know that can be really scary, but it can also be really liberating. And, like, it's okay to feel your feelings in the moment, but, like, ultimately you're making this decision for you, and, like, it's going to be empowering to take control of your own narrative and your own story. And if you feel safe enough doing so, I very much encourage it. I hope it goes well for you.
Audience. So this isn't like some hearsay thing. I got this great buddy. We went to high school together. You should have him on.
No, he got a standing ovation as an opener in 2 shows in front of.
So he banned the guy because he was funnier than him. Cross Crescent Creed. Yes, Steven Crowder was so insecure that this guy got bigger laughs than he did that he banned him from coming on Ladder with Crowder.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So as he's yelling, like, what is going through your head?
The only thing bothered me just because I don't like being talked to like that.
Yeah, who does,
at
right?
all?
Yeah.
But it was comical in a lot of ways because it's just. I understand that there's going to be a touch of narcissism to anybody who's sort of in that field. I get it.
Oh, yeah.
But
Ego and hubris, yeah.
yeah, but at the same time, it was so over the top that I was trying not to laugh. And then he said Matt couldn't do his closing bit, which was killer because it was too dirty. And you've seen Matt.
Wait. Hold on. He couldn't do the closing bit on stage?
If we were going to tour together in the future, Matt couldn't do his closing bit on stage. Somehow that comes up. So you could tell there was this projection of how he was angry of how well that bit did.
Wait. Okay, I'm sorry. I need to linger on this for a moment because this is kind of surprising to me. He told you to tell your friend who you don't own that
Yes.
if he's going to tour with you, there is a joke that is the closing joke. You close on the strong joke. You don't close on, whatever, like any of your material.
Yes.
And you let
Damn,
him
dude.
know he can't end on the closer that kills, that gets standing ovations.
That's the truest to him about being a high school wrestler.
But so he can't. But it's not like this. But I'd bring the joke. It's not like this joke is a Nazi joke. Endorsing lynching or endorsing like something horrifically offensive.
Oh no, that's
Right.
more Stevens. But
I'm just clarifying for the audience. It's like it's not like he.
What? What? Oh my god. I'm gonna play that again. Oh my god. What?
It's not like this joke is a Nazi joke, endorsing, lynching or endorsing like something horrifically offensive.
Oh no, that's
Right.
more Stevens. But
I'm just clarifying for the audience. It's like it's not like he's.
Oh my god. Oh fuck, dude. Mixed Vivian Wolf, I got real spiffed and drunk earlier. And wound up just meandering through content at a leisurely pace, and we finally have arrived at this one, and this is just amazing. I mean, it's true, it's a Roro. I just didn't expect his gremlin to say it.
He's saying, hey, if I'm touring with this guy, this joke makes it look like I'm, kind of I endorse slavery or something crazy like that. That's not what he's saying.
not at all. The
It's
joke
4
is
a.m.
actually,
here.
if I could be
Go ahead.
specific,
Sorry,
it's
Matt.
about. No. It's honestly just a joke about how when he played, football or when he was a high school wrestler, he would come out to the song "A Whole Lot of Love." That was their song before they would mount boys on all fours, and it was like, essentially like, oh look, they forfeited again, undefeated season, and then
Yeah.
he talks about how and it goes into this whole thing about how he doesn't like sports and. Whenever you tell a group of guys that, they look at you like you took a cock out of your mouth to say it. And it's like just how and it's about him dealing with Asperger's, but also coming from a family of athletes. So
Okay.
it's this very true
And personal.
very personal, very real, not filthy, not gratuitous, just this very honest story. So he went into that, and then he goes into.
Did he give you a reason why he can't do that joke?
He said it was too dirty.
But it's not like you have kids at these. Like your material, a lot of your material is very dark and very appropriate for kids, right?
100%.
When you say a good, let's be conservative, what 30% is like kids should not be hearing these jokes?
100. Yeah, absolutely.
Easily,
Well,
okay.
and he would say stuff to me before shows of like, "Just keep it clean." Which, when you're me, you're like, "What the." You're just holding it in, like, why? Like, this has been me for 20 years. You
Yeah.
skipped a decade, and you're gonna tell me keep it clean. I'm like, oh, yeah, let me do that for you. Let me just
Okay.
give up on what I do in my own craft, because
Right.
yeah, you feel like, because that's kind of what comics do when they can't do well, and he can.
It's actually kind of incredible that Steven Crowder has somehow managed to alienate basically every person who worked at Ladder with Crowder, who like would have otherwise like stood by him. It is kind of incredible the extent to which he has alienated every single one of his allies with this immense amount of divorce dad energy. You know, just overwhelming amounts of divorce energy, and it's destroying him.
Do well, it's his audience, and
Yeah.
it's not that he's going to do poorly, it's just an insecurity to go, you know, you keep it clean, don't do the, it's pathetic, it's not necessary, you know, it's
Don't
not,
you-
he doesn't need to do that.
Is that just him putting his you know what on the table kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's unnecessary, he's going to do fine, and that's what I
Man, his ex show host is calling him pathetic. Michael Malice is talking about how he's basically trying to slap a dick on the table. This is amazing. This is incredible. This is better than I ever could have possibly imagined. Like this kind of shit talking from Steven Crowder's allies.
I never got. It's like, why swing your dick around when it's not necessary?
Okay.
So in that, you know, he then, this very oddly telling thing, he's like, this is why you don't have any friends. And I was like, what are you, like, it
Wait, he said
literally,
that?
yeah. And in
Well,
the next room,
in all fairness, I had been texting him that.
oh, well, I wish
I-
you would have told me.
I said, I am so sick of Landau. He does 0 numbers on my show.
I
The guy's
know.
never funny, and he can't
It's
keep it
true.
clean. And by clean, I mean his underwear.
And he will not pay attention to the cum light,
Yeah.
which is what I call it. It's the
Yes.
gutters light.
Yes,
And
the nice pearly white.
yes, and yes, it was such an odd thing though to say that,
He
because
said
I'm
that
like,
you have no friends.
yeah, and I was like, listen, I have plenty, they're just dead.
Yeah.
And no, it's funny because I'm like, no, I literally, everybody who grew up next door to me, like the godfather of my son grew up in the house behind me. I've never lost a
Wait,
friend.
I'm sorry. What is okay? I'm. This is
It's
where
so
my
weird.
autism is coming in. When he
Mhm.
says this is why you don't have any friends, what is the this referring to? Not being clean?
I guess that this is because I was kind of giggling.
Oh,
Like,
then
I'm
you weren't taking
sure,
it seriously enough because he was,
yeah.
from your perspective, being so over the top.
Yes, and I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure the phone call was recorded, so we can always hear it. And I'm not saying that to be a jerk. I'm just saying that he legitimately records his phone calls.
Okay.
My
Well,
God.
that's why he has.
Okay, man, we are learning so much. Steven Crowder just so goddamn paranoid he records every single phone call. This is wild.
More friends than you.
Tons
You
of
know,
them.
you know we're recording this, right?
No, why wouldn't you? You said this was a call between friends. Why
Why
do
would
you
I,
do this?
I would never refer to myself as your friend in any context.
What?
I own you.
You told me that this was something that. Why
It
would I
all-
share this information publicly?
You're right, Sam Cedar. Sam Cedar is the reason the marriage broke up. Sam Cedar is the reason Steven Crowder fears any phone call. Yeah, indeed. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare.
I could get in trouble. Do you know that he does some sort of karate? He could hurt me with karate chops.
Or break a board.
He could break a board.
Yeah.
He could put on an outfit, and in that time, I could get in my car and leave.
Ever think about that?
Yeah, you ever think about while you're putting on your outfit, I might have time to go?
Folks, Michael Malice here, podcaster.
Okay, they also had some pretty good ribbing right there. That was great. You jest, but was Sam Cedar his downfall? Look, all I'm saying is that we have no evidence of Sam Cedar's whereabouts or Hillary Crowder's whereabouts, okay, for vast swaths of time. So I'm not saying it's impossible.
Them as opposed to laughing at the situation.
Yes, and it's so odd because like I considered it's still in a way like he was like my friend, and that's why I even feel odd talking about it. But it has to like come out somehow because you know, when you start getting treated like that, you're like, okay, well, he's not looking back to my entire track
Miller
record of
Cedar.
my life of like, I don't talk about my friends, I don't attack my friends, I do have friends from when I was a little kid, I don't treat my employees like shit, I don't have the turnover rate of an opium den. You know what I mean? It's like it's been a difficult time, and all of a sudden I had a really good night, and I had a decent year of stand up, and my agent came there. And this is another thing, I guess, I just kind of adding on, where my agent had come there, and the whole year I was like, look, he kind of wants me to be there on Fridays, even though he's not showing up. And my agent he's this gay Cuban dude who was like, well, if you're working with me, you need to be working. So he would just always book my shows out. But then all of a sudden,
Wait, so how many times did he no show on a Friday before you were like, okay, this is ridiculous?
probably 8 or 9.
Oh, oh, good lord. Okay, so like literally never he's there on Friday.
No.
But you're just sitting. Are you just sitting there writing, twiddling your like? Literally, what are you
No,
doing?
we would make our own sketches like Moses and this Moses sketch, like Candy Ass was one, some other stuff. But eventually, we couldn't get them greenlit, so we just kind of weren't doing anything. So I was just like, but my family's not there, my kid's not there, and enough is enough, and I'm going.
Wait, so did you at some point like decide, hey, instead of me coming into the office, let me call to see if Steven's there, so I don't have to waste the trip?
They would decide on the day, and Gerald would say,
Oh my god. Yeah, sometimes they would just tell me not to come in because Steven couldn't be bothered to show up to his own fucking show. Oh my god.
like, look, even if we're not going to be there, we need.
Like, sometimes, guys, I don't show up to my show. Like, sometimes I don't show up to do this show. But, like, I have no employees who are relying on me to be there, Like, this is a one-person operation. I can't imagine, like, fucking over, like, 20 people, 24 people, because I just couldn't be asked to, like, actually go onto set.
Need you there, even if you're just going to sit there and do nothing. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm not going to do that at all.
Wait, they said that explicitly, that even if we're not, who's Gerald? Is he Steven's producer?
He's the CEO now, but he was one of the co-hosts.
Okay, so
second chair.
Okay, so he said to you, even explicitly, even if we're not there, we need you there.
Yes.
But I mean, if anyone's needed there, it's him. It's his show. You're not needed. Like, I'm not trying to be mean, but you're literally not needed there ever. Like, it's his
Correct.
show. He's the one who is needed to be there to be a show. If you're missing, it's fine. If he's missing, it's a problem because it's Steven's show.
Yes, he's killing it on Rumble without me. It's fine. I knew that. That's the truth, though. That's the reality. And I kept saying, like, no, I'm gonna go live my life. That was the problem. Is like, dude, I'm making money. I'm going on the road. I'm making money for the first time.
And building an audience.
And I'm
that's
making.
the other thing. Like, I've seen. Sorry to interrupt you, but I mean, people. I just want to talk about this a little slower. People really get off. No, I'm not trying to be cute. The people you see on your screens, when you see them live and in person, it's a very different experience. And I've done that myself. Like, I've gone to see people I like, and it's like, it's so much fun when you go, oh, there they are. It's such a, especially after COVID, to see them live and in person. It's very, very exciting. And you love to have an excuse to throw them money with a ticket and support them.
Yes.
Yeah, you love the excuse to give your favorite online personalities money, don't you, chat? You love it. You can't get enough of it. And speaking of, we've been streaming for 7 hours now, and if any of you would like to support my content with subs or donos, I, for one, would very much appreciate it. And frankly, so would the spirits of nature and the universe at large. Now, I can't guarantee that said spirits will somehow reimburse you or bring wealth to you or your loved ones or long life or health. But there is a non-zero chance that could happen. There's a non-zero chance that you could be beloved by nebulous, superstitious spirits of the multiverse. And frankly, do you want to take that chance that by not donoing, you are angering them and robbing yourself of longevity? I don't think so. I think you want to support Riverboat Jack, me, by gifting subs or donos over on riverboat.gg. Garden Variety Cat Lady, thank you for stepping up and subscribing over on Twitch. Thank you for being subscribed for 21 goddamn months. And eventually we will have a month tracking feature over on riverboat.gg. Yeah, just unrelated but related. I love insert spiritual entity here. Me too. And boy howdy, if anyone or anything tells you differently, they're fucking liars. God, I've been so fucking silly tonight. Anyway, support stream. If you're over on riverboat.gg, make sure you're hitting the subscribe button. Make sure you like the stream, all that jazz, okay? It helps a lot.
And it's something that I've really not experienced. I mean, I would have a bit of that after being on Compound, but most of my entire career was going to the middle of nowhere, wherever I was booked, and getting an audience to like me.
Yeah.
So to finally have an audience, it was the first time in my life, and I was really grateful for it. You know, you just go to these places, and there's people who were wearing, you know, shirts with my face on them.
Yeah, Garden Variety Cat Lady. If you gift subs or make donos over on riverboat.gg, I get 100% of the subs and donos. So like if you are inclined to give subs, give them over there, because first of all, there are a lot of unsubbed people who lurk, and second of all, I get the full value of the sub minus PayPal fees. So very, very much appreciated over there. Yeah, literally the difference between a 50% cut and a 100% cut. Holy Beer Dragon, thank you for the $5 dono. That's very kind of you. Thank you so goddamn much. Don't worry, Jack. Your government check will come next month, i.e. what I can afford to donate a month. Winby, thank you very goddamn much. I appreciate it in advance.
It was exciting. And
how ugly do you have to be if you want to have Lando on your shirt to distract from your mug?
Some of them were gross.
Talk about
but you
mug
get a
club.
pretty one. Occasionally you get a pretty girl, and I'd be like,
Okay.
why are you like me? But yeah, no,
I
it was.
hope when you saw that shirt she's wearing, you go, I own you.
I would be like, that's mine. And I'd be looking at them.
Okay, so they told you explicitly, we need you here on Fridays, even if we're not here, and you said, I'm not doing that.
And I never agreed to it. I agreed to some, you know, and it was the same as.
Was it the point of contention?
Big time.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Big time it was. And then, but my agent wasn't going to stop booking me anyway.
Okay.
So I was getting good money. So I was like, all right, I'm going to do this. But then Steven wanted to do a tour together.
Okay.
So
this is circa when?
This is shortly after the Dallas show in 2022.
Okay, so like early 2022.
So we did a couple of shows that were 50-50.
Wait, I'm sorry. There's an important part here that I think we skipped over. If someone boots my friend from their show, which is their prerogative, it's their show, right?
Yeah.
And then they call me up screaming. The next time I see them, it's gonna be weird, I would imagine. Like, what happened after that? Like, how did that resolve, and how did you see him next time? Did you have to smile and nod?
No, I came in and he said, what was it? He apologized in a weird way. It was, you asked me in a weird.
How do you apologize in a weird way? Steven Crowder is such a fucking weird dork. Holy moly.
Way is what he said. And I said, how? And he said, you asked me in front of a lot of people in the green room. And I said, it was just me and you. And he's like,
well, it's not accurate. What he said.
It's just not accurate. But it was more like I was so used to the gaslighting at this point that I was like, "What? Okay, I'm like, but he did a great job. And he's like, well, I didn't know him, and I just saw how he did in front of the crowd, so I don't know how he would have been on radio. And I was like, you could have just said no.
Right.
And
Or you
he's
could have
like,
tried them out once. I mean, a lot of these shows work well when they have like a big roster of, because it makes the host look better. I mean, Gutfeld does this very phenomenally. Red Eye, which, you know, you were on Red Eye as well, weren't you?
Yes.
You know, look how many people came out of.
Oh, I also hope they all crash and burn. But, like, you know what? Steven Crowder lashing out at Candace Owens. Candace Owens lashing out at Steven Crowder. Dave Landau lashing out at Steven Crowder. I'm just in favor of all of this rightoid infighting, okay?
Red Eye, me, you, Tim Dillon, Andrew Schultz. Like, there's just no shortage of people who, you know, Kaylee McEnany, Bill
Yeah.
Schultz. Just so many people came out of that show.
yes. So it was just a matter of, and I know Matt's great because I've had him on Anthony's show. He did that a ton of times and people loved him. And that's a crowd of people who want to hate you.
Right.
So it was something that I knew would work. But then he never
And I'm
ended up.
Yeah, I've never been so happy to watch human beings eat one another alive.
Sorry, like, he's like, this is no disrespect to Matt, and he is the perfect sideshow because he's a freak and he knows he's a freak. Like, that's a lot of his humor. It's like, look, I'm wired completely differently from you guys. I'm basically an alien. Like, let's laugh at it together.
And he's going to land something in the middle of what we're talking about that we're not going to see.
Right, because his brain literally works differently than ours does.
Absolutely.
And he's perfectly happy being the punchline.
Yep. Which is the best part. I mean, if you can't take a joke, why?
Oh, yo, Garden Variety Cat Lady, thank you very much for the $20 dono. Please put this towards food, rent, or whiskey. Wish it could be more. Well, I appreciate that $20 dono so goddamn much. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Oh, and Holy Beer Dragon doesn't have a sub. If anyone wants to gift the sub to Holy Beer Dragon, and feels generous, go for it, okay? Garden Variety Cat Lady, again, thank you so goddamn much for that $20 dono. That is incredibly generous of you, and I really appreciate it. And it will definitely be going towards either food or rent. Probably rent. I have a sub on Twitch. Oh, Holy Beer Dragon, the Twitch subs don't carry over onto the website. The website subs are just for username bling. When you subscribe on the website, you get more emotes on the website, and you also get a colored name. So you get like an orange name, and then a dark red name, and then I think there's a yellow name. There should be a third color too, a fourth color. I don't remember what it is. But my chat likes to make jokes about the white names in chat. I appreciate you, Garden Variety Cat Lady. Thank you very, very much. Man, my hand hearts are terrible. I need to work on these. Nope. There we go. Nailed it.
Be there, and that's very difficult, you know, with Steven.
Yo!
And Matt ended up.
Hideous Lemon, thank you for gifting a sub to Holy Beer Dragon. Let's go, baby! Holy Beer Dragon. Arise as an orange name. Prestigious.
Ended up touring. He ended up hosting the shows. I took care of him myself out of pocket. And we ended up doing this tour together. Now, the first couple of shows were 50-50. And then the money changed, and all of a sudden, I noticed that I wasn't allowed to promote my own shows on Crowder unless it was behind the paywall or right before.
How were you told that you're not allowed to promote your show?
What?
Like, the shows would start.
Like, the entire premise of him being on the show would have been to like cross-promote his stuff.
And 2 minutes before showtime, somebody would walk out to me and go, "Hey, you can't promote your show today."
There was never a reason given.
No, it was like demeaning. So you'd be like, "Oh, thanks, great."
Let me play devil's advocate. Was it the kind of thing when you were on the show, you would just use any excuse to bring up
Thoisum? Thank you for subscribing at tier 2. Goddamn, thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much, guys. Y'all are wonderful.
Your show to promote it, so they wanted to kind of pull back on that?
No, never once. He just wanted to promote his shows that we were both on together or the ones that he started doing in clubs, which I realized that my agent was booking, that even though I had asked my agent if he started repping Steven, I was never given a straight answer until obviously I figured out that that night in Dallas, my agent had flown there to sign Steven, and
Wow,
now
okay.
it was his bigger client. And I was told by him that he was really there. He's like, and even when I asked him at first, he's like, sign who? What do you mean work with them? I don't know what you mean work with them. What? You know, it was sort of this very roundabout way until I realized, like, I keep getting fucked here, and I keep getting like less. I never get a.
Is anyone else unsubbed? I know we always have lurkers who are unsubbed. There is an option to gift random subs. It's a bit hard to find, but it's under the like subscribe tab on the website. Proud to do my part in ridding your chat of the white names. Too many white names will turn your chat into a wretched hive of scum and villainy. It's true. And we don't tolerate Mos Eisley around here. We're very much more of a Coruscant crowd. Is that anything? I haven't watched any of the new Star Wars things. I haven't watched like the Kenobi show or like the Andor show that people have been talking about. I don't know. I haven't watched those yet. So maybe there's a more pertinent reference, but I don't know it.
Bump and
We don't take kindly to white names here on the riverboat.
and now things started getting progressively worse where I could never.
I heard Andor had like some surprising like class consciousness to it. I do want to watch them. I think I might watch there's like a really hyped up fan edit of the Kenobi show that edits it down to one movie. I think I'll watch that. I think I'll watch that fan edit rather than the entire show. Because I feel like it probably works better as a movie. I've heard Andor is good though. The first episode is literally a class revolt. Hell, okay. Well, you know, if somebody had told me that, I would have watched it already. Yeah. Anyway.
Promote my shows. Sudden.
Also, Garden Variety Cat Lady, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. You got It's a Roro and Elenita Express, and It's a Roro has been needing a sub for a while now, so thank you very much. Hell yeah.
Really bad to the point where my agent was yelling at me, and he'll watch this and get pissed, and I don't give a shit. But he would.
He literally raised his voice. Also,
my agent was screaming at me, and that's when he and I fired him once, and it was already. He was screaming at me in my car. He's like, "Go in there and do your job," and I go, I am doing my job. I go, that's the problem, is I've always done my job. There's no complaints from the company that I don't do my job. That's the thing. The only complaint I ever had was that I fell asleep a couple times, but it wasn't because I was up all night doing blow and banging whores. It's because I write for the show. Or it was that I was late, which guilty. And I'll say that because they wanted me there at 7 o'clock or 7:15 or 5:15. Yeah.
5:15?
Yeah, it would depend on what they wanted to do that day. And I couldn't figure out, like, I couldn't get into a rhythm of it. And they kept changing what they wanted to do, like what time, when to come in, what the thing was, what the job was, what the this, the that, you know. And if you text me at 11 o'clock at night to write something, I'm going to be up until 1, maybe 2 writing it. If you text me at 6 o'clock and you want me there at 7, well, I need to write it, so I'm not going to get there until 8:15. But I don't go live until 9:15. But I wasn't treated as down. I was kind of treated like
this sounds like such a shit deal. You're getting paid like $1,000 to do this? Nah, fuck that.
You know, like more of a 9-to-5 employee, which I had zero interest in being.
Right.
Even though I didn't mind being a 24/7 employee, though, if that makes sense. I don't mind, you know, always pitching the show. I had, you know, ads made every day. I always was pumping it. I always talked about it. I always said good things. I met every fan that went to every show. I didn't mind being a 24/7 employee, but but you want me to be there 9 to 5, and then you also want me to be there at 9 p.m. when you need me, and then you want me to be there at 6 a.m. when you need me. It's like, that's not what I'm there for.
Right.
I'm there to be your sidekick, which is fine, and then I'm there to write the things you want me to write, and it's cool, it's fine. But it was always, for somebody who always uses the term moving the goalpost, that's all it became. So we began touring together, and yes, it was very good money, and I paid Matt very well, but it always became something where
Thanks,
nothing
GD
feels
Reaper.
good, even if you're making money, if you're being
I
treated
should
like
probably
you
finish
don't
this
deserve
alcohol.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So the whole time it felt like this is everything that I have, and it's being given to you. So even the whole tour, you just feel kind of like shit, and it doesn't really matter.
If you guys are all about like vodka drinks, by the way, botanical vodka will change your life, okay? Way better than just plain vodka, okay? Botanical vodka, much better. Up your alcohol game, okay?
You know, you've just kind of, you're like, I'd rather just go back to clubs. I don't care. And we go on break in
July 2022.
Like, I'm a real big fan of this Kettle One botanical vodka. Peach and orange blossom. So it's still vodka, but it's just been infused with peach and orange flavors. So it's quite good. Look, Tito's is a really good vodka if you're just looking for plain vodka. But yeah, this is pretty good stuff. Botanical vodka is bougie privilege. True. But also I buy alcohol like once every like 3 months.
This is July 2022, and we got a new showrunner who was doing our tour at the time, named Jeff, a good guy. And I get back from break, and at this time, I wouldn't go into anything about Steven's family, and I wouldn't want him to go anything about mine either, obviously.
Oh, I can't do vanilla
but somebody
alcohol.
in my family was very, very sick and had been battling something for a while, seriously.
Oh my god.
And he knew that.
Oh my god, you mixed Monster and UV vodka? That sounds filthy. Yes, Tostitos vodka.
And I came back, and he
Yeah,
gave
they had
me
an ugly, talentless family member.
yes, and it was
Who's
just
probably a lesbian.
it's me, and I'll tell you, no
I need to
matter
drink
how
more
much
water.
work is done on this face,
This mug.
yeah, God has cursed me. That's why they wanted to change Mug Club. It was just any association, and so so I get back, and the first thing I do is I get brought to lunch, and I get presented with this option with a new contract.
Now, Dave, before you talk about your contract and the importance of money, let's talk a little bit about Patriot Gold and how that could help people
No.
save for their future. Folks,
Nope, you do not
Jeff,
have to
and
learn
behind
about
the
Patriot
scenes while we're not
Gold.
paying attention, MasterCard, Citigroup,
Monday through Friday, that my old contract is terminated.
okay, officially.
It's officially terminated.
Oh god, Fireball whiskey is like the Fireball whiskey is the last time I had Fireball, like I did not have a good time the day afterwards.
Terminated as of August 2022. And my new choice is I have to be there Monday.
I'm not look, I don't know that much about alcohol outside of whiskey, which is my usual wheelhouse. Or like the occasional like vodka mixed drink. I can do wine, it's not my favorite. I enjoy mead, but like I don't know much about rum. Rum and brandy, like I've had brandy, And I had a really bad experience with Brandy once, and I just haven't been able to do it again. And rum, I just haven't encountered it, so I don't have any thoughts on it. I in my mind I always associated it with the brandy experience, but I guess that's not really fair of me, is it? Hey, ton letter name. Yeah, we going late. We going on almost 8 hours here, baby.
Monday through Friday. I gotta probably look at the stipulations if you want me to pull it up real quick.
Yeah, pull it up.
Yeah, I can send one to you. It's but it was and I can even just read it. It says,
yeah, read it. Yeah.
And this was sent to my agent, and it's like, this is just simply the contract. It was, William, just need a yes. I agree on all the revised items from Dave, and this is what Jeff showed me at lunch. And it was, once I get with our legal team on the revised contract below, it stays on salary, so no extra money. Moves to Texas, moves his family to Texas by the new year, first week.
Wait,
of
so you are,
January.
I'm sorry, part of your contract, a proposed contract, was that your family has to be moved across state lines.
Correct.
Including your kid. You have a son. How old's your son?
8, 7.
Okay.
What the fuck? Steven Crowder was trying to get his sidekick to move his family across state lines. That's kind of fucked up.
Okay, so pull him out of school during the school year, and he's coming to Texas. Okay.
Yeah. Dave is here every week unless he notifies us well in advance for a show, just like a doctor's appointment. Can't be gone any more than every third weekend.
No, wait. So,
for that, they better be paying him a whole fuck ton more.
So let's break this down also. Steven has started touring as a comedian.
Yes.
Steven is no dummy. Steven is very well aware that you and every comic, weekends are when you tour, hit the road, you make the money. So he is very clearly taking that secondary or even primary, possibly at this point, source of income from you, because you're just going to be sitting in Dallas for no reason, because it's not like you're doing shows on the weekends with Crowder.
Right. And gone every other third weekends means every 6 weeks.
Okay.
And then writes for show every day.
I'm sorry. I just want to break this down. Was it ever said to you or intimated to you that your touring is affecting somehow your performance or writing for the main show?
Oh, my writing? No. They felt that I had nodded off a few times, which really only happened maybe once or twice on a Monday because of like a delayed flight.
Okay.
But
okay,
tough shit. I mean, that's my opinion. I don't care.
Okay.
Like, like Anthony never would have cared. Anthony was so full. Like Anthony.
You made a new friend today. Yo, congratulations on making a new friend. Putting yourself out there can be really hard, and you did it. You did the hard thing, 10-letter name. Good job. How did you make a new friend? Like, what did you do?
Would promote my stand-up where I don't even think I would really have to.
Okay.
That's how, even when you look back at the Opie and Anthony days, that's how everybody was making money.
But at the same time, it's also like, if you're going to be up at 7 or what o'clock, you have to be there at 7. You're not exactly going to be all chipper. It's not like you're.
No. And I'm writing on the plane too.
Yeah.
And, so I'm always working. Like there's not one assignment that I didn't turn in, and I have every screen grab to do that. There's nothing that I ever.
And in fact, you're writing a lot of sketches that just didn't even get greenlit, so you're doing extra work in addition to what did get greenlit.
Oh,
yeah, no, this guy worked for Opie and Anthony and then worked for Crowder, and now he's working for fucking Alex Stein. This has been just a downward trajectory, my guys. Like working for 9/11 was a hologram Alex Stein. Alex AOC sexual harassers Stein. Yeah, absolute downgrade.
Oh yeah, that's the next part, which is writes for show every day in the form of sketches, in-studio bits, pulling from previous sketches, previous show ideas, and that can be turned into sketches. So that's just busy work that I did every day, just for the sake of busy work, which I'll be honest, I hate. It seems so pointless for a show to do, but it's his show. But it's like, why don't we make the best show we can do? Instead, that's why I think SNL like just comes off like it's written by the CIA, because you're just throwing 5 billion things at the wall instead of going, let's take these 7 things and master it.
Yeah.
You know, I just feel like whenever we would do that, like whenever I would host the show and we would put together a sketch that morning, it would.
Oh God, I avoided that one, Garden Variety Cat Lady, because I just never want to think about Marjorie Taylor Greene having sex with anybody. But 9/11 was a hologram. Can I find just like the clip? Can I find the clip where he talks about 9/11 is a hologram? Can I find that real quick? No, I can't. Okay.
Would look really good, at least for what I wanted, because we were focusing on one thing, not trying to make 3,000 things and then going, well, this half-ass one should work.
Yeah.
Now, man, granted, he has millions and millions of followers, but his show was once that first idea, not just throwing everything just to have busy work, to look like a hard worker.
Yeah.
He was a hard worker. Now it's an illusion, you know? The next thing is he's ready to start his own show his own Friday show by October 14th. So now I have a show every Friday for no extra money. So I can't tour on Fridays.
Let's break this down. So you are going to have your own.
Oh yeah, here we go. Here's I think. Yeah, here we go. Hey, it's Vadim. Compiled this.
Do you think that there were actual passengers in the planes? And if so, did they perish in the attacks?
I don't know.
This is the guy that Dave Landau is talking about working for, just as an FYI. Conspiracy Castle.
Oh, I don't believe Muhammad Atta was on the plane. Those guys weren't even able to.
I'm talking
fly
about the
those
passengers.
planes. No, I don't believe that. I don't believe planes hit the buildings. No.
Oh, you don't believe planes hit the buildings?
I don't even believe planes. Yeah.
Okay, so do you think they were holograms? Do you think they were
not
holograms?
I think there was only about 23 of footage. There's only about 23 different filmed.
Only
frames
23.
Yeah,
only
the videos
23.
Okay, there's less than 40 videos of the planes going in. I believe every single one of them was edited. Yes, for a fact.
Oh my God.
What was it that hit the towers?
It was planted explosives through the Israeli army.
No. But what are the things that looked like planes?
Bombs. Oh no, that's just a hologram. There's a lot of people.
Oh, okay.
on the ground.
So you
they
do
said they
believe
didn't
that
even see
holograms? Okay.
No, not
okay,
holograms. Not holograms. Not holograms.
You just said it.
What? Oh no. Wait, is this Twitter acting up or is it my stream acting up? Is this the guy who sexually harassed AOC? Yep.
Were actual passengers?
Like Transformers, CGI. Yeah, it was edited in, just like Transformers, CGI. Yeah, it was edited in, just like Transformers. The guy they did use.
What the hell? Why? Let the clip play. Anyway, here, you guys can watch these clips yourself if they work on your end, okay? When was this? He posted this in response to Alex Stein sexually harassing AOC.
See, my favorite big booty Latina. I love you, AOC. You're my favorite. She wants to kill babies, but she's still beautiful. You look very beautiful in that dress. You look very sexy. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina. I love it. My favorite, AOC. Nice to meet you, AOC. Look how sexy she looks in that dress. Woo, I love it, AOC. Hot, hot, hot like a tamale. See, my favorite.
God, somehow so much racism in one 24-second clip. Jesus. Will you let it play now? Twitter? Will you let freedom of speech reign? Twitter? No? Okay. I'll bookmark this and like it. There we go. Now I can find it again.
Show, which is a plus.
Yes.
But you're not getting paid a single.
Oh yeah, no, he made that video voluntarily of him sexually harassing AOC.
Time to host your own news show on his network or his platform.
Correct.
And in fact, it's costing you money because now you can't be out, doing 2 shows a Friday night in Tacoma or whoever the hell cares, some other city.
Right.
Okay.
So then,
I've never heard of that. I'm sorry. I've never heard of someone saying, I'm giving you your own show. You're not getting paid for it. I don't understand that.
right. It was, well, it's control, and that was kind of what bothered me. It was the I own you aspect. And then
Okay.
the hours.
But that's the thing. If you're doing your own show, they're making money from ad sales or at the very least adding value to the network because now there's more content and you're not seeing a cent of that.
Right. And that
Okay.
was sort of what it was before, where it was we're going to sweeten the pot, and that didn't happen.
Right.
But it did happen in the sense of road dates.
Okay. Right.
So I didn't complain, but then
Right.
I can't do road dates unless he's on them now.
Right.
So basically,
Okay.
I have to give up my stand-up career.
Right.
So then the next thing is hours Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. And then Friday.
Here's the thing. I also want you to give up your stand-up career, but I'm actually prepared to pay you like a substantial amount of money because
on.
I just think it's for the greater good.
I know, but we both know it's not
All right.
though. So, then it's hours Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Okay.
Friday 9 to 5.
Okay.
Which is so I can never catch.
Good
a
night,
plane out of
Hideous
town on a
Lemon. Get
Friday
good
to even
sleep.
Do a Saturday, then I have to be back on Sunday, making it.
Thanks for
impossible
sticking
to
with
see
us.
My
I'll be
child
back
or do
tomorrow.
stand-up.
Yep.
And then the next thing is comedy special releases through Louder with Crowder, because he always felt that he owned my special, even though because he let me keep the door that night.
Okay.
But I didn't sign anything that said, "Oh, you're letting me keep the door, so now you own my comedy."
Wait, let's well, hold on. Let's slow down. Let people like Tim Dillon and Andrew aforementioned.
He thought he owned his sidekick's comedy special? Oh, okay. The fuck?
Andrew Schultz, they and Lucy Case, another one. They've done Gangbusters by Dave Smith. Libertas would hit #1.
Yes.
They do great numbers and make bank by putting out their special themselves, cutting out the middleman. People are more than happy to toss 10 or 12, 20 bucks. I don't know how much it costs, but it's like, hey, listen, if I don't support this artist, he's not going to be able to pay the rent. I'm more than happy to chip in because I'm getting content that I enjoy. He's making me laugh. This is fair. So his point was this comedy special, which wasn't have anything to do with him. It's your comedy, your stand-up.
Yep.
It's can only be. He's now just, even though for the same money, he's now going to kind of subsume that into his portfolio.
Yes, it's all inclusive.
Wow. Okay.
And that's a non-negotiable term.
Okay. How were you told? They were told you this is non-negotiable?
Yeah. And since I know everything's always being recorded, I was like, you know what, I'll just go ahead and record this too.
Okay.
And I took a screenshot, and then I was either that or I was 1099'd. And
Wow.
and that would be for lower money. And it was these parameters that, and I'll send you that because I think it's only fair. That included.
Well, why don't you read them? You don't need me to send them.
Post them. Please post.
Well, considering that Steven Crowder shouted "I own you" at him, I think I think he does conflate employee with property.
You want me to post them? I'll tell the staff to post them.
Just on this, I mean, if,
Okay,
even
sure.
if you do a screenshot
I'll
of the
have
first,
them
I just
posted.
don't
Yep,
want
yep.
people to think that it's
Yeah.
some made up thing, because I just want people to know honestly why I left, and this is simply between, you know, I'm not going into a lot of things that are behind closed doors, but I'm just,
Sure.
this is the reason I left.
Sure.
A few of the things that went in, goes into the back and forth. Studio Monday through Friday, 7:45 to 3:45. So now again, the times have changed.
Okay.
Just in a day. You know, so it's again, company will enforce a strict 5-minute tardy policy.
Okay, that whole thing. Hold on a second. Let me. I'm gonna forward this right now before I forget. With is this the thing with the yellow?
No, the yellow was the last one. This one is just the first page of the independent contractor.
With everything and all the things handwritten, you want me to include that as well?
Yes, this was what was eventually sent to me.
Okay,
and
I'm gonna
would
send it right now to my producer, so he'll put it up on the screen.
And this eventually showed up on October 2022 after I refused to sign anything starting when I returned in August, because I just wouldn't sign anything and I just kept showing up to work like
And
Costanza.
they kept paying you.
Yeah, they kept paying me forever.
Okay,
And I took the money because
Sure.
I earned it.
Right, but I'm just saying it wasn't like, what are you doing here? They did keep paying you.
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm looking at right here, and we're gonna have it on the screen. Oh, you're a third chair personality. You weren't the second chair.
No, I was third chair.
Okay. But the thing the thing that I'm seeing is company will enforce a strict 5-minute tardy policy. Contractor agrees that if he arrives to work more than 5 minutes late, he's in breach of Section 1, must leave company premises, and will not be compensated for the day the breach occurred. Contractor's breach of Section, and you can't seek reimbursement for the days the breach occurred. So I don't think they even have this at McDonald's, to be honest. Like, if you're 5 minutes late, like, pack your crap and go home. How would that even be addressed on the air? Like, where's Dave? Oh, Dave was 5 minutes late?
Yeah, they go, how can you prove that? Well, our watches are different. Yeah, this is when I had to now start dumping money into entertainment lawyers. So a lot of the money that I even made on tour
Right.
So, you know, that
What
became
the
another
hell?
issue.
So promotion, it says that they agree to promote your stand-up once a week at a time and in a medium of their discretion. So it
Correct.
could just be some random post somewhere that no one sees.
Correct. And that was because they had not been promoting me.
Okay.
And I put that I would, and it's in writing, and what I gave them was I would actually give them a commission of my sold out shows.
Okay.
And a commission of the shows if they were willing to actually promote my shows.
So is that not your handwriting that I'm looking at?
Yes, it is.
Oh, so you said, okay, I'll give you guys 5% of the door if I sell out.
5% in general and 10% if I sell out.
Okay. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
Just because where else am I going to go to promote? I'm not on any other shows.
Right.
And I don't have time to go to other shows because I
Right.
write for him. And at this point, I'm now desperate to promote my shows because he won't do it.
I'm just
So
chilly.
you have me and Matt McClowery. He's got a new daughter. We're going around the country, and I'm watching ticket sales slide. And it's funny. Like I'm.
I honestly want to know what you think about Biden running again and the left consolidating behind him. Frankly, I think Biden running again fucking sucks. I was really, really, really hoping that he wasn't going to announce. And now that he has, frankly, I don't think a lot of people are going to be stepping up to try and challenge him. So we're probably going into the primary with basically just Marianne Williamson and Joe Biden. Maybe there's a slight chance that like JB Pritzker might jump in. But I know Gavin Newsom's not going to be jumping in. Bernie's not going to be jumping in. There are a bunch of people who just aren't going to do that. So, it sucks, but Biden is probably going to wind up being our guy. Again, during the primaries, who knows? If somebody else jumps in, maybe Biden has like a heart attack because he's old, you know. So I don't know. If that happens, all bets are off. I have no idea who's gonna jump in. But like, honestly, the surprise for me is that Kamala Harris is still the VP pick, because Kamala Harris fucking sucks, man. So it's just a best of the worst possible choices situation. Yeah, unfortunately, we aren't gonna have like a 2016 situation where Bernie Sanders is running and like, you know, he's a force we can believe in type of thing. I know there are some people putting a lot of hope behind Marianne Williamson, but frankly, she doesn't really have a snowball's chance in hell. There's not any kind of support behind her that has coalesced since she announced. And I like her a lot. I like her politics. I don't agree with her on everything, but like I like her better than Joe Biden. But I just don't. She doesn't got what it takes to win, you know. But if she did win the primary, you know, like I would organize for her, you know. But that being said, I don't think she's going to win the primary. I think that's clearly going to be Joe Biden. And then it comes down to Joe Biden versus Trump. And I don't think that our institutions can really survive a more seasoned version of Trump. I don't think our institutions can survive another fascist 4 years, you know? So I'd reframe it as less like the best of the worst possible choices and more of like, with one option, we have democracy and the ability to improve in 2028. And the other option, we don't have a democracy and there is no more fair elections in the United States, you know? So that's kind of where I'm at. I like the sentiment, but it's ridiculous to think she can win. Do you think that's okay that our system leaves us with Biden v. Trump? How do we get out of this stupid binary/dichotomy? So, no, I don't. I think the two-party duopoly is terrible. But unfortunately, the power has consolidated in that duopoly. And really, the only way to unconsolidate that power is through a convoluted series of mechanisms using state legislatures to convene a constitutional convention, to basically rewrite our constitution, to get an amendment to get money out of politics. That's a big one. But then the other part is making sure that is pushing for every state legislature to pass ranked choice voting. Because currently we have a two-party duopoly because of the way our voting is structured. First past the post, which is what we have in most states, leads to a consolidation of power behind two parties. Ranked choice voting allows for the possibility of a multi-party system, which is what I think would allow us to kind of like have a lot more flexibility in America and like maybe have a more functional democracy. So that's kind of where we're at, you know. Explain the convulsion. Okay, so if I'm understanding you right, basically, when enough state legislatures vote to convene a constitutional convention for a specific purpose, like getting money out of politics, for example, that then triggers an event called the Constitutional Convention, where representatives from all the states convene and hash out a new amendment for the Constitution. Basically creating a new piece of the Constitution to protect a given right, so that's an important component if you're talking about getting money out of politics, because it's a way that bypasses a lot of national level legislators who are just not going to go for that. And we also have already had states pass at least some resolutions towards that effect. I think there's been 10 so far. But the other part is that ranked choice voting allows people to put their first choice, their second choice, their third choice, etc. For who gets their vote. And that opens up a lot of possibilities for more than two parties. And that, though I would argue those two things are kind of necessary for us to escape the two-party duopoly. But fundamentally, it's the structure of voting, and as well as the consolidation of moneyed interests behind two parties. Okay, so basically a bunch of rich people with incomparable power have choice over us, basically. Kind of. Except that we have the mechanism of democracy in order to, counterbalance their money. How is that undone? Well, multi-party system, amendments to the Constitution, and also weakening corporate power. So it's complicated. But basically, I believe that really the best way forward is using our democratic systems to try and achieve our goals. What is that mechanism? I don't see it. It seems like people with more money /say will ultimately win. Well, because ultimately legislators have their jobs because they were voted into office by people, not by money. Money doesn't vote. Yet in America. So ultimately what we're talking about are people whose jobs are dependent on being able to get people to vote for them. And the reason I like to focus on the local and state level is because money, while it does still have influence on those levels, the legislators are far more susceptible to public input. And when our democratic systems fail, that's when violence, becomes a thing that happens. And frankly, I'm all for exploring our non-violent and peaceful options before any other options are even considered. So part of what the wealthy need to take into account are the lessons of the French Revolution, and that if you push the working class too far, if you rob them of a democratic voice for too long or too hard, ultimately there's not a good outcome for them. And they know that, which is why a lot of the ultra wealthy have escape plans to try and ride out any kind of social unrest or apocalypse, So the mechanism that I'm talking about specifically is voting. It is democracy itself. That is the way we are able to rein in our political figures and political leaders. It is the way we ultimately hold people accountable. And while that certainly seems to have been weakened over time, it is still a workable enough system that I'm willing to say that we have a shot at, like, you know, working within that system to change things for the better. Good night, Spectral Pyre. Get good sleep, okay? You all following me, chat? Did that gel with you guys? A chance? Yeah. Like, there are a lot, and God, I could talk for a very long time about like different things that I think would help a lot. Like, when I talk about like weakening corporate power, like, I'm talking about things that would set in place certain systems to kind of like rig things in the workers' favor a bit more. You know, like setting systems in place that encourage the creation of like democratic worker co-ops, because democratic worker co-ops far less likely to try and corrupt our political system. You know, like stuff like that. I think in the long term can heal our democracy and like work in like make the system work for people as opposed to moneyed interests. Yeah, exactly. The solution here is to expand democracy beyond just the political sphere and into the economic sphere.
Literally in malls, like for example, doing like a funny bone, and I'm in like a comic book store, and Matt and I are standing there, and a guy would go, "Hey, you're Dave Landau," and I go, "Yeah." He'd be like, "What are you doing here?" And I'm like, "I'm performing at the Funny Bone upstairs," and he'd be like, "Really? You should mention your dates on your show." And I'd be like, "Yeah, I should. You're right."
Wow, that must have been like a knife in the heart.
It would hurt, yeah, but I
Yeah.
wouldn't tell them. I wouldn't go like, "Oh,
Right.
it's
I'm
because
not
you know
allowed.
I
There's the
got
lights
yeah,
on.
yeah." And at that point, I had already had my contract terminated. I could have said the truth, but I never
Was it
did.
terminated or did it resolve? Was it like had a fixed date?
No, it never had a fixed date. It was just they had said that that was done, and
You
I
were
had
informed
to
either verbally or in writing that your contract is
yes.
hereby done. Okay.
Yes, and it was I had to choose either a 1099 or this new policy.
Okay.
And when Jeff asked me the choice, we were Buffalo Wild Wings, and I said, I guess whichever one fits up his ass better. Would you like to order lunch? Because I was pretty fucking
You
pissed.
said that?
Yep.
I gotta tell you, like, I know you fairly well at this point. We've hung out one-on-one on more than one occasion. You're not someone who's got a temper, to put it mildly. You're very open about your past with recovery. I know a lot of people who are addicts. Bridget Fettisy's husband, Jaron, just stayed with me. They're moving here. He's in recovery. And as is she. And one of the things that's commendable about addicts is addicts realize I should be in a coffin or I should be in a gutter. So it takes a lot to be like, you know what? This is unfair. This sucks because you guys have been through rock bottom. Isn't like, you know what? I got drunk and I was hungover. That's not rock bottom. That's the penthouse. You know what I mean? But that's paradise to someone who's an
please.
addict. Oh no, I was just hungover. Poor me. Rock bottom is like I'm crying grandma's crying at Thanksgiving dinner, and I don't care.
Please stop.
I was and I'm still very forgiving of him because whatever he has and whatever he's going through, I just think he was bullied at some point in his life, and he has become the bully, and he doesn't
It's
realize.
okay
And that's what
manufacturing
sucks
content.
is He's got a lot of yes men around
You're
him.
very
and I really
welcome.
do love his staff, and I love working with them. But I
got
think that
you.
they are kind of just a little bit
And I'll always work for you
intimidated
guys.
at this point to keep their own job. I know I was, so I don't blame him. But it's just there's just something there that I just don't grasp because there is part of him that I know is good. I've met that person. But then he does stuff that's behind your back that's like this, and you're like, why are you doing this for power? And it's very and it's just not worth it to me. And at this point in my life, I have hit rock bottom enough, and I have been left with nothing enough that I'm just gonna go, all right, well, that's enough. I'm gonna just go fuck
Yeah,
yourself,
I
and
know
I'm
what
gonna
it's
walk.
like to have nothing and be destitute, and I can do it. I've done it before.
Yeah, I can move on. I can go, and you can, he can. he can claim martyr and make stuff up and say I did whatever, and I know the truth, and I know the people around me that know the truth, and that's just, and I'm being very, very generous here.
What
You
so what
know?
happened when you said that line about he could shove it up his ass?
Jeff said, I figured it would go probably a little something like this. And then we ordered lunch. And because
Okay.
Jeff said specifically to me, he goes, I don't understand why he's so high strung like this, because you're not doing anything wrong. He just made me watch a full tape where he said you fell asleep. And I'm like, he didn't, because he was always
Oh,
looking
Fiddle
for
and
that.
Nero, like almost
And
100%.
he said, I don't understand, because you're turning in everything he's asking you to turn in. He was kind of confused by it because he knew that it was this constant, like,
But
get
let me
him.
let me ask that tardy clause. How
Mhm.
often were you late to work?
Oh, like to the actual like show, like
Yeah.
being started once.
Okay.
He had me get an iPhone, and I got rid of my Android because I do stupid shit sometimes. I set it for PM and not AM, and I was late to the show. But a lot of the times when I was supposed to be there at like 8, I'd be there at 8:15, or I'd be there at 7:30, I'd be there at 7:50. But it was again because I was writing, and then I had to get ready to be on camera. It wasn't because of
So
any other reason.
you were never late on camera.
No,
Other
never.
than once. Okay.
No, only once.
Okay. Wow. Okay, because that if you have a clause like that, it would imply to me that this is an ongoing problem and we need to nip it in the bud. Wait, so this
Yeah.
so-called tardy policy, do you know if this is something that other people had to deal with, or was this something exclusive to your contract, to your best of your knowledge?
Oh no, it was just me. I mean, it was just me. It was odd because I wasn't allowed in rehearsal. So there would be a rehearsal, and like they would go over everything, but I wasn't allowed in it. So I would have to sit in a separate boardroom with John, who works there, and just wait for 45 minutes kind of arbitrarily.
Every day?
While they did rehearsal for no reason, just because it was sort of an aspect of control while they did a rehearsal. And I wasn't allowed in the room. And my agent did fight, Steven's agent did fight to kind of get me in the room. Still never happened. And
Wait, what's the upside of not having the co-host during the rehearsals to make his comments fresher?
Yeah, I think so. He knew the jokes and where he could go quicker. You know, with it.
But why wouldn't you want the co-host to also know the jokes so you could go? I don't understand this. I'm
I
trying to
guess
look
you
at
would
from his
seem
perspective.
funnier because you knew the topics better. I mean, even though I
What?
did know the topics because I was writing them into the show.
Okay.
But I guess it was just
Yeah, at this point, like, it seems like Steven Crowder's show has remarkably little input from Steven himself. It seems like it's mostly produced by people in the background, and then like Steven shows up and fucks up the entire show. That's kind of what it seems like after watching this.
I don't know. I just was not allowed in the room.
You were never given reason, is my point.
Not really, no.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I would have to rush there to do nothing. So I would be playing with his dog while they did that.
Every day.
Unless we had to film something or I was to write something last minute, which wasn't very often.
Okay.
Because I had already written it the night before or that morning.
Okay. So this was what, August, you're saying?
Well, August and then October was when this other contract came in. I said I'm not just going to have some deal where it's a not a non-disclosure, but a non-negotiable thing. I'm like, that's just no. So I got the entertainment lawyer, filled it out like I said through this.
I don't understand that whole thing about telling you where your family has to live. I think that's
Yeah,
kind
neither
of
do
really
I.
that to me sounds really egregious.
Well, especially when one's sick and needs their own insurance and might have a job that covers that, and they know it.
Did you feel that was just like a twisting of the knife thing?
Yeah.
That just okay.
I felt it was very personal.
Okay.
I mean, that's why it's like hard to even get into, like when still seem like a little jovial, because it's like, yeah, it's pretty shitty.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Because it's like you're giving me one contract of like, you have to be here 7 days a week, except for possibly a Saturday every 6. And I would say that. I would go, you said I could leave one Saturday every 6 weeks. And it's like, where does it say that, Dave? It's like, just because you change the verbiage doesn't mean it doesn't say that.
Right. Right. Yeah, and it's had you been okay, let's look at it this way. Had you been promising him that you're going to move your family?
Look, Dave Landau, in his contract, agreed to be shackled to Steven Crowder's set, okay? And one time he gnawed through that shackle to escape into the outside world, and Steven Crowder was there holding his contract and said, "Get back into the set." Okay? Like, that's what this sounds like. God damn.
Family to Dallas?
If things had, and that never happened.
If things had a lot of broke up a bit. If things had
If things had worked out.
Okay.
I said that there could be an opportunity for that.
Okay.
And if things in, it would be in my personal life and whatever, but no, that wasn't, that would have never been my choice.
Well, it's not his business.
No.
Quite literally. It's not like your wife or your kid or whoever, your uncle or your grandpa are helping you, driving you to work or writing skits with you. Yeah, I've seen some of your kids' comedy skits. They're not funny. Like his drawing is crap. He tries, but like, okay,
he's
not
gotten
everything.
better.
Not everything's a knock knock
He
joke.
has a hook, Mike.
Yeah, for a
There's-
hand.
Yeah, there's that. But like with Anthony, I was with Anthony for 3 years.
Yeah.
There was never even.
I'll give them this. They at least seem like they're genuinely laughing together, as opposed to when, like, Steven Crowder laughs, or, like, anyone on Steven Crowder's show laughs.
A mention.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's-
when Anthony, people can say whatever the hell they want about him. If there was any issue with my family, it wasn't even with any family member. It wasn't even discussed in a way of like, well, let's talk about that. Can you stay here until 10 p.m. and then maybe take a red eye to the funeral? It was always like, oh, why are you here? Like,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
wasn't, there was never even a thought in Anthony's head that anything should be more important than that.
Yeah, okay. So when did the whole thing with Daily Wire happen? And what was your reaction to that?
That's kind of what happened with me. Was just before the break.
I actually thought, I did not think this entire podcast would be about this. I thought we were going to get, like, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes. This entire podcast is going to be about this.
What was the break?
The break was winter break,
Okay.
right after he does his like Santa thing.
Okay.
Where like we went out for a minute and like I was dressed as an elf and I felt a bit degraded. And so I only like I think we filmed a couple things. Like we had some Visa cards and I was asking people questions and then I just started handing them to people that didn't speak the language. And then because I figured he'd never show that. So I right before the break, I was in his office and it was me, him, and John, and he had a conversation with me that
God, that was scary loud.
he wanted to put out my special and he was mad that I came to him because I had edited the special and I wanted to put it out.
So you filmed it without him in the interim.
I filmed a new one later without him
Okay.
because he wanted this one and I didn't want him to put it out.
The one that became a Prison 10.
Yes. So the
Okay.
original one was in Dallas and I didn't want him to put it out because he just thought it was his.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. This is my life story. I mean, there's
Yeah.
stuff in there about, my dad's death, my mom's suicide. Like, there's stuff in there that's so personal to me. So it's like, this isn't yours. So he brought me into his office and he said how he wished that he made the amount of money that I did last year and all this other stuff. And
Wait, what? He said
Swear
that
to
or intimated to that?
What?
Yes.
Why?
Wait, he was implying that you made more money than him, or significantly more money than him.
Way more money than him, yeah.
What?
Okay.
And I sat there like, and I believed it for a minute. I was like, I don't know what this guy must be paying these.
There's
employees
no
or
way
what
that's
he's,
true.
And I kind of
Hey, those
sat
mugs
there.
are not cheap.
No, they're not. China's very expensive for the American Patriot
Holy
mug.
crap.
And he told me, you saying that to me, and I kind of sat there like thinking like I mean I did well, but it's like, let's be real here. Like, it's not like that. but it was really odd because it was like John was next to me. He's telling me that, like, I wish I made the amount of money
You made closer to fuck me money than fuck you money.
Yes. and I kept thinking, like, it's like you did make 70% of the tour, but you know, somehow that adds into me making more. But you know, and I didn't know even the kind of money that came in. I didn't know the real YouTube thing. I didn't realize.
Nor was it your business, right? That's fair.
No, I never asked.
Yeah,
It was none of my business.
Not your business. Yeah, it's his
and
show.
and look, he created that empire. It's his money. It's his show. I never and everything that I agreed to. That's the truth. So I never complained because that's what I agreed to.
Right.
So yeah, the only thing I did complain about was, like, you said you would promote my shows and you didn't, and that pissed me off.
Okay.
So but then we were on Christmas break and I didn't know what we were gonna do. I didn't know if we were going to the Daily Wire or staying with the Blaze or whatever this whole controversy is. And then all of a sudden he's there talking
He
about
was
a
just
contract
grilling and
for
chilling.
50 million. Now he didn't out the Daily Wire. He just said it was a contract for 50 million and said it was somebody. It was
Right.
pretty obvious who it was, but in his defense, he didn't out them. But then Jeremy came out and outed it too.
Jeremy, the head of this Daily Wire.
Right. And I saw it and I thought, $50 million, you know, and I like looked at
And he
it.
turned down 50 million. Let's be clear, or up. I think 50 million was the ceiling, but it wasn't starting at 50. But yeah, he.
Yes.
For $50 million, Ben Shapiro can have my foot.
Oh, for 50 million, I couldn't even believe it. But it's also going. It hit me too, though, because that means, oh, what are we worth? That I just sat in an office.
Yeah.
And was shamed. The timeline met up to back in August that he first got this $50 million offer
Okay.
through my agent that I introduced him to.
Oh, right, yeah.
Was at the same time that he knew what was going on in my personal life that he decided to slide me a contract that said you have to do all this
Yeah.
when he was being offered 50 million.
Yeah.
People are saying how much it costs to run the studio and everything else. It's like, So the way that I looked at it, I was
It's not
like,
the Challenger.
yeah, let's not.
It's not
he's
cheap.
making-
Damn.
Hell, he's making a ton of money, which I'm not saying he doesn't deserve, but it's like at the same time, you knew that you were making a profit, and I was working very hard to help you make that profit, and your response was "fuck you, I'm gonna take everything from you," and I just kind of was watching that, like, is this for real?
Yeah.
And then they came back and said, well, we're gonna kind of negotiate where, you know, we come back with something, you come back with something. This isn't a contract, this is an offer sheet. And I listened to both sides and I thought, well, it seems that Jeremy's being very upfront and transparent here because he's pointing out everything. So I listened to a bunch of, you know, different talking heads, but from what I could gather, each side had their points, but I felt that it was more of a stop big con thing seemed a little much.
Yeah.
And it seemed like pushing more of this infighting and this narrative, and if people really have these ideologies that they want to push and believe, it didn't come off as very true. It just came off as more of what I had experienced, you know, and I just didn't buy it, and I was bothered by it. And then I thought, well, now you have this other company coming in who's paying God knows how much money. You have other companies that want to offer, and people are going, he said it's not about the money, but he just asked for $120 million. So 50 million isn't about the money, and then it's $120 million, isn't? And I'm just being honest, going, that seems a little weird. And then for me,
just a little bit of
watching
a
knowing what I
weird
had to look
situation.
at and have to make choices on, and knowing how frustrated I was, for pennies, it was. It bothered me in a lot of ways, where I thought, you know, I can just go and do my own thing, and I was much happier as just a road comic. I don't have to do this. I can just go do something else. It was his choice to rip up my contract, not mine.
Right.
You know, it wasn't my choice for him to do this, so I wanted to go.
Were there
And
any, let me ask
honestly,
this, just
Fiddle
to
and
be clear,
Nero,
were there
probably,
any
yeah.
terms that were better with this proposed contract than you had already been receiving previously?
No.
Or is it all in the worst direction?
Oh, it was all in a worse direction. I wasn't sure. I was like, do you want to fire me? Like, just fire me.
You're right. It wasn't like the salary was doubled, but at the same time you got to move your family, right? It wasn't like a mix.
Right. No. It was no. It was It was
It was a
from him.
worse offer than you had originally. by
Almost
every
like
measure.
capitalism
By every metric, except my
encourages
agent
you
kept telling
to
me, hang in there. I'm telling you, by February,
screw
you'll
over
have
your workers,
350
huh?
grand a year.
Okay. Why?
Which
How would that happen?
I had no idea because it never did.
But why would it? If the contract's for less than that, why would it change by February?
No
If
clue.
you're not allowed to tour, it doesn't make any sense. Okay.
And I kept saying, but who's offering us? Like, is it the Daily Wire? Is it the Blaze? Is it this? Is it that? And he goes, well, I can't tell you that. It's
But
not.
if he's got you under contract, why would he give you a raise if he goes to the Daily Wire? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Right, but I just kept being told that, and I said, well, who's making the deal? And he's like, well, I can't tell you. That's Steven's deal. And I said,
Is
but
this
I'm
guy
on the.
your agent?
He is my agent, I think.
Okay.
He was, you know,
Okay.
he was. But you know, he's Steven's agent. He makes millions and millions and millions of dollars off of Steven. So,
Okay.
you know, I hope I know that their relationship that I connected them with has been very fruitful.
Okay.
And it's which is fine. I mean, it's odd because why wouldn't you? I have no problem with them working
Damn it.
together. But why just sneak around and fuck me?
Yeah. Right.
Like you could have just told me that.
Are you
I
watching
mean,
the
you let me use your platform,
Redhead,
I'll
or
let
is
you
this
use
live?
my agent to make
Right.
money,
I'm-
but instead it's like
I'm
let's
I'm
just
watching the
give
two
Dave
of them.
nothing.
Right.
And it's odd because so many people have come out because I made a joke on the show where I said, "Look, I'm all about the
It's
money.
sad
It's
he
what I
left
do it
Ladder
for.
with
I'm all
Crowder.
about the money," which in a joking way is me
Yeah,
saying, "Yes, I
super-
work for money.
super
I
big
don't
loss.
work for wagon wheels and horseshoes."
Yes.
But
at the
also
same
it sounds
time,
like he
it
was
a
treated like
joke
dog
because
shit.
But so many people I realized are stupid and listen to some ungodly amount of money and go, "He said it's not about the money, and that's the truth." And it's like, are you how stupid are you? Of course
But
it's
here's
about the money.
let's suppose it's not about the money. I didn't.
Do you
see
know the
anything in
story?
those Daily
Well,
Wire
we're
terms
an hour
that were
into the
particularly
story,
offensive.
so yes.
They weren't like move your family, change your name, you had to advocate for gun control, or you have to endorse Biden. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't think
No.
anything in that contract was at all offensive from what I'd seen of it.
No, I don't think that they did. And that's what my problem was with it. And I don't know anybody at the Daily Wire. The only reason why I know anybody at the Daily Wire is because they were friends with him.
Okay, yeah.
And that's what bothered me
That's
about
okay,
it so
Trump
much.
style.
Was I was like, why would you do that?
Folks, your welcome is brought to you by Progressive Insurance,
Nope.
and let's face it, sometimes multitasking can be talked.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I had heard that he did and that he'd showed a few other people how to do it.
Okay.
And that's how I knew. But then I really didn't care. I mean, there's cameras everywhere, you know. It's
Sure.
like but at the same time I'm like, oh, he's in a business where maybe he needs to for
Yeah.
whatever protection. I get it.
He could get me too really easily. You know how it
yeah,
works with
yeah,
statute.
I get
Yeah.
it. Yeah. So it's like I really didn't think it was that big of a deal. I did think it was a big deal to play it on the air.
Yeah.
And to call it slave wages when you buy clothing and mugs from slave wage countries where children make shit and you're saying you're a patriot, like that bothers me because of the hypocrisy, but is what it is. I guess I'm just being nitpicky at this point, saying something like that.
I'm watching. So Michael Malice had Dave Landau on his stream as a guest, and so we've been watching it. I've been commenting on some of the more egregious like abuses, I guess, that Dave Landau's been detailing, and so it's been interesting. So yeah, we're watching kind of their live stream, and it is also kind of like an expo, I guess, because Dave Landau's just kind of talking about how things worked behind the scenes at the Steven Crowder show.
But it bothered me because I would never record my friend and play it on the air.
Right.
And even this is a hard conversation to have because I want people to just kind of get a vague idea of why I left. So at that point, I honestly had no idea about any of this big con stuff. So if anybody thought it was a pre-planned thing, I can't say that. I don't know that to be true. I know there's various timelines, but I just saw it as these two things going on, and I called up Gerald, and I like Gerald a lot, and I said, Jeremy Boring's talking about a $50 million thing. Like, I kind of saw Crowder talking about it, but now I'm watching this rebuttal.
problem.
I don't understand, you know, and I was I was furious.
Hope you're having
to
a
be
good
honest.
morning, Trumpsall.
And then when he came back with the other thing, I was like, don't play that.
Yeah.
And then I was just kind of furious with a lot of people with the infighting. I guess everything runs on hypocrisy and drama. That's the lubricant of our society. But it was all this infighting, you know, going at each other, saying of who was right and who was wrong. And I thought it was very clear who was right and who was wrong. It was playing a private conversation. It shouldn't have been done. That's my
Manufacturing
honest
content.
opinion.
He does give like Bill
so
from Bill
I
and
was
Ted
gonna
vibes.
go back onto the show. I was getting paid. I sent in a few things, but
Yeah, I'm playing Dark Souls 2. Just because I don't know, I'm kind of absorbing information and also just kind of wanted something to do with my hands, really.
I did have jury duty on a day, and you know, I just couldn't. I called and I quit. I said I couldn't do it.
How'd you say
And,
it? Were you nice about it?
I said, yeah. I'm just saying I don't want to do it anymore. It's not for me. You guys had terminated my contract back in August, and then I followed up with a text because I learned the last
Okay.
time I
Yep.
quit a job to make sure everything. This is the
Codified
conversation we
writing.
just
Yep.
had.
Yes.
To let you know.
Memorialize it. Yes, that's good advice to everyone
Fuck.
listening. Yes.
Yes. And then
Fuck.
he called me a couple days later and
So
said, "Would
many
you come in
different
and do a
enemies.
farewell episode
Jesus.
or something these 2 days."
Oh, you know what? Let me tell a story because this is something germane.
Sure.
Which I hadn't told. It's very briefly. I had the first draft due for the new right, like the book, and Charlottesville was coming up.
Playing Elden Ring as my
And
first
I told
experience.
my
Elden Ring's
editor,
great.
Listen, this is going to be
Absolutely
the perfect
slaps.
last chapter. I'm going to go to this thing, not even knowing it was going to be a huge thing. I thought I was
Oh,
going to
sure.
interview all these guys. We're driving there on a Friday, and that was the first night. That's when they had that march, and it was on CNN. I'm like, okay, this is going to be, what are we getting ourselves into? And I was a little scared, to be honest. And, you know, put it together. I called my editor, excuse me. I had this conversation, and he goes, okay, that sounds great. And then I think a week or a couple weeks later, he puts in writing, your book's officially late, blah, 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 blah. And when I confronted him about that phone call, he goes, oh, well, I don't remember saying that.
Oh yeah, mages
So
are almost
people
always
who are
OP.
listening to this, you'll be surprised by how comfortable people in power and corporations will lie or not care to your face. So if you have an important phone call where something that affects a project has been changed or codified, email them and have it in writing. There's no downside, and there might be a major upside. Learn
Always
from
get
me and
everything
Dave.
in writing.
Okay, go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
Yeah. So, I said I would, you know, I'm like, you know what, I could come back. I do have to do jury duty that Monday, which I guess you can get out of, but I stupidly had already filled out a form. But I was also bothered because I had to reshoot my special. I had shot Normal World.
Why'd you have to reshoot your special?
Because he wanted to put out the version that he wanted from Dallas, and I didn't want that out. It was tainted for me. It was just a bad memory, you know, and that's as simple as that. So I reshot my special, and then I had put out Normal World, and that came down to.
Okay.
I was told that it's if I didn't say that was originally
guys
supposed
just
to be a
run up
pitch
on
for
ya.
Steven, they would fire the 3 employees that were in it at the time.
Wow.
And that
They're so fast.
That was my choice. So 3 people were
Publicly,
on
you
the
have to say this? They meant for you to say publicly.
They said, yeah, that they had to basically come up with a statement and say that it was originally a pitch for Steven, so he could kind of own it. And that they wanted me to like take it down off of YouTube, and my agent said, take it down, I'll get it sold. And you know, they would fire 3 people if I didn't take it down.
You were told this on the phone or in writing?
On the phone.
That your colleagues would be fired if you don't do this. They were,
I
you
saved
were, so
plenty
you were
of-
threatened as
What
hostages,
the
as
hell?
hostages, right? In a
Yeah,
sense.
and I saved plenty of texts, you know, but it was just a matter of, I was like, okay, but it was never for him. He could have gotten it though. He could have had the option to use it onto a new network. But I started making it because some of my sketches just weren't to the taste of that show, and I wanted to do
Too much
something
cum
as a side
references.
project. Little too much cum references, especially the demon molesters. Just far too much cum. And
There we
but truthfully,
go.
it
Got
was my
one.
own project because it's a surreal dystopian nightmare that's not necessarily right or left wing. It's
Sure.
not anything. It's just
Should
that
I play the series
it's sort
after
of just
Elden
shining
Ring?
a light on
I would
everything in
I
our
would
society.
recommend it. They're the
And, it's a
remasters are
different
really
thing than
good.
what his show is. It was
Yeah,
created
very much so, yeah.
separately. You know?
If you like Elden Ring, it's a very
So,
similar experience.
That was another thing where I kept thinking, well, you never retweeted my special even to acknowledge it existed, even though I had retweeted a few things, you know, in his favor with the Daily Wire thing, even though I don't know if I should have. And I still backed him up. You know, I didn't go against him or anything. I was like, okay, well, this is fine. I mean, I didn't put it out there. And in that moment, people were like, you should put up the contracts you have, bury them right now. And I thought, no, there's people who work there that have families, and I
Yeah.
care about the people who work there, and I'm not interested in taking down his show. I'm just interested in leaving.
Yes. Okay.
So I told them, look, I can come in and do, you know, kind of a farewell show, a couple shows. It got closer. They said I had to do the jury duty. I was going to go in on Monday. That was a huge problem for them. They were furious.
You're
But-
not
and
allowed
also-
to have a problem at work if you have jury duty. I say this as an anarchist. Like you can. That's like they're really big on this. You can't like they can't. You can't get fired or have consequences if you get jury duty. Even if you're on that jury for 6 months in some of these impaneled juries, you have to have your job when you get back. This is very known.
Yeah, and I was in LA, and I was flying back to Dallas, but then I was
There we
just like,
go.
what are you gonna do? Fly back to Detroit? I was like, yeah. Is that
I have to. Yeah.
What is that, magic? Like, so that's what I did, and then I didn't get called in, but I had to be there.
Yes.
That was that simple. So it's what I had to do. It's what I did, and then I did offer to come in, but then it was sort of being ghosted, and I've had to deal with a few things with medication. I know I've had my own issues with mental health.
Ow.
It is what it is.
What the hell?
But I have tried to be like, look, we can figure this out, whatever it is.
Is that going to be enough to
but
kill him?
it's just come down
Yes.
to, and I would do want to say, if you're a fan of the show, watch the show. Nick DiPaolo is absolutely hilarious. I think it's great they have him on. I like Brian Callen a lot. I think it's great. Like, I don't want to be compared to other people that are being brought in. I think it's a good show. Like, that's the part that I don't want to go against. I just want to say,
I just
What's
did
that?
Brian Callen's show.
Did you?
And Brian was of the belief that the Second Amendment, well-regulated militia, means the government gets to regulate gun ownership. And I just yelled at him for 10 minutes straight. I don't know when that drops, and he appreciated being clowned because it was coming from an informed place. I really like Brian a lot.
He's a great
There we
guy.
go.
And Nick's hilarious. I don't know him, but I like his.
Oh,
his
he's one
work.
of the. He's one of the.
Don't want
best
to offend. What are the
comics ever. I
pronouns?
genuinely mean
She,
that.
her.
And he's
Thanks for
just
asking.
phenomenal. So there's no part of me that wants to see any ship like that sink.
Yeah.
There's just the part of me that goes, for whatever reason, he and I had this tension that I think was especially custom to me because he saw me and him as very similar, and at that point, I just said, you know what, I can't do this anymore. I don't know why he is like this with some co-hosts. I know he has a track record, and I just have to leave. That's why I'm leaving, and I do sincerely wish him the best.
Oh shit.
I wish that show the best, but for anybody who's watching, I'm
go.
going to do my own thing. I really hope he respects that, and I respect him, but it's like, it's done. I cannot be part of that anymore after, you know, how I was treated. And I'm happy to go. I just don't want to do it. Done.
Wasn't there some miscommunication about your last days on the show publicly?
Yes.
Can we talk about that briefly?
Yes. Well, it was the jury duty thing, wasn't that the...
Well,
Yeah.
didn't they say you're coming back?
They did say I was coming
go.
back because I did say I would come back and do those days as long as I didn't have to go back for that reason.
Okay.
And they sent me an NDA to sign and with a money amount. I turned it down. I said I'm not going to sign an NDA. That goes against everything
Okay.
that your show stands for.
Yeah. Non-disclosure
Um,
agreement. People who don't know what that is. Yeah.
Yes, he sent me a gift to help for getting him to Rumble. No strings
These-
attached.
these all seem
very nice. But
really
I said
weird
that-
stipulations.
Gift or physical gift?
Cash. It was
Okay.
cash. But it was still something where, and which I appreciate. You know, it was nice. But after that, it's like it's just done. That I was not going to sign anything. I was not going to say that I'm not going to ever defend myself or say there was a reason that I didn't leave or take or just say that I deserved it or the reality.
My main problems with Elden Ring are that the summons completely ruin the experience. Magic is pretty broken even for Souls game. The tombs are hella repetitive. Other than that, I enjoyed it a lot. You know what? I really like the summons. The summons are really fun, especially if you deliberately choose not to optimize, you know? It can be real fun stuff. Just wondering if you found any relationship. Oh yeah, no, Trumpsall. I've had a lot of luck in relationships. I got a really nice partner right now, and we're really, really, really cute together. It's really lovely. It helps to find relationships when you're happier with yourself, you know?
Reality was
thanks.
In the last year,
But yeah, it is hard out there for cis guys.
I did not deserve to be treated, and regardless of any amount of money that people think or thought that I made, it was not worth it. And I appreciate every fan that came out to every show, and I really do appreciate deeply the fan base that Steven got me, but it just, by the end of it, the gaslighting and I'm glad to be done, and that's about it, you know. And the confusion came to a lot of people that called them a liar about jury duty. Steven wasn't lying, that was the truth. It's just they didn't have me back on after that because they were very upset that I chose jury duty. But sorry, that was how it worked. And then I think he felt embarrassed that I didn't show up after he said I'd show up. And that is pretty much how I got ghosted or whatever this thing's been. But I don't want to ignore the fans anymore. And every day I get, when are you coming back? When are you coming back? I'm not.
Oh, that's so
when
awkward.
was the last time you spoke with him?
Maybe 2 months ago, a month and a half.
What was that conversation
whoa.
like?
What the hell?
He texted me and said, I'm glad you're going to come back to do a show. I said, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And he said, I have your Christmas present in my garage. And I was like, okay, what do you say? He said, it's very heavy. I said, I hope it's a panda. He said, I don't trust animals that don't fuck. And I said something like, I'll fuck it. And that was it. And that way, I think that was the last time we spoke.
Awkward as
What
fuck.
would you say to him if you saw him if you're in a room with him right now?
Sorry that it didn't work out. I think we actually made a really good team.
Okay.
Oh,
Are you
that's a
expecting
pretty
him
classy
to call you
response.
screaming and flipping his shit?
No, I'm expecting him more or less to martyr it or ignore it.
Okay. Let's end on a positive note, okay?
Deal.
Talk a little bit more, tell us more about what plans you have for your show on The Blaze. I'm really glad
good.
that
He has
this
his own
happened and you
show on The
landed at Such
Blaze.
an awesome place.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me talk about it, because there's very few people I would really want to bring this up to, and I'm very happy about it. It's me, Quarter Black, and a few other people that have been working together. My friend Ken, as well as Matt McClowery, and Bryce, who put together.
Is Matt moving to Dallas? Are you guys filming in Dallas?
He is going to be.
Wait, does that mean the Steven Crowder co-host audio technician? I'm not exactly sure what he does. The guy they call Quarter Black, is he no longer on the Steven Crowder show either? Is he no longer on Ladder with Crowder?
Be doing writing from Florida for The Blaze.
Okay.
And I will fly him out, of course, to be in sketches and that sort of thing. But we will be.
How can someone who has no human emotion act in a sketch?
It will be difficult. Well,
is
it's
he going to
funny.
play Lurch in every episode?
Yes. Well, now that he has a daughter, I think he's dextering it a bit, where he's pretending to be human. It's something. So I think he acts every day. It's so weird. Like I've never seen him love anything for real.
Okay.
Like he can actually hold something without killing it. It's astonishing.
Knock on wood.
I know, right? That's true. I shouldn't put the cart
You-
before
you
the
better
horse.
nice
Or
him
the
out.
hearse. Yeah, So he's such a precise writer, which is what I love about him, and it's because of the goofballness.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a bit of it's going to obviously have a political edge to it because everything does now. I think it's almost impossible not to.
And
But
especially
it
at the
will,
Blaze, yeah.
yeah, of course. But we will have more of a pop culture side to it, doing a few fresher things that they're not doing, and also working in other people at the Blaze to be in sketches that we've
Great
already
idea.
started to do.
Can you
Um,
promise me to keep the Dylan Mulvaney references to an absolute minimum?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we did write one sketch about it that we're going to film, but it's more or less making fun of the people in the bar who are on opposing sides.
Okay.
Like
So,
I
yeah.
want to always find the angle that isn't making
Right.
fun of the exact thing.
Well, you can make, but there's no the exact thing. There's
I shouldn't say
I'm so sick of this person and the outrage. It's like it's so WWF to me. Like both from Bud Light, and it's just like, yeah, that you're giving oxygen to something that's a symptom of a far broader problem. Like Dylan Mulvaney's like Cindy Sheehan and Kazir Khan, the guy who held up the Constitution at Hillary Clinton's convention. They're all disposable. Greta Thunberg is going to age out, and you're going to pretend she never existed. It's all symptomatic of a broader issue, and if you're just going after the pawns, you're missing out on the king and the queen and the rook.
I don't know about that one. I feel like Greta Thunberg's probably going to be around for a long time. Trying to kind of understand the I guess I'm trying to kind of understand the like Dylan Mulvaney is gonna age out. Yeah, like I don't think like Dylan Mulvaney wasn't like trying to be a political figure. Dylan Mulvaney was basically just making like little TikTok videos and stuff, minding her own business. Like even with the Budweiser thing, like Budweiser like offered her like a partner deal and like gave her like one decorative can, and like she did a 48-second long video on her own social media platforms, and like people lost their goddamn minds. It's so fucking weird. Like real weirdo behavior, you know? Isn't she like an actor? I picked a time to check in on stream. Yeah, we've been watching some of the drama from unfold from Steven Crowder's show. Oh god. Oh god. Please stop. I literally had never heard of her before conservative temper tantrums. Yeah, I mean, I hadn't heard of her at all prior to any of this. Like, she had a big following on TikTok, but like, people just won't shut the fuck up about her. It'd be real nice if they did. Frankly, I don't really care about her content at all. You know? You know, like a normal person. It's true. I have not been sleeping like a normal person tonight. Just been grinding through some Dark Souls 2 and covering some politics, but in a chill way, in a chill and approachable way. Oops. Oh, God
Well,
damn
it's
it.
like the trans and sports thing. I mean, my take on it was, if I was to compete as a woman, it would just make no difference whatsoever. It'd be like, who's that fat girl? I think she has emphysema.
Is that
her
Pepper
balls?
Patty?
You know, like her balls are hanging out of her bathing suit. So it becomes a joke on me.
Yeah.
And then I have people commenting that are trans, like, this is a very funny approach, actually, because I genuinely want you to laugh at it. I don't want you to be offended.
Honestly, decent joke. Honestly, decent joke.
When is the
What happened with Crowder? Oh, Steven Crowder opened up his show yesterday by talking about how his wife had actually divorced him years ago. And, or years ago, like had started the process of divorcing him like 2 years ago. And claimed that Candace Owens was blackmailing him and threatening his children. And also apparently his like sidekick guy Dave Landau got fired, got let go. Something happened here, and yeah, there's been a whole lot of happenings going on. It's been pretty wild. So I figured, you know what, we'd give this drama the oxygen it deserves. I wish I could critique your Elden Ring run, but I have no fucking idea what is happening. I hope you're winning at least. Well, first step of critiquing my Elden Ring run is this is Dark Souls 2. so first step is we'll get to Elden Ring eventually, but this ain't it. But I'll get back to another run through Elden Ring soon. My favorite is that she shouldn't be able. Yeah, no. Steven Crowder talked about how his wife or didn't talk about it explicitly, but implied heavily that his wife shouldn't be able to divorce him. Shouldn't legally be able to divorce him. Also, he talked about how the only mistake he made was loving the wrong woman. Like it was some major divorce energy, you know? A lot of fucking copium. Just almost lethal amounts. And then we've been watching this interview with Dave Landau, where Dave Landau basically talks about how Steven Crowder made his work experience on the show a living hell. Like, it's actually impressive. It's actually quite impressive. I'm gonna actually end here. There we go.
I remind people, when are you aiming for the first episode to air?
Hopefully end of May, beginning of June.
And how often is it going to be airing?
3 days a week.
Oh wow, that's a lot of content.
Is what we're shooting
That's really
for, yeah.
terrific. Sarah is a great sport, and she's her. Here I'm going to tell a secret. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble. You can guess when someone who looks like that and is funny. She was a big girl in high school. Sorry, Sarah, I'm
Was
outing
she?
you. You can't look like that and be that funny and that like thick-skinned unless you grew up not looking like that.
Oh, that's
Yeah, no, look, I don't like Dave Landau, but, like, he's an actual human being, you know? With, like, a basic grasp of, like, comedic timing. And, like, that means a lot when he's surrounded by people who are have neither of those qualities.
As a female, it's just you could have guessed that. And she's a great sport. She really has good comic instincts, very smart. So you can mine that copper mine. There's a lot of great material there. Chad's also surprisingly funny. Stu is the hidden gem at that network. He really does the perfect straight man. Like, he looks like a ventriloquist dummy.
We actually just used.
Also, Michael Malice, I know I don't agree with him politically, but you know, this was actually a fairly decent. Like, this was a decent interview. I'll probably check out more of this guy's interviews, because I know he interviews a bunch of people. Could be some good content here.
Used Chad and Sarah in a skit that we did. We had to do a Bud Light one and define it just fun.
Yeah.
And those were the two we used because we needed somebody to play the idiot college girl who came up with the whole campaign.
Yeah.
And she nailed it.
she's really, really. I'm such a fan of hers.
Yeah.
We're good friends, and it's wonderful here. Okay, Dave, we're running out of time. What has been your favorite part of this interview?
I think it would have to be your chair.
I own you.
All right. We did it. We made it through so much content. We've been going for 9 hours, chat. We've been going for 9 hours. Oh, yeah. One of the stories that Dave Landau told on here was how Steven Crowder once called him up and screamed at him about how he owned Dave. Also, if you've been enjoying stream for 9 hours, consider throwing some subs or donos my way. I would very, very much appreciate it, because that's what allows me to continue to live, chat. With your help, I can continue to be alive. And I would like that, and I hope you would like that too. It's true. It's been so much content. The content mill calls. Yeah, calling up your co-host. Well, Lady Raincloud, are you still there? You still there? Cause here, I'm gonna play this again, just because goddamn. We're just gonna cap it off with Steven Crowder announcing that he's divorced, and I'm gonna use the bathroom while I do that.
Hey, we'll be on with your regular programming and Nick DiPaolo in third chair in a little bit, but needed to take a moment here to address some issues out there that are circulating. It's never fun, but, well, I guess let me be clear here. I have been living with a proverbial boot on my neck for going on years now. Since 2021, I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side. And no, this was not my choice. My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore. And in the state of Texas, that is completely permitted. It's been the most heartbreaking experience of my life, what I consider to be my deepest personal failure. And just so you know, my opinions on parenting and families have not changed. I've always believed that children need a mom and a dad, that divorce is horrible. And I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible. But in today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter. In Texas, divorce is permitted when one party wants it, period. So for well over a year, in the best interest as well as physical safety of my children, we've decided to keep this issue private and to resolve it privately with the appropriate attorneys, what have you, legal jargon. And all this, one thing I want to be really clear about is certain. True north here is that my children are blameless, completely without fault, and so we decided to resolve these issues privately, as it's in their best interests, both emotionally and physically, to do so. Now, the other issue is, and this is something that I've kept private for likely far too long, many other people knew about this behind the scenes. Some, not all, but some of them in positions of power, influence, leverage, knew of this. They also knew that the safety of my children included keeping it private. So if you're familiar with the idea of extortion, then you know the feeling well. Now, some of these threats were so thinly veiled that I'm frankly surprised you didn't all guess immediately.
Steven has a lot going on, I guess is the best way to say it. He has a lot going on, and that should be clear because people don't do stuff like this if there's not a lot going on in their lives. I would like to implore my audience and everybody that isn't paying attention to this situation not to condemn him, but to pray for him. Sometimes people need
Yes, he is indeed alluding to the fact that were it not for Texas law, he would indeed force his wife to be married to him still. And if that's not love, I don't know what is. Jesus Christ.
Need a prayer. Sometimes people need a scripture. You know, Stephen purports to be a Christian. I am unsure at this moment if it is my place to say more than that. You know, maybe if I feel in further defense, some things should be said, or maybe if I feel that the public has a right to understand certain circumstances.
Well, my children have a right to privacy. Now, some other issues have been, or I should say, inferences have been more pernicious behind the scenes with demands and threats to use this information that they believe would be so publicly embarrassing to me and my wife at a difficult time that it could be used, knowingly putting...
Well, it would kind of be a little embarrassing for Steven Crowder, considering that he actively calls people who get divorces, like, disgusting, you know?
My children in harm's way. So, to those self-styled Christians, conservatives, and allies, well, not in my book. Now, if you find yourself, I don't want to get into details, so this is going to likely be the only time I have to address this or want to address this. If you're asking yourself, hey, did X person or did Y person know? The answer is likely yes, which will be made alarmingly clear as this process of discovery continues. And it also, by the way, makes me that much more appreciative of those who did know about this and, in understanding the best interests of my family, my children, kept their word and used discretion. I can't thank you enough. Sincerely, I appreciate it. Won't forget it. It's pretty simple. I loved a woman so much that I married her. A woman who, despite all of this, I still love as the mother of my children. And she wanted something else for her life. That's not my choice. She simply wanted out, and the law says that that's how it works. Now, of course...
Just he keeps going back, and... You know, my hands are tied. I could not force her to be married to me because of that's how the law works. What? the idea, the implication here is that you would force your wife to remain married to you if you could, which is also really fucking weird and shitty.
Of course, look, I get it. There are multiple sides to every story, but one thing that is undeniable in this case is that it's no one's fault but my own in that I picked wrong, and that's certainly not the fault of my children.
No one thinks it's the fault of your 1.5-year-old children. And the delivery of, and I loved a woman and I picked wrong. Like, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Maybe she wouldn't have wanted a divorce if you treated her better or something. I don't know. That might be something that was in your control. Not just the I picked wrong.
And I will say that what's in the best interest of my children is not internet drama, speculation, certainly not blatant or veiled shakedowns or dragging their father or mother, and I can't be clear on that enough, or their mother through the mud. And to anyone who tries it, I'm no longer going to pacify, capitulate, or sidestep because I love them a whole lot more than I love you. And I will continue to do whatever is necessary to protect my children. Discussing the divorce any further on social media or on this show or in any public space is not what's best for them. I'll be handling this through the proper legal avenues and channels available as a matter of record in which I have more than full confidence. So I'd ask that you understand the need for and respect our privacy in what is obviously a pretty tough time. And I hope that none of this has to go any further than that. Now, on with the reason you're all actually here.
No, I was actually just there for that. Hey, Starbitsy fan. If anyone would like to support stream, now's the time. I'm about to pass out, so I'm gonna head out. You guys have a good time over with Tofu Ghost, okay? I'll shift you over on the website here. I like y'all a lot, and I'll see you again later today. We're going to be doing a charity stream today, folks. So get ready for that, and I appreciate y'all, okay? It's going to be good. We're going to be raising money for the Trans Empowerment Project that helps homeless and disadvantaged trans folks across the country, and I know that that is something a lot of trans people could be using right now. So we'll be raising money. Let's see if we can make that happen. And if you happen to be in anybody else's streams today, suggest that they raid in to Riverboat Jack so that we can get as many people here as possible to support trans rights. With that, I will see you all later. Bye. It is Tofu Ghost not on my list? That's weird. Oh, there we go.